and it's insane to see this. No one had this on their minds coming into this year, let alone this tournament. You know, the big question was like, okay, do they make it out of groups? Hey, look, they made it EDG. Maybe they're overcoming some of the pressures and heartache that we saw from them back over in Shanghai. I don't think anybody had them going to the grand final. It's just incredible to witness the glow up from this team. And again, the willingness to take the risk to make massive pivots to be able to get to this point is so damn impressive, because not only are you changing your coaching staff that has been there from the beginning, you're also changing your IGL. You're giving it to nobody. The guy who has just been an absolute menace, you know, for better or for worse for EDG in the past, and he's been killing it.
It's insane that with all of that, they found success here, because people thought last year would be this team's year. They broke through their barrier, made top 6 at Masters Tokyo. Kong had one of the best individual performances of any player ever at that event. And then they didn't succeed in Champions 2023. They come into this year, they go out early in Madrid, they bomb out in front of their home crowd in Shanghai. They're losing matches to other Chinese teams regionally, which had never happened before this year. But now, when it matters most, they have found their form again, they've broken through their ceiling, and they have the best chance ever to be the first Chinese team to lift a global trophy in this game.
You mentioned Tokyo. Something that I had said back at Masters Tokyo last year was that Kong might just be the most valuable player in the world, because he is the total package. Not only does he have that firepower, does he generate highlight clips in every single game, but he has the showmanship, he has that humbleness to him, but he's also willing to talk up his team, talk up his game. If he can lift that trophy today, I think that those words that I stated over a year ago will come true.
And he's the full package, he's the full show. It's a pleasure to see him on stage. But hear me out, the rest of the team, they are stepping up in this tournament. Looking at a player like Simon, for example, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮, it's so impressive to see that they are all becoming the whole package.
Yeah, it is, and they just have one last hurdle between them and that trophy. However, I want to know what you guys at home think. Tell us who is going to win today's grand final in our MasterCard fan poll. Scan the QR code to cast your vote, and make sure you use the hashtags Champions, Seoul, and VCT so we can feature you guys on the show. This is the thing, we've been kind of like going through our prediction all the way through this this tournament, and I'm going to ask you guys one question. Who's winning today?
I have Team Heretics. It feels like this is their moment. The whole year has led up to this, and they've proved some insane resiliency in that lower bracket.
Look, my pick'ems haven't particularly been going well, so I might not be the person to lean on, but ultimately, I do have EDG going for this one. I think that with the double ban advantage, I think that with the drive that they are putting on display in this tournament, they have what it takes to be able to get this done.
Yeah, and these two teams, they met, of course, back in Masters Shanghai, where Team Heretics pretty much became a home favorite in China because they just beat every other CN team.
Man, it was crazy. You would think that the region would hate them, being like, oh my God, you got everyone out of the tournament, but they fell in love with them once they got to meet them. It's not only what they do on the server, on stage, what they do with the fans, how they behave in social media. They are also the full package, and the maps are going to be, I would say, completely different. Well, first, Split is out, so that is not even a chance. And the phase that we have gotten to meet and to know about EDG, it's so different.
And these players, I think for the fans especially, it is such a special moment to have that team that was the CN fans' favorite back in Masters Shanghai, now playing against EDG. It's very wholesome there, but for EDG, I imagine in the back of their minds, now being in the coming through the upper bracket, having a chance to lift this trophy, closing that out by getting revenge on the team that eliminated every other Chinese squad from the first international event in your home country would feel so good.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, I think people need to understand how big of a deal it is for VCT CN fans to betray EDG and to come here and support Team Heretics. I met a few fans outside the venue last night. They were like, we flew all the way from Shanghai, and I'm like, oh, you're here for EDG. No, we're here for Team Heretics. And that is absolutely crazy. And they will have a large portion of the support in this arena today.
No, they absolutely will. And I think that it is just nutty to think about. I mean, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, they knocked out the teams that I'm cheering for, therefore I will cheer for them. They've kind of adopted that, but the aura, I hate using this word, but the aura around this squad, the personalities that have been put on display from the Heretics players, it's very difficult to dislike them because they are all such lovable, humble guys. I mean, the hug from Rienz. Yesterday, we already touched on it. It's moments like that that just lock in that fandom. So it doesn't matter what region you come from. When you see things like that, you become attracted to that squad.
And you would think also, they knocked out Gen G, DRX. Are they doing the same with this crowd? But potentially, if a team can do it, is definitely Heretics. Bringing in Paratech, the way that they have behaved throughout the events, how they gave up this feeling of this is not just a team, this is a family. We win together, we lose together.
What's so crazy, though, is that despite EDG's experience coming to every international event since they came to Champions 2 years ago in Istanbul, they have never gotten it this deep. They've never played a BO5 on the international stage, and they've never played in front of a crowd this big. This has been what they've been working for so long, and their first chance at it is in the biggest match of their careers.
Yeah, it is indeed. However, though, if you take a look at their best of 5, I guess, all-time results, they've been dominating in that department domestically, but can they do it internationally?
We've seen so many teams be able to get to their first grand final, but then fall shy of the mark. That's kind of, it was a story throughout this season already. I mean, Gen G, they get to their first one over in Madrid. They end up falling, but the second time is the charm for them. They pick it up in Shanghai. They don't make it this far, but now Heretics have that opportunity to also make the same run. EDG, though, as you say, have an immense amount of experience when it comes down to playing long series. Most of their matches, a lot of them, you know, against FPX end up going the distance, but they're always able to come out on top. But that is regional. That is their own IL. How do they look here in this moment?
I do question how big of an advantage the double bans actually are when you think of these teams' map pools in particular. EDG is almost guaranteed to get rid of the Ascent. They've been banning that constantly. They've sometimes considered banning away the Icebox, which isn't even a map that Heretics loves as well. And if they wanted to get rid of Team Heretics' best map, Sunset, that's also one of EDG's best maps.
Yeah.
There's a lot of crossover here, so I don't think there's a clean 2 bans that can actually give them a massive leg up, especially because it's a BO5.
I also think that if we look at what happened during the year, Sentinels made it to Madrid's finals through the lower bracket. They still won, they still got that victory. Even in Shanghai with Heretics getting to the final and not winning it, they still got to that 5th map. Getting this deep into the tournament means that your map pool has to be strong enough. EDG has been doing wonders with the time that they have been given. They have been taking such good advantage of those breaks. But I think that for today, those two bans are a bit cosmetic.
Neil would be so happy to see that Ascent ban. Like, they don't want it either, so it's going to be equal grounds. But let's talk about nobody here, because we talk about how EDG have never played a best of 5 on the global stage. Nobody is also never IGL'd in those situations either on the global stage. This is his first time, and I just love the way he speaks about being an IGL. One of the things he said was the reason that he enjoys this so much, he loves his role so much, is because he loves getting the mind games right. He says it gives him kind of an exhilaration when he realizes that he has the read, and that is so exciting to think about from his perspective.
I mean, it's almost like playing a game of poker. You know, you feel like you have your opponent nailed down. You know exactly what's in their hand, and then the cards get flipped, and you're like, yep, I was absolutely on the nail. So I can't blame him at all, and he's been doing a fantastic job.
And not only that, we're seeing here the replays from their matchup against Leviathan. And of course, that first map was very, very close. This could have perfectly been a clean 2-0 for them, another OT on Icebox. But we see it play after play. The fundamentals that these guys have been working on, when you see them play, it's so separate from the idea that was ingrained in so many people's brains 2 years ago of China is never going to compete with the rest of the world.
When EDG earned their spot as a household name in Valorant, going on their run at Masters Tokyo, they were defined by that man on your screen, the superstar Kung Kung, having an incredible performance with an AWP. This is not the case at Champions this year. This team has been so much more defined by their strategy, by how they can read into what their opponents are doing, and that's so insane. Because like you were mentioning, Sue, _Ggie's first event IGLing for this team. When they bombed out of Shanghai and put Haodong onto the bench, switched him over to the assistant coach role, no one knew what to expect, but they stepped up with a rookie player, a new IGL, and they have somehow looked the most strategically deep EDG has ever looked through any international appearance.
Yeah, maybe Haodong best assistant coach in the world if they win today.
Hey
Who
bro,
knows?
but this is the thing,
when EDG
hi.
were still attending those global events, some of these
DC
players
illa
on
bro.
Team Heretics well, most of them were definitely not old enough, not even eligible.
Some of them were in high school.
Yeah, to play in VCT full stop. And 𝒮𝒂💮, look at this journey.
I mean, I know all of this. My eyes go to a couple of places. I remember so vividly seeing Boo in OG London United. I remember the first time that Pansy casted him, saying, Boo, that's such a fun name. I hope I see him again. Well, here he is. But I also think of Miniboo, his brother. He was on Arctic. Right after that, he joined 𝒮𝒂💮. He learned so much. Like, that's when his whole journey started. You know, wasn't that 𝒮𝒂𝒮? Bulgarian player of the freaking year, girl. They've been in such a big journey, but they have always been grinding their way up. Yes, they are rookies, but they have also dedicated their youth to be here today.
Also, shout out to the Fireflux team. The scouting on that team,
the ultimate Turkish talent on that roster. But another guy who's had an incredible story is benjiFishy, because 2 years ago, the last time he was at a Champions, he was invited as an influencer, out there walking that gold carpet, talking about such a big fan of watching Fnatic, of watching Boaster play. And now 2 years on, he's here beating that team and going on this run at Champions. This guy's story is remarkable. He's one of the winningest players when he was competing back in Fortnite. He steps down from that, retires, switches over to Valorant, but he doesn't leverage his clout, his experience to go straight onto a Tier 1 team. He takes the risk, goes down to Tier 2, proves himself, and then this year on his first ever Tier 1 roster in Valorant, he is a Champions finalist. It's just absurd what he's achieved.
No, it absolutely is. And I mean, to be able to make that run and potentially cap off your first year with the biggest trophy there is in VCT, I can't even imagine the feeling that would be to be able to lift that alongside your teammates. And benjiFishy is 3 map wins away from being able to make that happen. It's an insane story to think about. But again, I have to just give credit to the tenacity and the willpower for all of these young players, because so many others in their seats, yes, it has been the year of the rookie, but so many others to be able to make it to these moments, these big series, would crumble under that pressure.
And I think we also need to give credit to Neil and Weber. They put this roster together. They had very good ideas, and the work that they've been putting up individually, also with Boo that we're seeing right now on the screen, is on a different level. They're literally like teachers to these kids, right?
Yeah.
They're teaching them so much, and also thinking about Boo, thinking about Miniboo, about his little brother. Guys, do you have siblings? Do you have siblings? Because I would not be with my brother in a team, that I know.
Oh,
yeah.
no, I
mean, this is the thing, though. Remember how much criticism people had when they found out that Heretics were going to keep Boo? They rebuild, they got rid of everyone else, they kept Boo, they bring in Miniboo, and what a great decision that was.
Imagine what's that like, to be playing on the biggest stage the game has to offer with your brother alongside you in your first year competing in this game.
Never been seen before.
No, we've never had this happen, at least not at a Champions.
No, it's...
We did.
Oh, technically. But not this deep at a Champions.
Liquid's Champions qualifier, we also had it,
yeah. Someone had to derail at some point. Said, I'm just glad you did it now before the game started. But let's talk about 𝒮𝒫𝐸 on the other side of this, because whenever we talk about EDG, it's very easy to look to 𝒮𝒂💮, very easy to look towards 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮, but you're, at this point, 𝒮𝒫𝐸's #1 fan.
Totally.
Yeah.
I think that it's not only what he brings to the team on the defense. He is such a good strongholder. He dies so little at the beginning of the rounds. He understands what he needs to do, when to put pressure. He's such a good supportive player, but also has the stamina to do it from the attack. The lurks and the timings that he has to help the rest of the team, and how individually gifted he is, makes him the perfect contender for this fight.
Now that 𝒮𝒂💮 is opting so much less, EDG's attack sides, they play a ton of 4-1s with set plays to get space from him early on. And 𝒮𝒫𝐸 is the guy who is that one, alone on the other side of the map with so much pressure on him. And he's been so successful in those moments and so strong under pressure as well.
Yeah, and we talk about a lot how players outside of the server try and better their game, try and improve. And we have a tweet here which shows just how hard 𝒮𝒫𝐸's been working off the server as well, 𝒮𝒄𝒻𝒄𝒻𝒄𝒻, to get to this point.
And clearly it is impacting the consistency that he's able to have in the lobby. I mean, it's just been damn near perfect from 𝒮𝒫𝐸 in every moment, the decision-making moment to moment to be able to maximize his value, even if he's going to be taken down. He's always taking 2, 3 players down with him when he's anchoring a site. It's just some of the best, clearest, cleanest Valorant that I've seen from an individual in quite some time. And I think that if EDG end up lifting this trophy here today, 𝒮𝒫 very well is going to be a front runner for that MVP win.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because the way that he's been so impactful for this team. Again, like you said, we talk about 𝒮𝒏 all the time. We talk about 𝒮𝒏𝐸𝒞𝒯𝐼𝒪�𝒮 because he's been fragging out of control. But 𝒮𝒫 has been doing so much for the squad.
And we also need to think about the pressure that they've been put under, right? For such a long time, EDG was the Chinese team. The entire region is putting all of their hopes and dreams in how you can perform. And finally, they're here.
Yeah, that they are. I mean, it's so cool for 𝒮𝒫. And for both these teams, honestly, when you're talking about the MVP conversation, Seth, I think on the other side, Rien's as well. Another player who's not the primary duelist, who's the initiator player for that squad, has debatably been the most impactful there. Both these teams, outside of just one star, are teams that are defined by having so many players that can step up and have those moments that change rounds on an individual level. And that's what you need to be a champion.
Yeah, I mean, since you spoke very highly of 𝒮𝒫, we have a treat for you, 𝒮𝒂𝒂, because earlier we spoke to him about EDG's historical run in this Omen player moment.
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的𝒮𝒫。我觉得很不容易吧，因为我们变了阵，然后现在能打成这样，我觉得很不错吧。然后也是我们换阵过后的一些效果，我们也看到了。然后我们希望我们后续能做得更好，然后去突破吧。其实怎么说呢，我们现在其实在心态上面应该是没有负担的，因为毕竟我们也经历过5杠26这种东西过。我们的整体来说是每拿多1分，其实对我们来说都是好的一个过程吧。所以说我们现在就是更加放得开了，因为毕竟已经更烂的已经出现了，不可能我们还会打得比之前那个还烂。对，所以我们现在会放得更开。
Molly's all going to be used in conjunction on one another, and with the rifle aim in hand, it's the only thing that could steady the course. EDG got to put a stop to this. Eternity here still. 𝒮𝒏𝒏𝒏 rattling the bars.
也很感谢观众对我们的喜爱吧，跟支持。我们也会去更加完善我们自我的一些技战术吧，然后去打出更好的比赛。因为我们经历了低谷，然后还能喜欢我们，我觉得大家都很不容易吧。我也希望我们整个 EDG 不会辜负你们的希望，然后也能不辜负整个 CN 瓦，去打得更好吧。我希望你们的加油会让我们的手感更加火热。
This is the thing, you heard it from 𝒮𝒫. They carry this pressure of an entire region with them ever since they stepped into the scene. They don't want to fail their region, they don't want to fail their fans. And sometimes I feel like that pressure maybe got to them a little bit, especially when it was in front of the home crowd. But 𝒮𝒄𝒄𝒄𝒄𝒄𝒄𝒄, it feels like they've gotten over that hump now and they can actually do this.
I think they have, but I don't want 𝒮𝒫 to be thinking about it and be using that F word, fail, because no matter what happens here today, they have not failed. They cannot fail. The run that they have been on has been incredible. Every single step past that 5th, 6th finish has been just rewriting history over and over again, taking them higher and higher than they have ever gone before. You cannot look at that and think failure. I get it, he wants that trophy. I think that he's gonna be able to get that trophy. But I hope that he can look back on this year. If they do not have that win, it still have a smile on his face.
When players are on a stage like this, I think they oftentimes have to think about how you're framing this match in your head. What does it mean to you to win? But also, what would it mean to lose? And if you do lose, if you start to feel a game slipping, does that crush you and you can't come back? Or do you have that actual mental resilience to come back into a match? Realize, hey, even if we lose, it's okay. Just a round at a time, start building up that comeback. And I think that Team Heretics have really proved that through the pressure they've been under this year. A lower bracket run in 2 tournaments in a row. And I think EDG have moments of showing that as well. But this is the moment when there is a crowd that is going to be, I think, very much behind them today to step up to that moment.
But I think that this is when the moments like the ghost from your past just come rampant onto you. And if you're Team Heretics, you see yourself, you're already like kind of used to playing in front of the crowd, actually having them support you. And that is when you're afraid to fail the most. Of course, it's easy to say you have to look at your entire year and you should be so proud, honestly, so proud of everything that you have achieved. But if being realistic, nobody wants to be the runner-up, right? You don't want to be that 2nd place. You want to be the champion.
Of course.
Yeah, and speaking of that, like, as you said, Heretics, they might be used to this after the year they've had, but 𝒮𝒏𝒏𝒏 certainly is not. We have a quote here from him saying, "My biggest regret is not making to the biggest stage. I wanted to experience an audience surrounding me, all cheering for me like a concert. I need to play on that stage once." And that is because every time they came to these global tournaments, they were always eliminated before they could play on a stage like this. And what a moment it's going to be for him to finally have this many people cheering him on.
Yeah, I mean, not being able to make the Mercedes-Benz Arena back in Shanghai, the Kia Forum last year at Champions, that definitely was a pain point here for Kong, but now he has gotten his wish, at least one of his wishes, to be here on this stage. And you better be damn sure that a lot of this crowd is going to be cheering for him. I think it is going to be
They're
split.
gonna go
There's going to be plenty of fans
crazy.
here for Heretics, but Kong, you can't not love this guy.
He is the player when you think of Chinese Valorant. He has defined the region. He is the first superstar that people
Hello,
are
big
ready
fan,
to
bro,
watch
big fan,
come
Anu,
to
big
an
fan.
international stage. I mean, you have Team
Mic
Heretics on
on
one side
ladka.
with two brothers on the
okay.
same stage. His
Big
name's
fan,
CMJJ. Kong is coming from his brother's ID that he's carried with him to try and make this dream happen. And finally, he's in a position where he is so close to achieving it. And if EDG is going to win today, you know that he will have to have a stellar individual performance like he did in the upper final and like he's had in every match this team has played at Champions.
You know what? I think I would be even more excited to see a Kankan that at the beginning is feeling the pressure, and it's the rest of EDG that lets him know, we're here for you. We're going to, carry through. Imagine the first map. I want him to feel that kind of worth, that kind of feeling of a team, because that is how they got here, and then get that final form of Kankan. Because we have, 5 maps, hopefully.
Yeah, I need him to stand up and do anything. Just any pose, any
I want a
stare
new
downs.
one though, because there's not that much up, so I want a new one.
He's rifling now, so what? We might see. But on the other side of this, though, we do have a player that we've all spoken about in the last month here, an MVP contender. If Heretics can bring it home out of that is, of course, Rians.
Throughout the entire year, but especially the tournament that he's having today. At the beginning of kickoff, even EMEA, he didn't get his visas. He wasn't even in EMEA. We would see him coming up with the iPad, and he was in Madrid.
Fist pumping no one.
Yeah. Poor thing for an entire month almost. But seeing him perform in Madrid and ever seen has been a treat. How is it possible that we have an 18-year-old being possibly the best Sova in the game right now? His intelligence, his utility usage, how he supports his player, and the clutch rate that he has. Nothing makes sense about Rians, and I'm all here for it.
I mean, I'll tell you exactly what I think of when I see the performances from Rians in this tournament, and I'm thinking of Prime Leo from last year, when Fnatic were the most dominant team in the world. He has that same drive where he could just take over a game where his util is perfectly timed, perfectly placed. That denial on that spike diffuse on Sunset was just absolute perfection from him to be able to secure the round. It's moments like that that set him apart. It's a reason why he has been the top trending player statistically for Heretics throughout this entire tournament run. And I'm right there with you. You teed it up. Is he going to be maybe the MVP? If Heretics win, he is my front runner.
And what you see outside of just his individual performances is such immense maturity for a player so young. We alluded to it earlier, but his first reaction when he won his match last night and saw Calm crying after he got eliminated was to run over and give him a hug. He has proved time and again how good of a person he is to his teammates and how he builds them up when the pressure is on. When Miniboo was struggling in his first match falling off the map, he was the guy to lift him up again.
Yeah, and he's really won the hearts of the fans as well. But I want to see what you guys at home voted in our MasterCard fan poll. Who did you think was going to win Champions 2024? It was the same as yesterday. It's always kind of 50-50.
We were separated by like 0.1% yesterday. This time, a little bit more trending towards the side of Heretics, but EDG right there nipping at their heels. I love to see how close this is, and we can only hope that this series is as close as the fans predict.
Yeah, and I'm so glad. How is it that it went from me being the only person predicting EDG in anything to now having the majority? I've done it. I'm so happy.
I'm just going to say, I said that I would predict against Heretics until the final, and I just did it again. I want them to win, but really, I don't think any of us is going to lose today, because any of those teams, I'll be super happy to see them win.
Yeah, it'll be incredible either way. I think Team Heretics, it's going to be really tough going up against a double ban advantage, having to play so many matches in a row. But this is the situations where this rookie team have proved their ability to thrive.
It's just been an insane series here for the side of Heretics, but this is that culminating moment. This is where you need to be able to conquer rather than crumble. And if they cannot rise to that occasion, this could just completely swallow them here in this best of 5. They need to come out strong. We need to see them hard hitting from the very beginning. I want to see Miniboo just going absolutely crazy on the Neon, crazy on the Rays, peeking corners, taking heads off. That's the kind of energy that Heretics need.
Yeah, but I also want to talk about his brother, Boo. He's been an incredible IGL, but this is the ultimate test. Can you take these 4 rookies and make them world champions?
Well, this is the moment you've all been waiting for, the deciding best of 5 for the biggest trophy in Valorant. EDG taking the stage against Team Heretics. It is time for the grand finals of Champions Seoul.
当场馆响起人山人海的欢呼声时，我无法形容我内心的想法。我并不害怕，但看到人山人海的粉丝，我还是会紧张。来不及紧张。
You wonder about moments like this your whole life. But when they actually come, you just ask yourself, are you ready? Or are you not?
现在我感觉到很冷静，我已经完全准备就绪。但是我不知道踏上舞台的那一刻会是什么样的感受。未来可能都没有这样的机会再登上决赛的舞台，这次我一定会抓住它。
When I first started playing Valorant, I could never imagine waking up there. Everybody had us as being the worst team in the league. With everything we've done, everything we've accomplished, the thought of this whole year just being a dream that I could wake up from is terrifying.
我是个单亲家庭，我一直以来就跟我的爷爷奶奶还有我妈妈生活，所以说，我需要向他们证明我有能力去养活他们，还有我自己。
Seeing my teammates lose in the grand finals was really heartbreaking for me. I was really sad that I couldn't be there for them. But now I'm here, and we are not stopping.
오늘 챔피언스 그랜드 파이널이 한국 인천에서 시작됩니다. 전 세계에서 온 팬들이 이 두 팀의 승리를 지켜보기 위해
Time slows down when it can get no worse.
Hola chicos, estoy con muchísimas ganas porque ya empieza.
Full screen live illaya.
Can feel it running out on me.
What a die for you.
I don't want the
영웅은 태어나는 것이 아닙니다. 바로 이런 순간 속에서 만들어지는 것입니다.
In moments of immense pressure, it's human nature to want to run, but it's moments like these that define a person.
现在没时间害怕。
Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to.
我必须要勇敢。
Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. could be the day I die for you.
இதே டிஹெச் வின் பண்ணா ட்ரீட் கொடுப்பியா ப்ரோவா? டேய் வாய்ப்பில்லை. டை ஃபார் யூ. ஆமா என்னடா ஏதோ சினிமா பார்க்குற மாதிரியே இருக்கு. சூப்பராக பண்ணியிருக்கானுங்க. ஆனால் ஏதோ சினிமா பார்க்குற மாதிரியே இருக்கு. வீக்கெண்டோட டை ஃபார் யூ வேற மாதிரி இருக்குமே. இது வீக்கெண்ட் டை ஃபார் யூ கிடையாது. இது வேலரண்ட்ல டை ஃபார் யூன்னு ஒரு பாட்டு ரிலீஸ் பண்ணானுங்க. அது இது அப்சல்யூட் சினிமா மாதிரியே இருக்கு. இது போடு கிராண்ட் ஃபைனல்ஸ். ஓமன், க்ளோவு, ஸ்கையு, ஐசோ, ஸ்டேஜு, வைப்பரு, திரும்ப ஓமன், க்ளோவக்கா, ஜெட்டு, கெக்கோ, சேம்பரு, கெக்கோ, வைசே, அப்புறம் உங்கள் பேர் க்ளோவ் தான். டேய்
I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it.
ஆரம்பிக்கலையாடா?
When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep
சூப்பர்ரா.
breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing. Maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you land it.
ரியாட் கேம்ஸ் கிட்ட பேசி நியூ ஏஜென்ட் ரிவ்யூ பண்ணி போடவா? ஏ வந்துடும்யா, இன்னைக்கு தான் நினைக்கிறேன். ஆமாம் இன்னைக்கு தான், இன்னைக்கு வந்துருமே. ஐயோ எத்தனை பேர் ஓப்பனிங் செரிமனி போனானுங்க தெரியலையே. என்ன மேப் தெரியல இன்னும். ஏ க்ளோவக்கா ஓடு, நான் வெறியா இருக்கே.
For you a long time, run. I love it when you hide. I've been looking for you a long time. No, you not my homie. I ain't got no friends. I'ma do my own thing. You can follow trends. I'ma break it in the back of the room with a hammer, ain't taking a loss. This ain't no following the leader. I'm running it up and I'm taking it off. It's deserved. You wanna be up on my team, then show me that you earned it.
Side it and see.
Show how to burn it. I can see right through that boy. I know when I'm observing. Yeah, run. I love it when you hide. I've been looking for you a long time. Run. I love you hide. I've been looking for you a long time.
No distractions. It's you and me.
Yeah, I'ma maintain number one. I don't never gotta say too much. Shawty be thinking I'm green. Don't get me turned up. Watch out. Me and gang gon' be on yo. If it's a challenge, then we finna. I'm on the scene and I build my team and I build my game. I know they wantin' this life. I'm a winner. I'm never top 5. Ain't no switching. I'm here with the guys and they never lie. It might be a challenge, but that's what united us. Ain't nothing too late, cause that's what ignited us. It's like Gina and Pam. Salt and pepper, we take out your man.
Enemies forever. We can take it all to our graves. Enemies forever. You wanna take me down and take my place. Run. I love it when you hide. I've been looking for you a long time. Run. I love it when you hide. I've been looking for you a long time. I love it when you hide. I've been looking for you a long time. Run. I love it when you hide. I've been looking for you a long time.
எடிட்லாம் சூப்பரா பண்ணிருக்கானுங்களே. Vaisa. Oh yes, Vice. Hey, machi event-ஆ? சரி, தெரியலையே. BTS-ல வருவான். யார் தெரியலையே. லிசாவா? இல்லையே. சூப்பர் பாய்.
나를 쓰면서 말해봐 Tough guy 들겪고였을 뿐인가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade 이별까지 shade 날 주세워 맛보게 fade 그치 보여 네 band-aid 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 paid of a champion into champagne Broken embers What's left to lose Here on the edge of our never live, I'll never fight. When I say goodbye, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high. Run through rain or shine. Can't ask me without the sour.
Blackpink அக்காவா? அது இல்லைன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Blackpink இல்லை. இட்லி என்னது இட்லியா? இட்ஸா தெரில. Blackpink மாதிரி இன்னொரு இதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Blackpink இல்லை ஆனால் I don't think so. ஆனால் அதான் Blackpink மாதிரி இன்னொரு பேண்ட்.
그 정상에서 만날 두 팀을 소개하겠습니다.
ஏதோ ஒன்று வருமே மறந்துட்டேன். தெரில அந்த அக்கா தெரில மறந்துட்டேன். ட்வைஸ் ஸ்டாரா? இல்லை இல்லை வேற ஏதோ பேர் மறந்துட்டேன். வெறியா இருக்கு ஓப்பனிங் செரிமனி. என்னடா இது? ஒன்று அக்கா நல்லா இருக்காங்க அவ்வளோதான். ஆமாம் முடிஞ்சு. எதுக்கு தேடிக்கிட்டு
고난과 역경, 가시밭길을 헤치고 올라온
மகள்
유망 팀 헤리틱!
தலைவனுக்கு மெட்ராஸ் ஐயா கண்ணாடி போட்டிருக்காப்பு. பெஞ்சி ஃபிஷா? டேய் ஃபிஷிடா அது. ஊட் தலைவன் ரியல். ஏய் என்னடா மண்டையில் இது? டேய் ஒருத்தன் ஒரு தினிசா இருக்கானுங்க. நல்லா இருந்துச்சு ஓப்பனிங் செரிமனி.
What an electric opening ceremony, the perfect way to kick off the grand finals here in Seoul. I mean, you guys, what do we make of that? That was crazy.
I mean, incredible performance from everyone who went up there, and for these players, what a moment for them to get to walk out in front of this crowd.
This thing's only happened once in your life. Well, maybe it happens a couple, but definitely this is the first. Being so young, so talented, putting so much effort into something, and seeing all of these people rooting for you.
And look at this, EDG, they have the
EDG
double ban. They took
Icebox
away
ban,
Ascend and Icebox.
It's nothing too shocking.
Okay,
The Ascent
Heaven,
was kind of a
Sunset,
given,
Lotus,
given that they've
Bind,
just been
Abyss.
banning that in general, but
Let's
as
go.
you guys are talking about, Heretics will be perfectly fine
First
with that.
3 map yaar
Overall,
jeikrangalo
probably aren't that
winner.
hindered at all by this draft. Like we were talking about, there's not that many pain points to really target with these bans.
I think the biggest thing is the crossover in this pool. Team Heretics is great on Sunset. We've seen EDG's competencies on that map as well. EDG
எப்படா
chooses
மேட்ச்
to
ஸ்டார்ட்
alone
பண்ணுவாங்க
is that
பேசிட்டே
Team
இருக்காங்க.
Heretics
யோ
have also favored
ஃபர்ஸ்ட்
here.
ஒரு
Even
டைமர்
beating
ஓடிச்சு.
Fnatic early
சரி
on
ஓகே
this
அதுக்கப்புறம்
on that map.
மேட்ச் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணான்னு நினச்சேன். கிடையாது பேசியிருந்தானுங்க.
Actually,
ரெண்டாவதா ஒரு டைமர் ஓடிச்சு 10 நிமிஷத்துக்கு. அப்பயாச்சும் மேட்ச் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு நினச்சா ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணல. 18 நிமிஷத்துக்கு ஒரு டைமர் ஓடிச்சு. அப்பா கன்ஃபார்ம்டா மேட்ச் ஸ்டார்ட்னு நினச்சா ஓப்பனிங் செரிமனி போட்டானுங்க.
We saw the other day
போங்கடா.
with Heretics that they brought in an entire new composition, and we just cannot do
இப்போதான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண போறாங்க நம்புவோம்.
I will have to just wait and see. I don't think there's going to be too many
first
heavens
match,
here
Evan.
as
Let's
far
go.
as comps are considered. But as you mentioned, that Abyss, the perfect cap on this series. We may not have split, but Abyss has taken its place. And so far, it pretty much has only delivered bangers. If this one goes the distance, that Abyss is going to be absolutely insane to watch.
And listen to the fans in this arena. They are so ready for this best of 5. And hearing a lot of let's go Heretics.
Yeah, they are loving that team. But EDG, I mean, their fans are rolling deep here as well. It's such a crazy moment to have these 10 players on that stage. For 6 of them, this is their first ever champions. 5 players on this stage. This is their first year playing at Tier 1 in Valorant. And how they're here on the biggest stage the game has evolved.
Support பண்ண ரெண்டு டீமும் தோத்து போச்சு bro. என்னது sentinels அப்புறம்
played against each other earlier in the year. EDG was only able to get 9 rounds total. Then they can exceed that in just the first
நான்
round.
team heretic support பண்றேன்.
EDG was playing for Kong. They were looking to empower him to have him continue to be that superstar. But now it's Kong playing for the team, playing with alongside EDG, being assisted by the likes of Simon, who comes in as the perfect pairing to set up everybody to shine.
And map 1, we're going to see that on full display. We start on Haven.
The
That's where we
trophy.
see EDG playing this neon-rich composition, which is all about Kong and Simon's coordination and what Kong can provide in getting these opening kills, in claiming space early in the rounds for his team. Him and his opponent duelist on the other side, Miniboo, are the two duelist players at this event who, when you watch them, they are taking the most opportunities for opening duels. I think in a lot of ways that matchup will define this series.
Yeah, and the other side of this as well, we've seen Boo and Miniboo playing on the same side together over and over again, taking advantage of that synergy, and look at the comp changes.
Oh, there's a lot of comp changes, but it's definitely some inspiration. Mirror matchup for our first map. Another change coming in from the side of Heretics. We understood that the
same team actually.
Everything about getting that
same
plant down.
But
if you want to play the distance, if you want to play to the best of your abilities, this is the best composition you can play.
This is not a new comp for Team Heretics. They were playing this in EMEA and they looked great with it. Miniboo, I think his best agent is that Neon. He has been on it all year long. But the biggest thing here is that EDG's prep will have been wasted. They will have been looking out for that Sage comp, figuring out how to play against it, and Team Heretics have thrown a huge curveball here to start the finals.
I completely disagree. I think that they thought that was a one-time thing. It didn't work. We swap out.
Yeah, it's ready. It's time for map 1. Let's send it over to your casters. Show some love to two people who most definitely saw this finals coming. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Listen, I'm not ready to take credit for that. I don't think anybody saw this one coming as well, because listen, at the beginning of this tournament, and Champs has always proven, I think, that anything can happen. But you have two teams here that have had drastically different paths to the finals.
Okay, start finally.
Well, one team, EDG on the side, to try and dismiss some of the doubters that have played them after that Shanghai performance. And not only have they broken history, broken their own limits, but also potential chance to grasp that trophy. And the same can be said for Heretics.
We're getting a really unusual map to start this one off. The desk were hinting at it, but we've seen only losses for both of these teams on Haven here at Champs. Somebody's got to walk away with the win, and EDG looking at that they were at an advantage here to start. Kong, of course, is the player to watch and will be for this whole grand finals, I think. And on the other side, that MVP candidate for Team Heretics, at least on this A defense, Rian's looking to hold it down and back up. That's a bad stun to begin.
Heretics going to be playing for that retake. So I'm going to be sticking this. So extension of the round now. Through the next, still 5 versus 5, and shock darts flying through and past. Kang, the slightest of all factors.
They've got doubled up in hell here with Aftershock and Paranoia. This should be very, very difficult for Team Heretics to retake unless they go Heaven.
Done lands right at the feet as the Aftershock pulls out as well.
Still have Paranoia.
Yeah, and that util is going to be used to exchange hands once more. Paranoia in the face.
Whoa.
Body blocked. And EDG eviscerating.
Okay, no one last place standing.
Players, where they stand. For a pistol round win on EDG's table.
And that's a huge pistol
becomes
for EDG
142 score. Let's go. GG, bro.
63% of their pistols in this tournament. That's an enormous number. Been consistent with it as
First
well.
round
Playoffs, their pistol round strategies have always come through, and you can see it here again. That doubler playing Simon and Smoggy in hell there provided so much utility pressure to keep Miniboo back.
Top 3%
very between these two teams. Which of their entry players can get the more value, and that's not always kills, that's also space creation.
Okay, 3 பேர் இருக்காங்க சைடுல, மேபி ரொட்டேட் பண்ணி ஆகணும். And Cypher setup-உம் இருக்கு.
Steven, you only look at it, you might think he's been having a bad tournament, but
நான் ஏன் ரொட்டேட்லாம் பேசிட்டு இருக்கேன்? 3 பேர் இருக்காங்க சைடுல. அவ்வளவுதான் ஜெயிச்சிருவாங்க.
They might be able to reap the rewards, and yes indeed, still the 1 for 1.
ஐயோ, நல்ல ட்ரேட்.
EDG now aware of this. They don't want anything to do with a stack.
The question, however, is whether they rotate, or whether they re-hit. There's nobody over towards the A side. Team Heretics are banking on the fact that it's going to be a hard rotate over towards A, trying to gamble with their full weaponry and classics to get into position. They've read the situation wrong. Nobody with a beautiful call. He's found the correct solution so many times in this tournament. For a player that's new to IGL and who's done some secondary calling in the past, it's remarkable.
It truly is. These best of fives, they can often feel like more of a marathon than a sprint. You've probably heard that line before.
Cage triggered.
EDG have a lot of experience in them. Still, nobody is new to that IGL. And Ronald dismissed handedly. Out towards the back of the side. Should be another open shut case for EDG for this round against the Eco.
We're following along with Simon here. There's a supportive player if you've ever seen one. What an addition to this EDG squad. There's a fault line perfectly placed again. They always are when it comes to this guy.
It is astounding as well. A player like Simon as well has joined this team relatively late. First international event for him. You can say the same in terms of the finals for the rest of his team alongside him. So to navigate first two rounds here of Haven.
It truly is remarkable what EDG have done, though, because I feel like we've never seen a Chinese team set up like this before. When you think about Chinese teams that you expect to break through, you're thinking a super team where everybody is the absolute best in their region. Actually, what they've done is they've reduced their fragging a little bit by adding Simon into the team. He doesn't get the most kills. He's a silent, supportive player, but he's got 0.5 assists per round over the tournament, which is just a ludicrous number. Like, other top players are getting 0.3.
Yeah, supportive util, usually on point from this guy.
Shows you the identity shift that EDG have gone through, no longer trying to rely on that individualism to carry them through games. This is a team now.
Mid-rush, mid-la yarume illa.
Doesn't actually break the initial trip. Kangang's going to think
that okay.
Instead, just hands over his life.
First pick.
Open-handed there towards Benji Fishy with one plucked out of the picture. He might be looking for a few more. He's getting reinforcements. Fast re-clear. It's called out now by Heretics, using a drone to pave the way. Should be spotting this out. They're aware of the fact that it's onto the C site. All about how the battle begins, though, towards the back of the side, and Team Heretics have rifles in hand.
Finally,
beautiful one.
first round.
Trading spectacular for Heretics. You see there another very textbook example. 𝒉𝒂 goes in. Does he get the kill? No. But does he set up the rest of his team to get through the choke point and collect everything? Absolutely, he does. Another interesting thing to note off the start there, too. Benji Fishy not using a slightly more optimal trip, but that one would have been broken by the shot dart. So he goes for the one that just goes door frame to door frame, and nobody is assuming Benji's going to use the better one that he tries out in this round, actually.
Mind games occurring.
It's all about it.
Little micro differences. They can make the difference. Scenarios like this, best of fives, every single advantage counts. This is heavy A lobby control, but EDG are just waiting. Primed and ready to pounce. 5 alive outside of lobby. Drone is going to get that clear connection. 𝒉𝒂. No punish inside onto him. Still play for his life, but they are going to have to concede this space up eventually through random spray.
Okay, ult incoming.
Fury acknowledgement acquired by Rians, but he just can't quite land it. Only the one shot
connected.
All of this, though,
okay,
has denied EDG a lobby control. They're worried that people could be short. 𝒉𝒂 could be pushed back up into position over towards long. Heretics are already reading that EDG will give up on this, and you're
bro.
Right. He's gone to break a similar trip again.
Still out to the open, barely a shoulder. It's enough for Kangkang to capitalize.
Bad positioning from Wu, big mistake.
𝒉𝒂's going to see if they can shore this one up, straight through mid, up the gut, down and out, and contact is called. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮.
Okay,
4v4.
Trade எடுத்துட்டாங்க.
Heretics bringing this to that 4 versus 4. Nobody. Wandering there, looking for an opening towards the A side, but call is now made. 27 seconds left. They want to go over towards C, and guess what? Reinforcements have arrived. Benji Fishy and 𝒉𝒂 once more. An attempt to play spoiler. Paranoia sweeps through. No connections at all still. Kangkang delivers them 3 in a round so far. Not enough damage done for the plant down.
When Simon's stun isn't there, Kangkang's stuns are. And that was perfectly positioned over towards Logs. The timing could not have been better. And now they're splitting up, trying to catch timings on Riens and Boo.
Heretics always going to be doubled up here, prioritizing that
spawn hold.
discipline.
Okay, bro.
Missed. Shifts in the night. Kangkang spotted and cannot recover.
Okay, last one,
Take
Garage.
it down, out of the fight, Simon. Just rookie to the
50
stage, just rookie to the team. To deliver a clutch as he's done so.
Okay, Garage position.
Hold line ready. Sends it out preemptively. Who is sticking? Damage needs to be done. Bullets need to be finding their targets, but Rian, the swing to find his mark. Simon dropped, there's a round cleaned up, and now we sit at 2-2.
EDG still going to be looking fairly decent with their economy though, so it's not disaster just yet. I think you can start to see that this is a grand finals game. There's a little bit of shakiness around here, and certain players stepping up. Big game players like Kangkang, certainly a name that I would put on the list.
Nice balls on B, bro. Really good. I like it.
Team Heretics have got so many different paces that they can go towards, and actually EDG are going to go
Spike mark olungave pannala bro. Stun kuda correct polla. Amma.
Especially with Kangkang having ult, but they've gone for the safer
Spike
option.
enga irukku thalava enga solran.
It's going to offload it anyway. Looking for an electrified end to the round, potentially a start two to start.
Okay, bro.
Can't quite get it. The tracking was almost on point.
Almost 6
steady nerve
HP.
and a steady hand enough.
Okay.
Today, but he can't stay alive much longer. Still, the flood is on. And in
Still
charge,
4v3 da jaikalam.
commanding presence of Boo and Mini Boo. Brothers in blood, they're looking to dish it out on this site. Players revealed
let's
and
go.
the swarm has arrived.
How was Rian's been able to shut down the entry there? That should be a kill every day of the
Nalla
week for
comeback
Kangkang.
2 round continuous
Top the
thottadhula
scoreboard,
irundhu
not
3
played
round
badly by
edutanga.
any means, but just that single duel in that position. 6 health for Rian's would have made all the difference here. It was an eco, but I think Team Heretics are proving that this version of their composition, when they go back to something a little more standard, it's looking way, way better than when they pulled out the gimmicky Sage comp earlier on against Sentinels.
An excellent point that the desk was kind of talking about, discussing as we were heading into this. We've got time to discuss it. It's a timeout for EDG, really can't pressure repeat, because I've been so impressed with EDG over the course of this tournament, paving the way with most of their wins. A lot of it coming from anti-strat preparation. It's been a key component for them landing themselves into the finals here. But when a team throws you off, you think they're going to be playing one composition.
Be
they
safer,
throw you
hi
for a
bro.
loop as well, switching back to one of the older ones. It just throws your preparation out of the window, and it forces EDG now to adapt to the scenario at hand.
I did say at the start of this, it's a really strange map for us to be beginning the grand finals, because it's a map that neither team have won so far at Champs. 2 losses for Heretics, 1 loss for, sorry, other way around, 2 losses for EDG, 1 loss for Heretics. But also, the map advantage that EDG have for being able to come through the upper bracket, they used it to get rid of a map that Heretics would have banned anyway, Ascent, and Icebox, which, you know, Heretics have looked pretty decent on, but to be honest, that's somewhat middling territory. Historically, the team that comes from the upper bracket with the map advantage isn't even favored. It's 4-4. 4 upper bracket teams, 4 lower bracket teams have lifted trophies in Valorant. So, considering that EDG didn't even manage to create too much of an advantage for themselves and make a good map pool here, it's so even today.
Even initially, for sure. And here it is, straight through the smoke. That's disrespect shown by Rians. Taking a gander and a glance over towards lobby.
Okay, nalla position. Oru pick.
It's beautiful, but a
Oh,
flash
trade. Nalla trade.
on top of it. Mini Boo seeks to supplement the fight once more.
He's everywhere.
4v3.
Keeps the lead for his team in terms
Cypher
of that player
lurking
advantage.
B.
Flash and a peek as well. He needs to get himself back through Link. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮, at least he thinks he's earned himself for timing. Kangkang, what is that?
Bro.
Oh, through the back though, benjiFishy cleaning up any sort of blind spots that might have been occurring. Still a 2v3, there's chances for EDG.
But they're going to be running into Benji's utility here. Simon's got to break this. And even if he invests the ultimate, that'll probably just be to get the plant down.
Okay, C clear.
See.
Retake
Gotta
that.
be able to have this timing to pull it off in the post.
Yeah, it's not flood being called here by Heretics. They want to make sure that they hold it down. Collected into the retake now with a paranoia, but that's a big miss. The ult's going to be expended, and bullet to the dome, side of the head. Kangkang, too much to overcome. It's Wu who puts him to bed, puts him to rest.
The round எடுக்கணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு அல்டியும் போட்டாப்ல ஆனா வாய்ப்பில்லை 2v3 man
The battle
advantage.
between benjiFishy and 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮, another one to pay attention to. Both of these teams are set up in somewhat familiar ways to each other. They have one super hard entry player that loves to make space, take the reins, try to get those opening kills. And then they have a sentinel who's phenomenally gifted with aim, who tries to take openings and opportunities for them aggressively in the mid-round. Benji there shuts down 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮, makes sure that that gap is firmly closed. And Team Heretics now, with 4 in a row, knock EDG onto another eco. This is not the beginning. that this Chinese squad would have wanted in their first ever grand finals.
There, map pick 2. Things going to miss there. Seen cheeky plays like this with the smoke as well.
Love that one.
Just in case there was a dart heading in
என்னடா
this
ஸ்மோக்
direction.
இது நல்லா இருக்கே.
And of course, that's the kind of thing you can bring out in the future if EDG don't go towards A long and don't figure out what you're up to.
Actually எதுக்கு அந்த ஸ்மோக்னு தெரியல.
EDG are going to need to come up with some answers and they're going to need it fast. There's rifle in the hands of Kang Kang.
Okay, trip உடைஞ்சிடுச்சு.
Still holding down his angles with the one-way Benji.
It's a nice spot for Benji as well, because Chishu loves going for those mid-round lurks through garage once the trip has been broken.
Trap play inside as well. Woot. Hold on to that fault line. It's a stun ready for him. Presence over towards A. It's been faked out by EDG. Not quite fake, actually, just intending to pull players away. And Kang Kang's hoping that there's rotators.
Look at Miniboo and Benji waiting for these lurks.
Flash anyway. They choose to take the timing. He stuns himself in the process. War straight up. That's a Hunter's Fury. Hard committal still. He's potentially out of there. Still dropped down. 45 health still alive and kicking. He's dancing around. Most of the util and still coming up with him. Benji!
Okay, Benji Fishy. Let's go.
Return to the fire and through the flames. You're not coming out
3v2,
unscathed.
45 HP, Neon.
2v3. EDG are going to have to pull out something incredible here, and they've only got 15 seconds.
Time is just against them.
The ult.
Okay.
Yeah, ult pivot over and away, but again, the timing is going to be brutal. Kang Kang still collects the one. It's a 2v2, but still 4 seconds to go.
He missed it!
He's missed the timing!
What's he doing?
Brutal!
Bro.
And nerves! Frantic on stage. On display.
You've got to play to your outs in moments like that. You can't allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good. Sure, planning for backside there would not have been an amazing play. But you're pretty sure that they were all over towards the seaside. You've got to go for it. I mean, Smoggy's got the timer at the top of his screen. He knows that he beefed that. He wasn't even close. He was about 0.2 seconds off.
Narrow margins.
Time இல்லையா?
Sure.
ஏன் plan பண்ணல?
Got to start pulling it back sometime soon.
Again, you can tell that it's a grand finals match. You can tell that the pressure is weighing down on these players. And for some, it's forging them to greater depths. Look at Kankan, 10 and 5. He's been so clean with these shots. But everyone on EDG needs to be on the same page.
Got to see that synergy that we've seen all throughout the tournament here, but Heretics, no slouches of themselves.
Looking to head back over towards A. And Miniboo and Boo have been locking this area down, somewhat similar to the way they defend on Sunset, trying to play each other in.
Boo knows the angles. Will use the TP though to get the hell out of there. Also some players up and over the shoulder. He's got backup arriving, and EDG 50 seconds into the round, but looking like they want to commit over towards A. It's going to be a clash. The util is going to need to be picture perfect.
Okay,
again.
commit
Warm
பண்றாங்க.
up and over,
Flash,
onto the side,
flash,
stun.
blind,
He's used his kinds.
எல்லாம் வருது.
It's Miniboo just letting one loose of his own as well.
Okay,
Still 30
instant
seconds to play
rotate.
with. They want to just take a scramble, mad dash to C.
They're going into the Rolling Thunder. This is where Woot is. This is where the trips are. Deep trip for info.
Yep, and that's already spotted. But he's dropped in a moment's notice.
Nice.
20 seconds. Here's the old Woot. He's getting ahead of all of this. Wants to take the peak and wants to take the fight. Hunter's Fury trying to bail him out.
Can they plan?
Down to a crawl. Aftershock
Breach
in their
எல்லா
faces.
இடத்துலயும் போறாப்ல.
Util spam. Cacophony of all of it into the back of the site we go. Twists and turns. The tail.
Whoa.
But it's all
Let's
on
go.
Heretics' side.
Again, EDG. The clock being the biggest enemy. Boo just stays alive on B. And it's a tragedy. 6 rounds in a row now that EDG have failed to capitalize on. And these last two, the kind of performances you should never be seeing from a team that's demonstrated such excellence here in Seoul. The calling got so scrambled there. I can respect this play from Chishu and Kankan towards backside, trying to make room, trying to get the kills working.
Actually, நேத்து லிவியத்தன் மேட்ச்ல அவங்களும் பொறுமையா ரொம்ப பொறுமையா தான் ஆடுனானுங்க. ஆனா லைக் டைமர் முடியறதுக்குள்ள கண்டிப்பா பிளான்ட் விழுந்துரும். லாஸ்ட் செகண்ட்ல கூட பிளான் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. பட் ஸ்டில் இவங்க ரொட்டேட் பண்ணி ரெண்டு தடவை மிஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. It's an issue actually.
Gets info, not actually broken. That's beautiful info. You know, at least 3 is there, and the fight is called.
Oh, random spray.
The kill collected. Kang just forced to watch from the spectator seat now.
And look at the defaulting, it's just not good enough from EDG. They're not breaking Benji's utility. He's locking down the whole of B and C on his own, allowing the rest of Heretics to stack A. EDG have no way through, and if they go back and try to break these trips, they're gonna be too late. There's only 50 seconds left. This is looking like another round that will be so difficult for EDG to put on the board.
Still walking most of the way. 40 seconds here. Trip in their face. They're going to be slowed down by Woot. Abundance of util. Trip once more. They've walked up right close, and they will be breaking this one. TP. No, there's no cover. And Woot's right there. For the punish, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 hoping the rotations are abound. Might be able to catch this timing, yes. Head missed. Boo just trying to catch that sightline. K just dropped down, trying to get his team in 14 seconds. Again time, running away from them. Hourglass potentially dry, nobody's gonna stick this plan. And Miniboo cleans up the flank. Forward aggression.
Okay, man advantage.
He knows he has to take risks. He knows the matters need to be taken into his own hands.
Okay, ult incoming.
Reveals all. The dart is dealt with, but Heretics have players, they've got bodies, they've got util, and they've got guns. The aim on display. It's a masterclass of the cleanup.
I think EDG need another timeout here. You think about what we've seen so far in this arena. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮, he had a chance on this same stage to turn his reputation into reality. Com and 𝒮𝒫𝐸 had their chances for 2 champs trophies, and it slipped from all of their fingers. These opportunities, they do not come freely. They do not come often. You've got to grasp them when they present themselves. And right now, EDG, they've earned their way to the stage, but they are just letting it all fall away from them early on here.
Josh, those opportunities that you're talking about, there's no team that knows that better than Heretics right now on this stage. They made it to the finals of Shanghai. They couldn't convert it there. It was a trophy in touching distance, but they've learned from their mistakes. Despite the fact that you've got so many rookies on the team, I mean, you couldn't even list out the amount of teams and challengers leagues that they were playing in heading into this year.
Yeah. And Miniboo himself, who wasn't able to play in Shanghai, said it was heartbreaking watching his squad lose those finals, powerless to help, and now he's out here. And Heretics, they're the kind of team that can turn it around with a new comp, and the backing, the system works so well. And the coaching staff are so well prepared too. They can just spring out a fairly default composition like this and mirror match and beat you at your own game.
Absolutely. System is such a good word to use there as well. Encompasses Heretics so well as a team at the beginning of this year as well. All sorts of doubters, expecting them to be bottom feeders towards EMEA. They showed that they were potentially that flash in the pan at Madrid, but at every single step and twist and turn of this year, they've showcased what they've got on the international stage, and now playing like they do not want to let the same fate meet them that was at Shanghai.
Heretics out of the TAC timeout are expecting something quick, pacey. See how much deeper the trips are from Benji. Faking like there's A pressure.
Yeah. Similar game plan by EDG though.
Yeah, calling a bit of a pause into this one. They've taken some nice A long control. This is going to make Heretics a little less confident about their read coming out of the timeout. It wasn't quick and pacey, and now they've given up a lot of info and stability on the A site.
Rians is even hard committed over towards the side. I guess he does have the cam to help him out and get that information down towards short, so it's not in too much danger. EDG here are just trying to temper the pace a little bit. Hope that Heretics will fall into a trap of maybe trying to re-clear A for info.
And Heretics do enjoy re-clearing. They play heavy re-clear styles on Sunset, on Icebox they were doing it against Lev. Nothing seen with the drone.
Yeah.
Oh, so drone la yaar miss part avale.
A execute.
Perfect timing on the smoke though too from Boo. It's instinctive knowing that that could be the time to strike, and guess what, Rians are way ahead of him. Nobody picked off, and that's going to spell defeat. He knows that the hit's coming in. Sidestep, fault line not connecting there, and heads are being popped, rattled off the shoulders. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 is going to try and make a play. Makes his way over towards C, but again 17 seconds left.
There's barely time for the spike to get there.
This keeps occurring. A mad dash and scramble towards the end of the game. At the end of the round, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 at least will push back Miniboo.
Caught by the trip.
6 seconds, caught by the trip. 4 seconds. You gotta stick it.
Oh my
You have to
God.
subtonize it. We will pay for it for his
Bro,
life. But at the end
எத்தனை
of the
தடவை
day,
bro,
it's
எத்தனை
another
தடவை.
round earned for Heretics.
I have never seen a game like this in all my time following
3 தடவை
Valorant.
bro.
3 huge rounds.
Hello bro,
lost to the
promotion
clock.
promotionலாம் இல்லடா நீ வேற watch party டா இது.
Incredible intuition by Riens in this moment, by the way. Boo throws down that smoke, and Riens anticipating the timing they might be taking, finds not only a first pick, but enough damage onto Kong Kong to slow him down, hesitate in his step. Finds the pick there too.
Same setup. Rien's alone on an island, but will it make a difference to Recon? I mean, that just reveals all.
என்ன
If you see
பண்றாங்க
Kang Kang, you
3
know he's
தடவை
gonna be the tip of
3
the spear.
rounds டைம் இல்லாம
Think about what this
தோத்துறாங்க.
does for the confidence of
What the
Heretics
fuck?
too. If you were hoping that they were going to back off and start to respect some of this utility and allow Kang Kang space on sites, the fact that you've just lost 8 rounds in a row, Heretics are going to be happy to swing into you, to step up, disrespect Util.
Exactly so. Drone tagging again. The heavy reveal. There's nothing obfuscating this from EDG. They're going to try and go in with brute force as the play. Dart up and over.
Okay.
It's dealt with. Broken
Riens
inside
clear
the smoke,
பண்ணியாகணும்.
dominated by Riens. He wants to potentially take the timing, but the stun connects in. Bruder by Miniboo is there to meet him. Come knock into the side, but it's all too obvious.
Spike down.
And the reality is starting to settle in. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 now in a 1v4. It's an impossibility. Spike's in no man's
30
land.
seconds left.
Sad spot for him to be in. The rest of his team have not been defaulting and breaking the enemy Cypher Util. He's not been able to pull off these big lurks. When they have come, they've been too late and his team's been losing to the clock. And now the rest of the team has to sit there silently, allowing him to try to go for the clutch and just wait and fester. It's tough to pull yourself out of a rut like this. The words can sometimes echo hollow, even as people try to pick each other up. Don't worry, guys, we're going to get back into this, surely. Next round is the one. And you sit there hoping that you can force yourself to believe.
Tell yourself it's one round at a time.
It is a universe.
And it's desperation at this point. The first half of Haven has not gone the way that EDG were planning. Weaponry, thankfully, hasn't taken too much of a tumble. That's a loser's bonus to thank for that one, but the reads are immaculate again. Look at the setups by Heretics. A stack of players still over towards C. And EDG just desperate for this orb. Simon would be his ult online. There's no punish in sight from Heretics. They'll give him that.
They can play a little further back, actually. Riens with the Hunter's Fury could go for plant denial. You can allow EDG to get sight a little bit as long as you control some important positions, like, for example, Garage. I would like to see Miniboo tuck into that close spot and try to deny 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮.
Thrown through, gets the tag. Although by Riens, he's expecting a few more from that, but that's just to provide some safety. It's a big ult though expended. Not going to be having this for the last round.
What is nobody calling here? Is this going to be a breach ult fake on A? Oh, it's going to be ruined.
Yeah, but 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 cleaned up. Kang right from behind. Ult is expended. Did you say it's ruined? It has pulled the players back. They believe in it.
Miniboo bought it, hook, line, and sinker. As soon as 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮, I thought he was going to stick around on the seaside and try to deal
clear
with things.
விட்டாங்க சைட்
He just
கண்ட்ரோல்
thought that was the
எடுத்துறாங்க
lure.
பட் ஸ்டில் மேன் அட்வான்டேஜ் இருக்கு நம்மட்ட 5v4
EDG
தான்
need it.
ஈஸி
Every round they can get.
பட் ஃபேக்கல்ட்டியே பரவாயில்ல.
Nefarious means or not. Here's the ults though. You hear that one? Spike a panic in the back of the mind. It's Kang Kang who's the one with that ult in his hands. Nobody trying to hold that one down, and it's good. With the tracking again, weaving in and out. Sidestepping, dancing. It's graceful by Kang Kang, still alive as well. Time is ticking. Boom!
Whoa!
What is that? Return of the fire from the side. Heretics trying to barrel over them. Woo with so much more
12
to do here, but I
seconds,
think
12
it's too
HP.
late.
டைம் இல்ல.
Time being that deciding,
Whoa!
defining factor.
டைம் இருக்கா டைம் இருக்கா?
And EDG at least
bro.
granted that one blessing.
Almost.
Finally, the clock turns onto the side of EDG and they get a plant down. They bookend the half with a couple of rounds and it smiles from Kang Kang, but there's very little to smile about here at the beginning on Haven.
so far. Heretics, domination from them. Boom! EDG just need to not let their spirits be dampened.
Bro, Sessa.
As we head into the next half, they're going to be mulling that one over. But for now, we're going to send it down to the floor for an interview with some special guests.
Hey, what's up, guys? Get your boasties on because we have Boaster and Cruz over here for the halftime interview. Now, Cruz, first of all, you were on the screen for the opening ceremony for 0.5 seconds. How was that experience for you? 보스터 선수와 크루즈 선수 만나보도록 할 텐데요. 아까 오프닝 세리머니 때 0.5초 동안 둘이 춤을 추는 모습이 화면에 잡혔거든요. 어떤 경험이었는지부터 물어볼게요.
긴장돼요.
He's nervous in Korean. Yeah? Good experience for you?
Very excited to be on the monitor, obviously, and I think I had a really good time with the show.
큰 무대에 나올 수 있어서 너무너무 긴장됐지만 그래도 좋은 경험이었다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 보스터 선수 사실 저기 있는 선수들이랑 모두 다 절친이잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 좀 두 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 하고 싶은지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You're like best friends with all 10 players on the stage. What would you like to tell them right now?
Yeah, I mean, I love all of these boys on the stage. Benji Fishy works so hard. He's such a nice kid. Kong Kong and Nobody, I'm super close with them. So unfortunately today, I am... EDG 자요!
다 친하고 벤지 피시 선수 너무 열심히 하고 뭐 좋은 선수이기는 하지만 그래도 카칸 선수 그리고 노바디 선수와 너무너무 좋은 친구이기 때문에 오늘 EDG 짜요라고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 마지막으로 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드리도록 할게요. Any last message to the fans?
Thank you very much for watching us. I mean, Valorant, and hope to see you next year.
응원 감사드리고요. 그리고 또 내년에 다시 만나자고 얘기를 하는데요. 보스터 선수도 한마디 들어볼게요. 보스터?
응원 감사합니다. 다음 시즌에 더 만나요.
Thank you, Boaster and Cruz, and let's dance our way back into the second half. Dun, 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 dun.
The betrayal, the
low budget
music. Drama, Boaster against EMEA.
Where can we take Boaster to where he won't know how to speak to the crowd in their local
I mean, he's a natural showman. He really is.
I know. We'll have to go all around the world seeing where those skills can take it. EDG have had a little bit of breathing room here. They've had another opportunity to speak to their coaching staff, though they've had many already. Looking to try to turn things around on their defense side. So far, Heretics have been dominant, utterly.
Okay, switching sides, let's go.
EDG just trying to get the read. Defensive setup, heavy stack over
Totally
towards B.
different side of map தான் இது.
Early take over towards A
9-3 curse இருக்குமா?
Push back.
நல்ல லீட்ல இருக்கும். So இதே மாதிரி போட்டு முடிச்சிட்டா இந்த மேப் எடுத்துடலாம் ஈஸியா.
They of course won the first to open things up. They need another.
EDG might have had the read here. Moving over. Reinforcements arriving with Kang Kang and Simon. Util held.
Okay, ரெண்டு சைடுல இருக்காங்க.
Might miss that timing though still. Heretics set up for the ace.
Okay, rushing
Util
A.
is connecting. Listen, the spades of it. More where that came from. No clean kills really to be found here.
Okay, ரெண்டு pick, மூணு pick.
They just can't do it. In pieces onto the ground.
A side control எடுத்தாச்சு. ரெண்டு பேரும் லிங்க்ல இருந்தா வந்தாகணும்.
Pistol round cleaned up if I've ever seen one. The 2v5, it's just got to be heroics and a miracle, I think, on the side of EDG.
Looks like Benji's on the flank, seeing if Smoggy's gone for a teleport play past his trip, because they're just startled at how slow Smoggy and Chishuata begin this retake. It's a 2v5. More dominance for Heretics.
As I said, I mean, Util in spades. They're going to just cut them out of the picture here. Peeking, as soon as there's contact, recognition that the players are falling and dropping. And speaking of dropping, it's Benji with 4 bodies. Dropped
3
in the
more
round,
rounds.
a pistol round
First
again
match
under the belt of
எடுத்துடலாம்.
Heretics. This
First
is,
map, actually.
again, there's no other word to describe it other than dominance. They've come to this tournament with expectations that they might reach the same heights like they did in Shanghai, but clearly taking those learning moments from it.
Benji, you're the GOAT, bro.
It was a phenomenal pistol round from him. The first fault line, though, from Wook, caught onto 2 players. Miniboo went for the stun towards default, caught himself with it, actually, and they still had the presence of mind to slow things down. I think Team Heretics, too, on their attack sides, generally going to be a bit better than EDG at going around and meticulously pruning away that defense.
making sure that there's a series of unknowns across the map, forcing the defenders to get active.
Benji could get caught here, but he's only got the pistol.
Yeah, that's why he's going exploring. No real danger of him losing and handing over a gun. And guess what? In the rifle aim, well, not even that, man, just raw aim. It's on point right now for Benji.
One of the few times that Simon's fault line's pretty bad. And 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮 does respond with one. Wu falling, but Phantom, Guardian, Spectre on the other side. KongKong would have to land some almighty martial shots to make this one winnable.
Only one player weak enough as well for one to the body. It's gonna have to be mostly headshots defining this round if KongKong is to do it. And like I said, minibu survives. Single digits of health. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮 will be no long for this world. 12 HP and a dream, and it will remain just that. It's 11 rounds here for Heretics. They're locked in.
Every team in the history of Valorant that's made back-to-back finals won at least one of them, the first or the second. EG last year had a somewhat similar arc to Heretics. We talked about that being a Cinderella story, something you might never see again. And the comparisons are not exactly one-to-one, but a team full of very inexperienced players who weren't rated incredibly highly by the community, that ran into the most dominant team of the year at the second event and come back and are looking amazing here to begin.
Similar parallels, but as an opener, EDG sorely needed.
4-player fight from EDG as well, committing massive resources to locking down A lobby. This is kind of similar to how Team Heretics were defending.
Yeah.
Except they were often leaving the Neon to fight over this area rather than the Sova.
A bit of a handshake with the drones there, just trying to get that information. 𝒮𝒩𝒀 on the line, that is nice.
He hit 2 body shots onto Riens.
Definitely did.
Right there.
Was claiming these kills. Benji, though, taking up some space. Spotting that there's gaps in the play. Defensive protocols of EDG still. Raw aim on display, Benji!
1v3 பண்ண
Getting
முடியுமா?
away with murder still.
I have retrieved the spike.
He'd have to ace to finish up this round. Just not anticipating it. KongKong already up onto the line.
A big round for EDG, just to showcase that they won't be completely pushed around and bullied. But that's still only their second round that they've won with rifles on board. Opening kill was clean from KongKong. Need to start seeing 𝒮𝒩𝒀𝒀𝒀 get online. When we get to Lotus later on, third map, I am sure you will see 𝒮𝒩𝒀𝒀 absolutely farming. He's amazing there. But on the Omen maps, it does sometimes take him a while to get warmed up.
Rough so far for him.
This Neon wall just a denial in case somebody like KongKong had taken the walk down mid.
I mean, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮's playing in front of this anyway, but...
Finally.
Shots committed, though.
Yeah, but tons of damage onto 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒻 as well. Love that trip. That trip is so good for B post-plant situations. You get the plant down here and the retake tries to come through that, it's very tough. It's also good for info in the mid-round, because you know that people haven't re-cleared through mid and pushed into window, for example. See how Team Heretics defaulting, just taking parts of the map, making it a bit more difficult for EDG to play. However, the Chinese squad does still control A lobby, and that's what Riens is looking to try to deny right now.
Paranoia held in the hands of 𝒮𝒩𝒀𝒀𝒀. He's going to have to follow up on this himself. Glides forwards, pulls out a dash. Evacuation by minibu, still alive here.
Time illa 30 seconds edha or side rush panni avanum.
Risky now because EDG
adu
did not
A side
fight on that
kedaiyadhu, maybe
pressure
C side
over
dhaan
towards
povara
A.
mari
𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒀𝒀𝒀 been holding this down since the start of the round in Garage.
Oh, he's going to be tested. Tested and potentially
Garage.
rewarded. Could be the difference. Flash evaded. Fires off the shots though, and now they know exactly where he is. At least they should! But they don't! Unanticipated, and Heretics paid a price in blood. 11 seconds left. Chopped to pieces before they could even get into the site.
There's a round for EDG to try to stabilize, to try to find that belief. And there you're seeing Simon as well, with a rare smile, lit up.
Spike down mid.
It's so important that these EDG players genuinely believe that they can win today. KongKong said it, they've already accomplished an unimaginable goal at Champions. But you have to still have that hunger to go further beyond. Let's go! And you see him pumping up Simon in that moment. So important.
Keep the morale in check. Understand that it's one round at a time. It's what makes the best.
Okay.
The best.
Save round.
Elites on the stage,
Nico.
you have that composure. It will be a hard run back. Stun. Connects. Barely a hand pointed out. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮. Have to get out of there.
If you look at the way that EDG play this map against any opponent, they love re-clearing garage. Fault line, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 runs forward. Could be a spot that Team Heretics try to exploit, but at the moment it's working really nicely for EDG. Yeah. And if you control a lobby or long plus garage, you basically got the whole map.
Now broken before the reveal. Still just Sheriffs and a Stinger in the hands of these Heretics players, but when it's up to 11, you never know when the next round's going to come. Here it is, Waller, Paranoia alongside it. The util is always going to be good and impeccable. Heretics hitting their shots, nailing them down. And 𝒮𝒃 is forced to respond, coming up with all sorts of damage and goods. Players are toppled.
That would have
Can
been a
he
kill
do what
there.
he do with the classic?
He's got about the worst weaponry for the job, but 𝒮𝒃 is playing with so much danger.
15 HP. One shot from Woot will do it. 13 seconds though, and now Woot's got to get that move on, picks up the upgrade. They know exactly where he is. Simon puts him out of misery. And EDG, they stay alive in the map.
Timeout call for Team Heretics. What a role that 𝒮𝒃 now finds himself in, by the way. If you think back to when he first started in Valorant, he was just a young boy with a dream. Yeah. And now he's in a position where he's almost like the experienced leadership figure for Simon, who is sat right next to. The two are working in tandem so often in rounds. The support and the fragging. And you can see the energy that he has and how infectious it is spreading through the rest of the team. Heretics need to control this one before it slips away. This is now 3 in a row to turn the game from 11-3, which looks utterly unwinnable for EDG, to 11-6, where you're starting to think, okay, they might have a chance here.
Boulder hasn't budged really down the mountain yet. EDG is still going to attempt to push it up. 11-6 here, and like you said, they're still, at the back of their minds, they're thinking, oh, okay, are we losing track and slip of the map at least? I was going to say the series not quite there yet, still.
I think one of the things that you've got to notice, right, when you're Team Heretics in this position, is that Simon is often drifting over towards C. We're actually going to watch him set up for this big 4-player crunch towards A lobby. But if he is towards C, you should be able to take A long control a little easier at the start of these rounds. Now, if that was their read, EDG are already ahead of it.
It's a crazy mix-up. It's 4 players willing to fight this one, and I wonder if it's going to be a delay take. Seen teams do this. Their show presence with the Sova. Just a feign like it's only the one holding.
Yep.
And this is going to be bloody. A skirmish laying in wait, dashing forward, stunned up on either side. 𝒮𝒃 controlling the rifle, controlling the spray still. It's all Heretics, baby. Up in the feed in a 2v1. They paved their way towards the A site. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 seeking to get himself in there, trying to play ahead of the timings, but he can't dodge the paranoia. And it settles into the back of his mind. He hears the footsteps. Defense is necessary. Boom! My God! Wasn't even being defended in the moment.
What a shutdown. What awareness from Boo. I was not anticipating them to expect 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 that early. He got to the site on a really fast timing. Look at how daft this fight is in A lobby. Everybody stunned up, trying to control their crosshair. But Heretics now, after winning that round, with Woot trading beautifully, they're up to 12.
Just one more stepping stone, all that stands between them and the map.
For the first time, EDG go for the walk down mid, and Team Heretics, they're having none of it.
No.
Full ults, baby, send them away.
Yep, and that's going to be clearing out most of the site. Boo sticks it down into hell. I know that A is easy access, so just a little bit of worry in the back of their minds about A short, still with that smoke that's propped up, and it's buying time and space potentially, but they're hearing these footsteps. 𝒮𝒃 dodging, weaving, ducking from the bullets. Simon with a cage, not even in his face there. It's Offloaded, ults rattled back. The rolling thunder seeking to deny and delay some space. It's up to these players on the flank of EDG to see if they can do something. Kangang's been left alone to his own devices. Tap of the rifle, beautiful, lands it still. Here's the cleanup crew arriving in kind. Dart from the side, wall up, Hunter's Fury, there is no escape. For the rest of his team, time has been bought. A bunches, a montage and scramble. But an electrifying finish here to Haven. Heretics taking map number 1.
Massively deserved, dominant opening, stealing away EDG's first pick. Up next, Sunset, where Heretics have been phenomenal this year. Their home territory. What a knock. Were EDG expecting this comp? Were they expecting this ferocity? Have they adjusted to the stage?
We're going to be finding that out and more. This best of 5 is only just getting started. Do not go anywhere. You're watching the grand
all
finals.
my juniors are சரிடா மண்டை பாம் தான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் மேட்ச் அப்படியே எடுத்தாச்சு ஜிஜி match over first match over ya ஜெயிச்சிட்டாங்க டீம் எரோட்டிக்ஸ் ஜெயிச்சிட்டாங்க டீம் எரோட்டிக்ஸ் டி தான் ஜெயிச்சது even Valorant called but I had some important work
trade in any phone in any condition
நான் ஏதாவது கேட்ற போறேன் அப்படி ஓரமா போய் சொப்புதா மாலாடு
only on Verizon.
World final Berlin okay நவம்பர் ஒரு மேட்ச் இருக்கா
have Neil Zeno here of Team Heretics with me on stage. Congratulations on that first map. In prepping for a team like EDG, which you have faced off before, what tendencies or qualities of the team did you pay special attention to?
I mean, they're like most teams here. They've got really aggressive duelists. Kang is no different. The way they set him up is quite unique. Like, they send him in pretty heavy by himself, so we know if we can isolate him, we can kind of pick him off and kill him. So that was kind of the plan for Haven.
Well, we know how you guys feel about Sunset, which is coming up next, but how are you feeling about the map draft overall?
Yeah, the map draft was good. You know, they permaban Ascent, which, you know, we'll play it, but the fact that we don't have to play it is nice. And yeah, the rest of the maps are good for us, so as long as we keep playing our game, I think it's looking good.
All right, well, thank you very much, and best of luck out there.
It's a fantastic start for Team Heretics, and I'm back on the desk here. We are joined by Steel, we're joined by Mimi, and we have a very, very special guest all the way from Sentinels. It is Zelsis, the vibe merchant even himself. I wanted to ask you, you rocked up with a Sen jersey. Why is that?
Well, you know, if it'd be if I was playing today, I'd be
Zelsis
wearing it, so
yeah?
I gotta rock it just for the grand finals, even if I'm in the crowd supporting, yeah.
Oh, now I want to cry. But yeah, welcome Josh as well. How you doing?
Thank you, I'm doing great. Yeah, the first game was looking real nice and spicy there for a little bit. I love the kind of sloppy back and forth fights as well.
Yeah, it has been very, very spicy so far. But let's talk about the vibes and what's been going on stage, because you're familiar with these boys. I know you're close to Benji, 𝒮𝒮 as well. How important is it that they are able to bring this energy on a grand final?
Oh, I love it. I love to see it. I think like they all trust each other so much, like a brotherhood. Like they all love each other. Benji's always trolling or doing something stupid, like just funny. 𝒮𝒮's the same. I always see him smiling and laughing. So it's really wholesome to see them just like enjoying the moment, honestly, yeah.
Yeah, they've really played up to the moment and are clearly like channeling the energy from that crowd and enjoying it in this match. And on the other side for EDG, I think you need to see more moments like that one from Kung, because overall this map felt a little bit flat from them. They couldn't get anything done in their default. They weren't doing a good job of breaking the Sentinel utility, and it was just round after round of these kind of last-second executes that were falling to bits.
Well, to bring it back to the Heretic side of things, when you're in this crowd, the stadium is roaring and cheering, that pressure can get to you mentally, and when you have a way to channel that nervous energy into something positive and take your mind away from all this external stuff and focus inwards, that's when you're going to play your best and not focus on just what happens if you make a mistake.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a lot of mistakes that did end up happening for EDG, but I think Team Heretics as well showcased something that they've been really good at all tournament. This defensive side was excellent. I think especially what Benji Fishy, this is something you were talking about, Jordan, was so good as that anchor.
Yeah, a big thing for me with Heretics is they leave Benji and 𝒮𝒮 alone so much. It's just kind of like their rock. They trust them to either get info, push, or just hold down their site and stay alive. Like, I think that's really big for their defense, and I mean, it's been working for them, and you saw it here on Haven.
Yeah, and I mean, this is technically a comp change to go back to the Neon, but I think 𝒮𝒮 looked so comfortable. They have a lot of nice set ideas to get the opening kill with him on this agent and get that early space in the round. It really felt like they were in control of this map.
Yeah, Team Heretics was out of touch and EDG was out of time. And we got to see that a lot, I think, through the value of how Team Heretics was playing that Cypher, getting that deep C-long value with a camera, and that allowed them to pivot where they set up their defense, and usually it was towards that A side, B side. There's always 4 players from Team Heretics ready to receive EDG.
And that brings us to our HyperX reflex moment of the day, and this one goes to Rians in round 10. We spoke about how he has the potential to be the MVP of this tournament. Would you agree, Zelsis?
Oh yeah, I mean, everyone has their flowers on Heretics, but this guy for me, he's shown through and through again in playoffs, like plus 20 every series, going plus 10, getting these like clutch moments here where he's getting executed on. He has supportive util, but he's just going forward, like he's not scared to take a fight, and I think that's really big as your initiator player.
Yeah, I feel like he's so good when he's like the player who's flooding in to help that site anchor hold on to the site. He does a great job of finding exactly the right moment in the chaos to use his dart where it's not going to get broken, and then find the kill, find the swing off of that as well. He's just been so consistent all event long.
I mean, for EDG, not a great start, but I'm going to cope for a second. Every single series they have won in this tournament, they have lost map 1. And still, you know, you're a pro player, you've been out there. How much do you think maybe nerves contribute to a start like this?
nerves could definitely contribute to it, but I look at how Team Heretics was playing yesterday. I look how they're coming into today, and the way that they've been playing. I have to look at the looking at one side, how well they're playing, as opposed to is EDG playing down. We've seen them play to a low level. We've seen their highs. I don't think EDG is really playing a bad game right now. Team Heretics is just hitting new highs constantly.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for EDG is what I'd like to see is them kind of, I feel like they were kind of slow on Haven, and I think they needed Haven for this series. I think Heretics doing that away was kind of the same as the Lev series. They win that first map, they're really confident, they're coming in, they want to win, they're playing aggressive. I think for EDG, I want them to be a little faster, be a little more confident. When they are confident, you know, they look like they're having fun, and it just doesn't look like they're having fun right now.
And specifically on this attacking side of Sunset, I think that has to come down to the ideas they're going to have to take early space on this map. They've been known this tournament for some of those set plays between Simon and Kong to claim those areas of the map. And in the mid-round as well, actually dealing with the Cypher utility that Benji Fishy is going to be using on this map is so important, because Team Heretics was able to call so many massive rounds just off a gamble stack because that Cypher util wasn't being broken map 1.
I've seen how Kong's played this map before and taking control of everything by himself, not even having to be set up. But the way that Heretics is fighting back right now, I don't know if he can do that again by himself.
Now, Zelstas, we've got Brennan Sideshow waiting for us to get into the map. Would you like to do the honors and toss it over to them?
Oh my gosh, Brennan Sideshow, have fun. Really happy for you guys catching the finals. Let's send it over to Brennan Sideshow.
Dude, that is excellent. That is excellent. Okay, I love that. I love that. Let's get into it. Map 2 here. A new staging ground selected here to Sunset. The desk has been teeing up, setting us up on nicely, talking about it. It's a middle ground map for both of these teams, and, you know, judging by what we saw from that first map, Heretics, you'd have to lean over towards their side, I would say, I think, in terms of giving them the slight edge.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because it is a middle ground in terms of both teams like to play it, but it's actually towards the top of both teams' map pools. Yeah. So whereas we started on a map, no team had won on here at Champions, now we get to Sunset, where both teams should be feeling very comfortable. One of the things to look at for the Team Heretics defense that was working beautifully against Lev are these Woot KO knives. He throws one at the beginning over towards A, just to see if it's going to be a fast A exec, but he's got mid-round knives as well if EDG tried to play slowly. You heard it from the desk. They want to see the pace increase from EDG. They'll have to get through the trip first.
Not just that as well. Players on Heretics' side floated towards the positions. To stack this one at a moment's notice. Woot is ready to strike. Shot darts forward. Trips are broken. Holding for it. That's a dry swing and peek by Heretics, but to no avail.
Well, you see 3 players there. Does that mean that you want to go now over towards A? And if so, Boo was holding a one-way until it sunk into the floor.
Losing track of A main. Forced to jiggle.
But this is where the knife can come in handy. Look at Woot setting up the knife lineup. Oh.
He is. He's just thrown it. It's up and over.
So that's going to give them a little bit of info. When it only tags, well, in fact, when it tags onto 0 players over towards elbow, that's a slightly different knife. They're going to know and keep the stack on B. Woot's so good at that.
Yeah,
okay, rushing
stacking
B.
from Heretics. They've got bodies ready to respond once more. Kang's forward though, steps up to that challenge still. Up through the back, mini boost here, jumping around with the right clicks in hand. Kang not enough to offset it, and still.
Okay, Kayo, 70.
Players are getting
1v2.
brutalized. Trying to enter their way in through this side with 15 seconds left to spare. EDG, Simon forced to stick this paranoia. It's picture perfect. Ibu is low, hearing it. Not gonna go.
Nalla trade.
There with a flash in his face.
Okay.
Still tied up close to the corner. Boo in that 1v1. Chichu dismisses him as easily as that, and that is the beginning that EDG were hoping for.
They did manage to take the pistol on Haven too, so there's still plenty more that they'll have to do to prove they're capable of riding the ship. But considering they went into a stack there, considering there was 4 players looking to defend the site, the way that they fragged their way through that, it's got to give you a lot of confidence. The calling still getting them into trouble just a little. Another thing to take a look at because nobody's attack side is running them out of time constantly on Haven. But it is so tricky to play against Heretics. They've got some slow-paced rounds, they've got some contact reclears, big util reclears if you try to insert a player. And like I said, those knives coming through from Woot, deadly to play against.
Okay, trip எடுத்துட்டான் Cypher கையில.
They've got an idea. It's never really going to be an individual throwing their lifeline without good reason.
No, certainly not. Always doubled up. And this is a round where EDG have got to come through it cleanly. Only one player choosing not to purchase, that's Shishu. So if you're looking for somebody to go and gain information on an aggro lurk, that will be his job. They can suffer one death without an economic casualty.
Wandering around a little bit, nobody was sticking around through B main.
If there is a reclear though, it could catch him. In a round like this,
Okay,
you're
4 players
unlikely
on
to see
A.
reclears though, more likely to see
Oh,
gamble
yes,
stacks
it's
on
free.
ecos.
Almost
And
free.
EDG look like they
Oh
found
my
a clean
god.
entrance to the A site.
Easy entry.
30 seconds
For
left.
them. Kong's going to lead the way. Who hears all this noise as well is going to be calling now for the rotation, especially with the plant. Committed by Simon. Ult steadily being accrued as well. Simon's only 2 away. He might want to be hunted down somebody's eco kills.
I must wait a moment.
Time spots it. Dart, excuse me. Broken. And Heretics falling here. Too much available in terms of options that they can go for. The firepower, the weaponry, not quite there in this round.
And keeping it superbly clean. Yeah. Nothing lost at all. The flawless comes through.
Clean round actually.
Simon 2 away from being able to get null command online. A massive ultimate to try to just drive things into B, for example. Turn off all of Benji's utility. I wonder if Heretics already in this round are going to be thinking about denying ult orbs.
Let's go! Let's go, boys!
Look at the energy
Site
that
hold
Kankan's providing
பண்ணலாமா?
to the rest of his team as well.
It's unreal.
I talked about it on Haven as being
Easy
infectious,
site.
but it looks like it's
யாருமே
taken
இல்ல
a little
siteல.
while to set in. They were a bit...
ஈஸியான
I
என்ட்ரி
think-
எடுத்தானு. ஓகே. இப்போ வந்து ஈகோ ரவுண்ட் போன ரவுண்ட். எல்லாமே இருக்கு வேண்டல்லாம்.
As I
So
said, it
let's
takes a
see.
while to set in and realize actually we deserve to be here. We're good enough players, we've earned our spot. It's all about grasping it when opportunities are present. Denied entry.
Okay, first trip வைக்கல. Trip எடுத்துட்டாப்ல.
Nice forwards. Drone is also going to be broken. Woot.
Oh.
Having a back step. Still that trip. Placed down here. It needs
நல்ல
to be an
trade.
attempt by
Okay.
EDG. Benji tries to reset with the aim. Actually dropped down to his knees. Chichu. He's taking chunks out of him. Minibu now revealed off. And heads popped off. Chichu's not stopping. Who's left to do it all in a 1v3 and feeling it now. Empowered by that performance. EDG
Chichu on fire.
start to get a bit of momentum behind them.
There's another MVP candidate for EDG. I think Chishu's had a monster tournament to take his team to the finals. And he was slow, couldn't really get going on Haven, wasn't put in the right positions by his team. Here, barrels forward, hitting shots. Those 3 Sheriff kills are instrumental in getting his team the bonus round. Without those, there wasn't a hope.
It's a beautiful round to convert the bonus. EDG, as I said, they will be happy with it. Bit of bait and switch there by Kangkang, but not enough to avoid the knife. That's going to get good info for Heretics. Tagging onto multiple players. Might call for the rotations. They are on the weaker buy after all, so could make some riskier plays.
Brent, both Minibu and Simon are 1 away from their ults, and those interact with each other, right? If Minibu gets it online before Simon does, he can't pop the null command to take the showstopper offline.
Again or eco.
Whoever gets it up first is going to have a slim window of opportunity.
Okay.
Real estate
ரெண்டு
Minibu
பேரு
creeping up onto the line as well, side by side with Boo, but we'll take it
என்னடா
out.
டேய்
Shut down. Just as we were talking about it, Simon claims to swing it through elbow.
No way,
This
bro.
point might not even feel like the ult is necessary to invest.
First match dominate பண்ணானுங்க team Heretics.
Now this is clean again. Just as
இப்ப என்னடா
similar
இப்படி
as round
ஆகுது?
2. These anti-ecos taken fairly cautiously. Giving respect to Heretics, but then dealing with the threats beautifully.
Oh, Samalo, Benji Fishy.
No long for the world.
Again, eco round ஒரு pick கூட எடுக்க
into
முடியல.
big games like this, and I think I saw exactly the same last time EDG came
5
out
man
on stage.
standing
That first map
EDG
when
ல.
they played against Leviathan, Icebox, I felt like Simon was choking pretty terribly, actually. It was his first game in the arena. His fragging's gone down over the course of the tournament as the stakes have gone up. But what would you expect from a player where it's his first global event He does seem a little painfully shy in some of these interviews, so it's great to see the emotion and the freedom coming out of him in these replays that you're seeing here. If he can get going in these rounds, he's 3-1 at the moment.
Absolutely.
And not just be playing supportively. Like I said, his supportive utility is immaculate. They've drilled that into him perfectly. But once he also gets those impact kills going, as he was in the group stage, that's when you've got a deadly team.
Oh, he's a beast. He's looked like it all tournament long. EDG, just need to pick yourselves up sometimes, and luckily had that time in between the maps to do exactly that, you know, just making sure that the mental was on track. And Heretics are forced to take the time out here with being 4 rounds down. I mean, as much as I'm talking about the mental, the crumble, the pressure on the big stage, and all of this pinpointing your career, it's on either side as well. Despite the fact that Heretics did dismiss EDG on that opening map, they still have new players. Now listen, they've been in the finals themselves, but they're still young. I've seen evidence of that. The DRX game, I think, was a perfect example where Heretics and DRX were both kind of trading blows. It was scrappy, it was messy, it was muddy, some might say.
EDG are going to have to apply similar levels of pressure to this, though, to get that same crumble from Team Heretics that, honestly, you're right, we have seen it in the past. Miniboo with his ult here looks to try to take the fight. 0 point broken as well, so still has access to that ult, those abilities.
Okay, mid control.
With the nade being thrown on the B side of the map and Miniboo not being turned off, they want no part of it.
Yeah, EDG all the way up through mid as well. This time it might not be anticipated. benji! He's gone, he's taken out. The swipe of a hand and a glide from Kang, man. Woot needs to try and make the play. Attempt to dominate the angle. Broken to pieces here, and now 3 to stand for Heretics on through this retake. Simon's ult will fade, just spotting barely onto the shoulder, but a kill is all that Heretics were really potentially hoping for there. Now, settling back into the positions, looking to save it for the next round. It was a full investment from Heretics into this. It was a timeout as well. It was everything pointing towards this needed to be the turning point for them in this map.
And I think that's exactly what EDG, what the desk were looking for EDG to adapt to. That's that faster tempo. They made the decision instantly. As soon as they heard the nade coming out and an aggressive B main take, you know that teams are doing that with usually 3 players in B main. You know that Miniboo's over there and he has Showstopper and you don't want to be messing with that. And so they instantly call an A split. And once more, who is it that breaks the crosshair of benji fishing? Breaks his wrist in the middle of it too. Kanka.
Steele was mentioning on the desk, you know, he sees this guy, he will just try and take fights by himself, sometimes without that supportive util. It's because he's so potent, man.
He is.
He knows that he is the protagonist of this story, this tale that's being weaved here by EDG. Their own attempt to try and carve themselves into the history books.
When he played against Leviathan, he took 30 first duels, which is bonkers already. He won 20 of them.
He's just different, especially when he's firing on all sorts of cylinders.
Jishu looking to take an aggressive timing up here.
So aggressive.
Yeah, Riens and Miniboo both had their opportunities to try to contest this, but looking to back off and play slightly more passive angles, just to stop people entering with that trip.
Nice comeback of EDG. ஆமா செம்ம comeback. Sunset வந்தோனே ரொம்ப வெறிய ஆரம்பிச்சாங்க.
Miniboo's holding on to the showstopper. If you let time be your enemy.
0-5 literally. போன மேட்ச் செம்ம இவனுங்க டாமினேட் பண்ணானுங்க இந்த மேட்ச்.
No assistance here for Boo to get back onto the angle, so that drone just forces him back a step in
பார்க்கலாம் யார் வின் பண்றான்னு.
Nobody's looking to test it. This is where you get the advantage of having an aggro IGL like nobody, because he's willing to. He's down to limit test.
Might be calling as well for the rotate, but they do pull out the drone. That's Heretics aiming to clear up the fog of war.
I think nobody's done a great job there of pushing Boo back twice. Once with the drone back into elbow, and then again to push him all the way back off A.
5 seconds though.
It's going to weaken the B site massively. I mean, look at these players in spawn scrambling for Heretics.
In through spawn.
30 seconds left.
As you said, knife through the back now. EDG set their sights over towards the B site. Making a move now over towards it. Back sight is granted and gained. Simon with the plant. Up and abound there. Nade rebounds, but Smog is already collecting all sorts of kills. Crossed up.
On there.
They need an opening to feel that willingness, I think, to expend this ultimate here. Miniboo! He's chopped down, cut down. Phantom spray by Kang. Needs to be heroics, up and over with the flash. Whoop, at least taking out Kang, but time is going to start ticking. The bait and switch setup just does not work. Nobody stands tall against any sort of challenges.
What a different map we're watching here. What a different look for EDG compared to the way that they fell over on Haven, where we saw the inexperience and the nerves playing out. Everything is crisp.
I must wait a moment.
Benji just cowering, hoping he survives. 6 rounds in a row. They need this gun to stand a chance to bail them out. It's going to be granted at least that. But this is a map that is slipping away from Heretics.
It is. It's already a phenomenal attack side for EDG. They would only need another, round or two, and it would be super successful. Miniboo looked like he didn't understand that the smoke was going down there, or possibly didn't anticipate somebody would be holding an unusual off angle. And things are looking loose out there for EDG.
It's all smiles.
Nobody on Heretics has more than 2 kills across 6 rounds.
Money again is just being stretched thin. Desperation, Kang. But he opens it up and potentially closes out the round with that one. It's a first kill with no follow-up inside again from Heretics.
Heretics still have the best 4v5 win rate in the tournament. I mean, out of all teams, they were the ones who specialized in that.
Utah was broken. Flash to try and set this one up. That is a desperation play if I've ever seen one. You mentioned it, Josh. Best 4v5 win rate, but if you don't get that initial trade, which is so core to the way that Heretics play,
yep, then you're going
to be in trouble.
Much more difficult spot. That's why Rian's tried to equalize it there. Yeah. And now they're going to be in tough spots again.
Exploring, potentially. They're calling for it. Underhanded with the flash. There's too many targets to really deal with. Still that 1 for 1. And now space created and taken. Kang not to be denied any sort and semblance of the side. Woot dodging, juking, but again this guy is relentless.
He's got them every impact kill in the round, Kang. He's just been everywhere for EDG.
Cannot be stopped. Boo obtains the upgrade. Nails the first one. It's an obstacle removed, but 2 more where that came from. And Kang, this guy, look at him. He's out in the open.
He's so confident, and nobody from Team Heretics is giving him reason to be otherwise. He destroyed Miniboo in that opening fight. He's actually caught up on the scoreboard to Shishu, who was 10-0 in the first 4 rounds. Miniboo's ankles completely snapped there. And then Kang again being able to win a duel against Rien's MVP candidate for Team Heretics. That opens up elbow. Piece by piece, his layered aggression takes the map away. I'd like to see Team Heretics change up the way they're playing the defense side. I think, despite me talking about some of the things they were doing well, like Woot's knife, for example, broadly speaking, when they played against Lev, I was a bit disappointed with how Team Heretics were playing on what used to be home territory for them. They're going to take their second tag time out here. One of the things I'd like to see them adjust is to have more of these big defense re-clears, and quickly as well. If you spot Kang in an area of the map, if you see the wall, if you hear it, then try to get players into position. Try to get Woot or Boo with their flash ready to go and retake space against them. I think you've got to force the fight on your terms. You can't wait for Kang to get set up with all of the pretty utility needs to go Now, should they do that on
switching
this
sides
round?
தான் பிடிக்கணும்.
They've got 5 sheriffs and light armor.
ஒரு 3 ரவுண்ட் பிடிச்சா கூட பரவாயில்லை. switching sidesல எடுத்துக்கலாம் முடிஞ்ச அளவுக்கு.
It's really round 9 where you want to try to start some kind of a comeback. This one, you just see if you can hit your shots.
Knife is going to be dodged. Predictable here for the EDG players, and Orb's farmed up alongside it. Boo's just trying to take away any advantage he can in this round.
Woot's also trying to stay mobile as well, right? Uses the knife on one side of the map, now rotates very quickly to top mid. This is looking like a crunch in middle.
It does. KO set up and ready. Woot's right behind him.
Flash, recon, nade come in.
Yeah, here in that drone, you're going to see the dart through the back, and now there's that paranoia swinging through, but the timing on that smoke is just impeccable. Does not feel like he can step past that one. Kang's
okay. Nobody low, even low, Neon low,
That's the
easy.
kind of spot where I'd like to see them commit to
side
it.
Benji fish
You know that there's a player trap there. If they were running Neon on this map, that would be a situation where Miniboo would stun and run at the defender in mid.
Nobody's a bit brave to take this fight, but the dart Spots it out, and now another reclear call.
Oh.
Gang, man! He's
Bro.
barely on any sort of life at all.
5 HP da. 5 HP la 3k அடிக்கறான்டா இவன். டேய் யாரா
Navigates the
இவன்?
danger. Takes out the half by. I knew where Boo was from prior. They've run him down, hunted him down. They want him to get out.
Yes.
Stand up, take a bow, whatever you like. Listen, it might have
5
given against
HP
the Ecos, but
5
take the aces where you can get
HP
'em.
And I think that shows you the difference. Kangkang was still playing really well with all of that pressure in map 1. I think he's just the kind of person that, you know, forged into a diamond under pressure.
Oh, yeah.
But for everybody else, I mean, you look at the way that Simon is bunny hopping towards
Hi,
him in
wow,
that
bro.
spot. You don't
City
do
Classic,
that
bro,
if
wow,
you're
bro.
feeling stiff, if you're feeling
bro,
nervous.
நேத்து ஆள காணோம். நேத்து last of us முடிச்சிட்டான் bro.
8-0, EDG have no reason to be. Heretics still haven't come up with the answer here.
Power
Can't
of
move to
recon
top mid.
fandom, real.
Trying to rotate
Aim
these
bot.
defensive positions. Woot holds the knife at the beginning. Looking to maybe save it for the execute.
Big group up. See, the drone is a good time to use it. Would cancel it out.
Yeah.
That's just that.
Decides to. The drone actually still got tons of value there in terms of info. You know that there aren't
செமையா
players holding
attacking
in these
பண்றானுங்க.
tight corners nearby.
15-3-3.
It's
Whoa.
only yours, the Heretics.
மாசரா இவன்.
If you're going to put a round on the board, wipe out that goose egg. It's got to be now. Mini boot. ADS'd up. Just trying to lean onto those
Function
reaction
யாரா வர
times
முடியல.
here.
ஐயோ.
Whoever
இனிமே
single
touch
passes
வாயா.
home, and EDG are just disrespecting this. They're all the way in through the back of the site. That's a dart. Connecting. Flash the follow-up as well. Woot!
டேய்
No one
ரெண்டு
this
pick
world.
bro.
Showstopper rebounds, but only the one. Nobody has done all the work.
என்னடா நடக்குதுங்க இந்த மேட்ச்ல?
Overdrive. Offloaded. Quick pivots. Smoggy's around. Norofef connects. And alongside the paranoia still. Tangled up, tied up. Benji Fishy is alone. He's isolated on a bloody island. And they want the kill.
There's no reason to go into him whatsoever here. EDG, I think, have overthought it, but it didn't make a spot of difference. They had access to either site they wanted to go to in this round.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds, but this time it's not going to be even a shadow similar to Haven. Those rounds where the clock denied and EDG's attack side calling looked dismal. This could not be more different.
It's looking like almost a clean sweep. And Benji, no luxuries granted or given. No rifle for the next. It's 9 in a row for EDG now.
They've completely activated.
Yeah.
Wu couldn't hold on in the back of the site. Mini Boot got destroyed as soon as he popped his ult. I thought we were going to see Simon. He was saving the knife to try to deny it. But this turnaround is truly ridiculous. This is round 10 and Boo has a glass cannon up while the rest of his
Valorant
team
match,
is
bro.
saving.
It speaks volumes.
Championship
Could there be a more
tournament
desperate
இது.
play?
EDG have been contacting quite a bit, but it's the initial knife that you got to dodge. Let's do that. Nobody from droning further back.
At least ஒரு 2 round ஆச்சு win பண்ணனும். ஆமா. வாய்ப்பு இல்ல போலயே.
And they spot the AWP. They know exactly what they've been cooking.
They're not breaking the drone as it comes through B main. They're not denying space that nobody's taking away from them.
Wow. பாப்போம்.
It screams
ஆப்ல ஏதா
desperation.
பிக் கிடைக்குதானே?
Team Heretics very rarely run out of ideas. One of the big reasons they've been one of our best teams
நீ
in
win பண்ணா
2024
என்ன
but
ஆகும்
right
யோ?
now.
நான் விளையாடவே இல்லையா அது டோர்னமென்ட் ஏன்றேன்.
Spraying them down here. The teammates had his back.
esports bro.
About their reward and loot. Hello, Rian.
Okay.
That's right from behind. They're striking. But
3v2.
nobody's going to try and offset this now.
இந்த ரவுண்ட் எடுக்கலாமா? ஓகே மிஸ் பண்ணிட்டாப்ல.
This is just getting ridiculous. Dart through alongside that paranoia, reclaiming the space. And the spike alongside it.
It looks like Rians might have an opportunity to do it all.
ஐயோ.
He's on the flank, creeping up behind Smoggy.
Bro, think you playing this
a long while to get around, especially.
Oh, let's
just
go.
Down to Smoggy.
ஒரு ரவுண்ட் எடுக்க முடியும் actually.
V2. Rians creeping, crawling up onto the angle. Feels his hand with the deep dart. Clears him out. Gives that peace of mind. Up close and personal. Boo.
Timing da.
He's just missed the timing, but he spotted the barrel, and there will be no betrayal this time. It's all on the side of Smoggy.
Timing day.
They'll stick this defuse. They'll get
So
that
nice wall
round, but
bang.
it does
Amma.
start with one at the end of the day, but it's going to need many more alongside it.
எனக்கு இந்த கேம்லாம் தெரியாதுயா. தெரியும் bro. எனக்கு தெரியாதுன்னு தெரியும் bro.
Team Heretics. How is that the round that they end up getting on the board? Rien's popped. They played a little quicker though. They were more willing to take risks. This walkout through market. That's the kind of thing that they haven't really been doing.
Insane. Good job. Nice shot, Sentinels.
Finally ஒரு round எடுத்தாச்சு.
Plenty more where that came from.
Exactly.
2 round எடுக்கலாம். 9-3 curse கூட ஆகலாம். 9-3. Okay, mini bow.
Trying to hold it.
Stun.
The connection reveal onto all of them, and now the side swipe. They all topple. They all fall. An attempt by Benji Fishy is all for naught. Just the one voice dropped back down to that spectator seat, forced to watch this round play out.
They were not ready for the stun coming out from Kang at all. They also weren't ready for the fast player coming towards A-Link. Just expecting everyone through elbow. Heretics are getting pulled to pieces here. This does not look like the dominance we witnessed from them earlier this year on Sunset. No one could touch them on this map.
It's round 11. You only got the one round.
எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு ஆப் சேவ் பண்ண தான் பாப்பாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இன்னும் ஒரு ரவுண்ட் இருக்கு.
I wouldn't have believed you if you said to me after that first half of Haven that the next map was going to be more dominant the other way around. We saw a 9-3 half.
Yeah.
EDG only won round 12 in the pistol follow-up.
It's absurd.
And yet this has even been more one-sided.
Yeah.
There's not even been a single round where Heretics, I feel, have been properly in it. The only one that they won was where they had a glass cannon operator and ran at people hitting sheriff shots.
Both teams matching each other, just trying to go for
Pure
the golden
domination,
split.
bro.
Missed the memo. This game's done quick apparently, but you can see from these kills here, the high tempo increase is called. They know that Boo's got an op. As soon as they realize the op is not in play over there, they just want to try and run over them. This is EDG with a full read. They took a peek at the book and the scripture. They knew what Heretics were cooking.
Deep recon to try to set up. Boo's made his way over towards B. They are still trying to change up these defensive spots. One trip broken.
Clears. TP backing away.
Are they reading the pinch through market?
I mean, listen, they're going to have a vice grip onto these defending players, anchoring or not in through the cage and trying to stay alive, trying to dodge and weave all sorts of bullets. And nastiness is coming their way. Boo, a flick adjustment. It's just not there in time. It's overwhelming. This Auron and EDG are giving out. And 11-1 is where we stand at the half.
Come back.
Resilience shown from EDG. If you opened up this grand finals and you were worried there was going to be a blowout, that EDG were going to crumble at the final moment after already making history and fall, it does not appear that that's going to be the case today. They have struck back hard.
Like I was saying, those hidden reserves are well and truly there. Let's send it down to the floor for an interview with the voice actor of Jet.
Hey guys, what's up? Jen Lee here with Shannon Williams, the voice actor of Jet.
Voice actor of Jet.
샤넌님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 가장 먼저 현재 발로란트 씬에서 많이 사랑받고 있는 제트라는 요원의 목소리가 또 샤넌님이시잖아요. 어떤 느낌인지부터 여쭤보고 싶습니다. You know, Shannon, Jet's been around for a long time. She's so popular. She's dominating in the Valorant scene. What's it like to be the voice of the Asian that's been loved for such a long time?
It's so sick. It's just so sick. I'm just so honored and grateful that a lot of people love Jet. And she most definitely holds a big piece of my heart and is very much a spirit animal, a different side to me that I was able to put into that character. So yeah, I'm honored to have everyone love her as much as I do.
너무너무 놀랍고 너무 감사하고 영광이라고 얘기를 하시고요. 그리고 이제 제트를 이렇게 사랑해주셔서 감사하다고 얘기함과 동시에 뭔가 샤넌님의 안에 있는 다른 자아를 꺼내서 보여드릴 수 있는 점이 너무너무 감사하고 좋다고 얘기를 했는데요. 그러면 이제 또 가장 좋아하는 제트 대사가 있을 것 같은데 한번 부탁드려보도록 할게요. What are your favorite voice lines?
Oh, wow. I think I have two. I mean, of course, like the alt voice line and then the newest Ace voice line, I think are my favorites.
Say it, please.
Okay. All right, we'll do the Ace one. Okay. Woohoo! Ba-bum, ba-bum.
Whoa.
One more. I got one more. Okay. Get out of my way!
Shannon, that was great. Thank you for the interview. Okay, now everybody, here's my impression of the Jet. Watch this! Second half.
Oh, watch out for your job, Jen's coming.
Yeah. So Jen's been popping up water.
Seriously, செமையா இருக்குல.
In case you're just joining us, 11-1.
Wow.
Well, we're looking at what we're sitting at, and listen, EDG, as we said prior, if you told me that they were able to come back in this fashion, in this form after that map one, which is a 13-6 for Heretics, I would have said you're dreaming.
Yeah. I think it's your classic candidates that are going crazy right now. Kankan was just getting them every fight, and Chishu was dominating as well.
Okay.
The openers, the closers.
Attacking let's see that பண்ண முடியுமான்னு பாப்போம்.
Flash connects.
Okay,
Chishu,
Samalo,
lucky to be
Cypher
alive
Samalo.
there. 1 HP, quite literally.
Literal 1
Tucks
HP.
himself away behind a pillar.
Oh.
Right for now, so the setup remains up.
It's a nice idea from Team Heretics, trying to get that punish on the Cypher, who's often going to be trying to play aggro towards B main. There's a trip there, and they know it, and there's the punish, actually. Pretty good. You got to be able to shut down Kong Kong in these rounds. That's certainly something that Heretics have learned.
Okay, nobody, D.
Gotta get that info.
Hey.
Miss! Wait a second! Players are there, ready for the trade. Boo to respond.
That might make them think that there's nobody home at B, because why would somebody be pushing out and anchoring the site? And yet there are actually two people ready to defend this.
Smoggy and Chichu.
Dense angle.
Shoulder to shoulder. Smoggy's on that high ground angle, perched up. Barely peer over, that smoke just dropped up. Blossoms blooms. Chichu is getting brave. 29 seconds left. They gotta know at this point, but with the walking in play, contacts by Heretics! Finally, a few stray shots hitting. Damage done onto the other side of things. Trying to go for the swing. Paranoia sweeps through and through the smoke. They knew that Chichu was low. 13 seconds, time! Becoming an issue, EDG! Smoggy!
Come on, man.
Definitive chances. Made rebound. Smoggy trying to play himself back in here. Doubled up side by side. It's Heretics. Drifting, missing. And the shots matter right now.
Bro.
Smoggy!
Oh.
God damn, man! He's not giving Heretics an inch.
There is no mercy here from EDG.
Oh my God.
Not a moment's respite. Not an inch.
இப்போ மட்டும் கம்பேக் TH கொடுத்தா வேற லெவல்ல இருக்கும் இந்த மேட்ச்.
To get a pistol that could have maybe gone somewhere. At least giving them some hope. Even if it was false. And Smoggy shuts the door in their face.
அவ்வளவுதான் நம்ம முடிச்சு விட்டாங்க.
Towards the end. Shuts the door in their face and the map. Almost there. One more step is all they have to take. A 13-1 in the grand finals.
Surely we've never had a more dominant map than that in a grand finals.
பரவாயில்ல 0-13 இல்ல 1-13.
I can't remember one.
Can't recall. Put it on a show right
Appa.
now.
Another round where Kankan does end up falling early. It's hard to see that it would matter at all, though.
My eyes are down.
All or nothing for Heretics.
ரெண்டு பேர் லோ செம்ம லோ.
Double up. Jumping alongside it, trying to bait these players right back in as well. Simon is being pushed.
Okay, 34 HP.
Into this corner, and the util ricocheting, rebounding. A desperate effort to save his life.
4v2
here on the side of EDG.
Benji Fishy மட்டும் தான் low.
Spraying them down. Spectre and Chichu only able to get the one.
Smoggy once more.
திரும்ப Smoggy.
In a 1vx scenario. This time an extra player. And he's caught a really quick timing again. It could actually be doable.
Benji's low. Doesn't want to reveal his position with a bit of stray spam. He's just perched up. High ground, up and around here. Bulldog spray.
Okay, 27 HP, 1v2.
Time begins to tick. Boo will swing as soon as there's contact signs of that line.
Whoa, whoa.
Snaps to the side and almost made me believe.
I think if that first kill had been a bit cleaner onto BenjiFishy, Smokey could have had
Oh,
that one.
சாப்பிட்டு வரேன். Okay, bro.
You see the way that EDG are playing, though. Simon, so first of all, Kankang just tries to take contact. Then Simon holds his ground. And then you see Chishu just break drone and stay exactly where he is, too. The way that EDG are currently playing, they believe they're better, and they're forcing Team Heretics round by round, moment by moment, to prove that that's not the case. EDG are not going to give them a shred of extra respect unless Heretics earn it.
There's a pause and a timer.
And that's brutal.
It only mean a few things.
Because if this was in a tense scenario, you'd be thinking the
Technical
tension
pause,
is ridiculous.
Hope the groan from the audience picked up.
But a tech pause in a moment like this is absolutely brutal for Heretics, I think. There are a few instances where some kind of pause in the action might ice the team that's got momentum. But EDG's momentum all came from the first half, and Heretics are just now left to sit silently, can't even talk about what's going wrong, can't add any levity to the moment. They just have to fester in what a mess they've made of what used to be their dominant map.
See crowd being led to chance as well. That's the Heretics side of the court.
Yeah, you don't.
A lot of the family and friends are staying.
Honestly, you don't need to lead the crowd in EDG chants.
You really don't.
I think they are certainly the favourites here in Seoul. We've had quite a lot of Chinese fans, I think, coming in. It's a short hop away, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, listen, right over the sea. Maybe a bit of land in the process. Yeah, you do land. Right here in our finals, getting a little bit of a wave going. I do appreciate that. But I do love it. I mean, Heretics,
it's coming towards us.
I was about to say, is it coming towards us?
Yeah.
Give it a go. Hold on. What, you lifted your arms too early?
No, you were mad late.
I missed it. I was looking at, mate,
you were crazy late.
I was looking at the screen. I completely missed it. But Heretics, after kind of being the bane of existence for the Chinese teams in Shanghai, making it to the finals themselves, they almost became like the hometown favorite themselves. They were getting all the cheers.
Yeah, they're certainly a respected team for the Chinese fans, but there's a difference, I think, between respect and love, adoration.
Oh, yeah.
And all of that is poured out en masse for EDG. It's not just as well that the Chinese fans get behind any Chinese team. They do to some extent, of course, but EDG are the sentinels of China. They are above, far beyond the other teams in terms of how voracious the Chinese fans' appetite is for their players, for media, for their success as well.
That kind of scrutiny, it can break you as players, as teams as well. There's been tons of pressure on EDG to try and pick themselves back up, because honestly, first two international events, it was essentially a no-show from them.
Yeah, it was a very sad beginning to the year, actually. I was worried that EDG wouldn't be able to cope under the pressure, because it was enormous.
Crashing and burning out of Shanghai, but from the ashes, they've rebuilt themselves with Simon coming in, Hanong moving to supplement the coaching staff. You can see what a difference it's made.
First match, TH எடுத்தானுங்க. Second match இதோ இவங்க எடுக்க போறானுங்க.
He's one of those players that right from the beginning of his story represented China on the global stage. He's always been the player that people look at. Sometimes those kind of players, sometimes they fall off over time.
Yeah.
They're really good at the start, but they're explosive. They just don't have what it takes to be able to evolve as the team evolves. I think it's not just that Kankang has evolved as his team has evolved. He's actually led the evolution of
nail biting moment, bro.
It's huge what he's been able to accomplish, to grow as he's gotten older, to realize his own dreams.
I'd agree. He's been making sure that Simon is up to scratch as well. There are rookies on either side, of course, on both sides of the stage, and just getting whispers of the ETA. Looks like the problem might be fixed. I say might be because, listen, sometimes things do take a tumble for the worst.
The ghosts in the machine.
Yeah, I've just been burnt too hard. You know what I mean? I'm jaded at this point. You never know. You get told sometimes already. It's no one's fault, of course. I mean, listen.
We can allocate blame if you like.
Okay.
We can just pick somebody.
I'll blame you. if that's what
No. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
12-2.
Kankang was talking too about their losses at Shanghai, and he said that they knew that they looked back on Masters Shanghai and they knew that they need to be working hard, doing better, showing their resilience. How could you open the grand finals with a better showcase of resilience than this?
Yeah.
Okay, tech pass munjichi.
Almost a slam dunk finish here for Sunset, and we're right back into the action. Didn't miss much
Oh,
here.
let's
Nobody.
go.
He's going to be missing his head.
Eco for
Right off the
EDG.
shoulders, clean
In the round,
as anything.
312.
Heretics showing no mercy. They
Maybe
know
330
it's
now.
got to be
Wipe
relentless if they're going to try and stand any chance in this map.
The EDG economy in a bad spot, so they're looking to take risks. I would have loved to see this a little more, I think, from Heretics when they were on the defense
Okay,
side.
ellarum mid. A clear.
Going for that triple push down through mid.
Whoa.
It smells up.
You got to expect more.
Yeah, they certainly do. Holding for the angles. Wait, they've missed one. Kang Kang. Kang Kang. Doing the damage.
He's what immediately reacts, thinking that somebody's going to be there trying to punish him, but now can go back and pick up that Guardian.
Okay. It's 4v2.
See if he can do anything else with it. Still a 2v4. Heretics into the post plant themselves too.
Giving the Guardian over to Shishu. Very confident in his own Sheriff aim by the look of things.
Yeah, maybe the better course as well to try and go down to the spike, but
I think Miniboo's missed the timing there.
No punish on the jump spot though. Miniboo, one more kill. Gets him up to the ult for the next. Still EDG want to try and play into this one here. Rolling forwards, what a shot! Magnetic to the dome. Stun connects. Miniboo though responds. Leaves it down to 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮, shocktime rebounding, weakening him, softening him. Miniboo himself.
Finally, one round
the 3-piece in the round.
312.
Little scary there, Miniboo. But what a shot he pulled out. Stunned up. Made sure that Kong would not run away with that. But they would need another 9 rounds to make this possible, and even that would only get things to overtime. It's a foregone conclusion that we're heading towards Lotus anyway, no matter what. But the manner in which we get there to Lotus might make all the difference. EDG set up to repel this.
Paranoia. Does the job. EDG cleared off of the angles. Miniboo though, misplay there with at least the boom bot. Doesn't clear the corner like he was hoping. They're smoking their face too, so second guessing themselves of whether or not they want to.
4 பேர் A sideல இருக்காங்க. கண்டிப்பா rotate
so
வேணும்.
diligent. He's always got the read on what's going on. He's just holding the knife here, waiting for that showstopper. And the more he doesn't use it, the more it denies Miniboo from getting into a good position where he can actually find value.
Absolutely. Drone. Spots the one.
Yeah, I mean, that tells you everything. You know that they're not going to be hitting A in the next 10 seconds, and you also know that they've tried to insert somebody. So they could go for the re-hit later.
Certainly. Even an open sight. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮. So there's going to be much safety for him to cross back up and away here. The dart spells it out for him. Trip's going to be cleared. EDG a rapid though onto the approach, but Boo has got it handled nicely. Clean shot. Once more, you've removed that heavy hitter. Team Heretics falling back, reconfiguring into this round. In through B. Miniboo's going to be taking point and contact. Oh, feeling like it was necessary, and well, still alive and kicking, but potentially not for long. Yes, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮 returns it straight away. Straight bullets, all it takes. EDG now. Try and chew through this hold, in through B main, a tap onto the spike. Cannon for Boo, he just absolutely overwhelms onto that spot in position and nobody.
Finally.
Not long for it.
Hi badminton views. Hi bro,
nice
welcome to the stream
Heretics.
bro. Wanga bro.
Good plant, Cam on the plant as well. They have so many layers there. Miniboo pushed up, aggro on the post plant, drawing out info, managing to go 1-for-1. Cam and spam. Play the Heretics love running on both sides of the map.
நீங்க ப்ளே பண்ணலையா? இல்ல bro, இது டோர்னமென்ட் bro. Grand finals தான் வாட்ச் பார்ட்டி மாதிரி பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம் சும்மா.
It takes anything. One big round from Kankan or 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮.
Esports tournament.
Always danger lurking every corner.
Finals அதான்
One
பார்த்துட்டு
mistake from
இருக்கோம்.
Heretics.
Exactly.
And it's over. These comebacks, they almost never happen.
Especially because it's an EDG. Weaker weaponry, you can take those risks. You can make your move.
What a risk he's taken here. He's
Pushed
found
up.
the timing.
He's right past him. It's going to be a trip in his face at least, but might be able to hunt down Boo. Still, Boo is in a very defensible position. Slicing the pie from Miniboo. Trying to Okay, maybe stopping short of the mark. I'm still aware of the fact that there could be that play.
Okay, நல்ல trade.
It's made here. The paranoia sweeping his way through. Just can't quite wrangle
3v2.
the beast in control of the sheriff, swiping his way
Oh,
in.
bro.
Gang! Here he is.
முடிச்சிட்டான்டா
Playtime's
வேலைய.
over. They're done messing around. EDG want to go on to the next.
நீயும் ஃபியூச்சர்ல VCT 30 ப்ளே பண்ணுவ bro. My congrats. எனக்கு VCT ஏ வேணாம்டா, Valorant ஏ வேணாம்டா.
13-4. The Mastercard thrifty to finish.
ஷெரிஃப்ல யாரா இவன்?
On
தலைவன்.
the cards with an even up scoreline between
Mask
both of
காட்றானே.
our teams.
Zelts has said on the desk that when Haven went the way of Heretics, he thought that was going to make the series incredibly difficult for EDG.
எதுவும்
You're
பண்ண முடியாது.
expecting Sunset to be favoured for the EMEA squad who've looked good there all year long, and EDG, they made them look like the rookies they are.
Yeah. Knocked down. It's going to be on them to try and find themselves, if they can pick themselves back up.
So far, Kangkang is having an MVP level performance as well. Somebody needs to shut this guy down.
22 kills leading. Absolutely unreal stuff so far. And Lotus up next.
But defending mapல நல்லா attacking. ஆமா. பரவாயில்லை. எதுவும் பண்ண முடியாது. செமையா ப்ரிப்பேர் ஆகி வந்திருக்கானுங்க சன்செட்டுக்கு. ஈக்குவல் பண்ணிட்டானுங்க. பாப்போம், இன்னும் 3 மேட்ச் இருக்கு. ஸோ
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, 3 minutes அடுத்த மேட்ச் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகும்.
Jen Lee here with Anna and Leo. Now, thanks for joining me, guys. 높으신 분들이니까 열심히 모시세요. Now, Anna. 먼저 챔피언스 서울 이번 대회 그리고 한국 팬들과의 만남이 있었는데요. 좀 어떤 경험이었는지부터 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. How has Champions Seoul been like for you, and what do you think of the Korean fans and the Korean Valorant community?
Honestly, it's been a really, really emotional week. Like, we've been here all week getting to know players, going to PC bongs, going to so many different things. And this community has got to be like, it's got to be like the best community so far. Like, the hype is so real, and we are just so happy to be here right now.
너무 벅찬 경험이었다고 얘기를 합니다. 오늘 선수들도 와서 많이 만나고 PC방에 가서 유저들도 만나고 팬분들도 만나봤는데 진짜 여러분들이 너무 많은 성원과 응원을 보내주셨기 때문에 벅차고 감사하고 정말 한국 팬들이 최고의 팬이다 라고 얘기를 해주셨습니다. 그리고 이번 챔피언스 서울이 또 역대 VCT 최고 시청률을 기록했는데요. 여기에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하시는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Champions Seoul has already broken the VCT viewership records. So what are your thoughts on this big achievement?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby. I mean, that's pretty incredible, right? I mean, I think like those numbers are really, really humbling to us, honestly. Like, we work really, really hard to bring a great game and a great sport to our players. And so when our players show up and when they give us that validation, it is so incredible. And honestly, like, we've been growing the audience. Like, we have grown in China. We've come out on console. We hope our console players are enjoying their first champions. So yeah, it's just been incredible.
아무래도 워낙 모든 사람들이 여러분들께 그리고 선수들에게 최고의 환경을 제공하기 위해서 열심히 노력을 하는 만큼 이렇게 큰 수치가 찍힌다는 거 그리고 이렇게 여러분들에게 사랑을 많이 받는다는 것 자체가 너무너무 감사한 일이고 그리고 또 확신을 준다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 이어서 중국 번역도 론치를 했었고 그리고 올해 또 콘솔이 나왔던 만큼 더 많은 분들이 함께할 수 있기를 바란다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 리오님에게 2025년 좀 리그 포맷에 변화가 있다고 발표가 났는데요. 팬들과 선수 들에게는 또 어떤 영향을 미칠지 여기에 대해서도 여쭤보도록 할게요. So you guys just announced that there will be big changes for 2025 when it comes to the league formats and also the scheduling. You know, how would those changes most benefit the teams and the players and also the fans?
We are out
very excited.
2025 is going to be a very special year for Valorant's 5th anniversary. Not every game gets that opportunity. We're very humble, very grateful. As far as the sport goes, we're finally expanding the calendar. We're going to have more Valorant with champs now in October. We're also expanding the number of teams in our leagues. We're expanding playoffs. We have a new format. We're better aligning the game and the sport. And we're bringing our events to 3 brand new locations around the world. It's going to be the best year of Valorant and the VCT yet, and we cannot wait.
Oh yeah, baby. 먼저 2025년이 발로란트 5주년이거든요. 근데 사실 많은 게임들이 5주년을 맞이하는 그런 기회를 접하기 쉽지 않은데 상당한 영광이고 그리고 여러분들께 감사한다고 얘기를 하면서 내년에 가면 리그도 더 길어지고 챔피언스는 10월에 들어가고 그리고 플레이오프도 조금 더 확장되고 많은 팀들이 더 VCT 서킷에 들어오게 될 거고 정말 많은 변화가 있겠지만 선수들도 그리고 팬분들도 즐길 만한 것들이 더 풍성한 한 해가 될 것 같기 때문에 2025년 많이 기대해 주시길 바란다고 얘기를 했습니다. Thank you, Leo and Anna, for joining me.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Hope you guys enjoy the game.
Welcome back, everybody. We have some champions in the house. It's Jogamo and Potter. Welcome, guys.
Hey.
Hello. It's so good to have you two here. We got Kakuka with me as well. But that map, let's quickly break it down. What a stark contrast from the first one. What happened?
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, I can kind of, but that first map already, things were wonky for EDG. You know, the fact that right after that Omen ult, landing towards A site, kind of meandering around and unable to plant, running at a time a lot, and the stage nerves, you could just absolutely see it. So it's good for EDG that they were able to get a reset backstage and looking like a completely different team on map 2.
Yeah, and Jog, look at the vibes. Look how hyped Kong was as well right after that. You gotta give it right when you're on that stage.
When you're on the stage, you're giving the hype, you're letting the crowd know, and you want to put the crowd on your back. You say, let's hype up the crowd, let's get hype. So I think it's amazing that Kong Kong's getting the crowd on his side, and I mean he is a crowd pleaser, so I can't be mad at him for that.
Does he have that dog in him?
He got that dog in him.
Whoa, finally.
He got that dog in him for sure.
Yeah, and now looking at Lotus, things are moving pretty fast as the Asian select has already been decided for the third map. We know that this is a map that both of the teams have a lot of experience. Team Heretics decided to change the composition, go for the double controller, a lot of what other teams in EMEA are doing. But the way that EDG present this map, how they run the Clove, some might think is a little bit wacky, but the presence that they're able and the pressure that they're able to put across the map definitely pays off.
You guys like the Clove?
course, why not? Clove is a beast right now.
I love the Clove. I love the Clove, and you know, just a double initiator comp on the one side and Viper on the other. I'm loving this. You know, in Americas, especially for our team, there was a lot of discussions, a lot of debate back and forth about what's going to be the flavor of this map, what's the best comp. And for us, it was the double initiator. It was without the Viper, but I think it makes sense that the Raze is coming out because the Viper, the HP gets dwindled down. So just in tandem, these utilities work together well.
And now, Christina, you're no stranger to the desk, so you know that Bren and Sideshow are waiting for us on the other side. Would you like to do the honor and toss to them?
Bren, Sideshow, take it away.
A true professional in every sense. Listen, in every sense. I'm ready for Potter to step back into the ring. Listen, the talent are ready and waiting. Open arms, I'm telling you. Open invitation here. But Lotus, for our map here in the grand finals, the middle ground here, where in terms of we're reaching with the map pool of both of these teams and the map pick bands, and where they've gone, EDG have kind of upset a multitude of opponents, I think, over the course of this tournament on this map. You know, you can dismiss their composition for being non-standard, non-meta, but they do make it work, and it works well.
They make it work amazingly.
Okay, double controller போறானுங்க ரெண்டு
They're
சைடுல.
amazing at trading Kang and their pistol round
இல்ல ஒரு
strategies.
சைடுல double
are always
controller, ஒரு
creative,
சைடுல
always
double
finding
initiator.
success. This round, at least in the creativity, looking to be no different. This is going to be a big push out of C and B, and that puts all of the pressure on people like Benji
Double initiator,
or
double
Woot to
controller.
try to hold on.
Sentinel
the
இல்லாத
right
team
decision of
Edward
whether to hold, whether to run A.
EDG. Let's see. Defining என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னு. Okay, early C rush.
Towards it, trying to take that fight with a fault line. That's a good connection. Kang.
C control
You can sense it, smell it, trying to go for the pincer. Contained for now, Heretics.
Okay, 2 picks for Team Heretics.
Slow down this push. But nobody seeking to redeem himself into that spot for a moment's notice. Taking these timings, Miniboo.
He's stuck with the spike.
It's fully squeezed. Out of spot, out of position, still satchels through, and his team's going to make the decision for him. Taking that space onto the side, now everybody trying to go for the retreat. Damage done, tapping away, pistols in hand. Not enough to claim these kills.
Miniboo, 1 HP.
Soften them up potentially for
எல்லாருமே low Team Hereticsல. இந்த சைடு 3 பேருமே full HP ல இருக்காங்க.
They will not let them have even a single chance. Heretics somehow finding heads and finding their way through this. Tap through the wall, nobody is left in a difficult spot to 1v2, but all that damage done, as we said prior. Shots online!
That's just a disgusting pistol from EDG. Nobody with so much value there. Collecting the beat. React, which I think was the wrong call from Heretics. You know that they pushed out B and C. You know that A is open. I'm not really sure why they tried to do that small feint into the B site. Maybe over-anticipating that EDG were going to read the A pivot. EDG were ahead of them at every part there.
3 matchesலயும் pistols won பண்ணது EDG தான். நல்லா pistols control எடுத்துறாங்க. First round எடுத்துறானுங்க. Second roundல mostly எடுத்துறானுங்க.
These maps can be defined by the pistol rounds. No loss here, but EDG continuing that momentum. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 still holding down, locking down towards C mount. Someone's got a fault line just in case. Door opens wide, but paranoia, they already know that there's a chance of losing B main control, but no. Once more, Heretics have worked back.
Okay. Probably A rush தான் இருக்கும் 5 பேர் A.
Pings out from Heretics over towards C, which is where 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 and Simon are holding. But it doesn't really look like there's going to be enough utility to shove them off the line. Even if Boo decides to commit Haunt or a Prowler to this, I think they're just going to break it. I'd be surprised if EDG gave up map control. Yeah, it's just responded with a fault line, and you keep this stack over towards A. 2 players, crossfire setup.
Might just get put into the blender.
Oh.
Okay, Kang.
Okay, ஒரு gun எடுத்தாச்சு.
A couple of these eco kills. He's handed over the rifle to them. Not just that, damage, stray shots, straight through the smoke, and Woot with the possibility to get this plant online. Putting the pressure down onto Rians. And he still returns with a frag.
3v4, நல்ல advantage. Team Hereticsக்கு ஆனா
Heretics have set themselves up into
guns இருக்கு இவங்க கிட்ட EDG கிட்ட.
On with the rifle.
Did 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 see Miniboo here? I don't think he did.
Fault line ready. Time to strike is nice. 𝒮𝒩's trying to run these players down.
Whoa.
It's defended from above. 𝒮𝒩, man of the hour.
2v3 minibu samalo.
On through the spike and that rifle handed over. A costly mistake.
1v2.
𝒮𝒩 has to pick up the pieces and forge a path.
Okay, rendu perume inga. Oh my god. Let's go, minibu.
Locks it down, holds it down, and answers right back after the pistol.
Finally, we're seeing both teams really early on try to get stuck in on a map, not allowing it to go early one way or the other. I feel for KangKang in that spot, though, because he really believed that Paranoia was good. He trusted in his teammate, and he ended up being betrayed by it. Woot, playing anti-flash, managed to swing back in and help deliver that first step to the Masquerade Thrifty. Heretics will be loving that one. Not only does it hurt the EDG economy, but it actually allows them an opportunity to start getting these attacking ults going, which otherwise would have been a big disadvantage. It's one of the biggest reasons that Team Heretics, or at least biggest tools that they have to rely on their attack side, compared to EDG's less standard approach. The ultimates that Heretics have access to, slightly better. And they found the gap here, if indeed they do press into B. EDG are super happy to gamble. When they're on ecos, they'll often run 4 players A. They'll sometimes push on defense, like we saw on the pistol.
They have a lot of ideas on. Pretty par for the course though, just trying to
Okay,
stack
minibu, sorry, I mean, TH கிட்ட இப்ப நிறைய rifles இருக்கு, so இவங்க eco.
Okay, KangKang.
Oh, bro. He's so good with Sheriff,
this
bro.
spike is in serious danger of being lost. 𝒮𝒩's taking a risk even going to retrieve it right now.
He's having to slow down the footsteps. He doesn't know if the space has been taken. Now scurrying away. Slight mistiming there could have spelled defeat and doom for him, but okay. Stand the turret. Site's been taken up, but players are in position. EDG have got them surrounded on almost every front.
But their weapons aren't good enough to spam, so this plant should go down fairly easily. They throw the Paranoia in as well, just to make sure nobody can play Waterfall.
Aftershock is good. KangKang being played in here. All that sound and distraction. Shots are here. Head's barely poking over. But it matters not. Give him a pixel, give him anything. KangKang will make it work. Guns have been handed. Crossed over. 𝒮𝒩 1v2.
Can you do it? Can you
Has
do
a
it?
lot to deal with. Prowler running him down, and nobody's right there alongside it. It's back to back.
KangKang down, bro. Sheriff Demon.
The Thrifties, they just keep coming.
Nobody
Nobody with Bulldog in hand did so much there. The turret evaded as well. What was going on there? Came back through Mound.
Planted.
Must have been offline, I think.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see it really inside the POVs that we were watching, but
just out of range.
They crept through. No problem.
Either that or they found a blind spot.
Well, certainly KangKang was trying to tuck underneath it as if he was trying to play the blind spot. It was odd. To be honest, I think 𝒮𝒩 pointed it, in some sense, kind of the wrong direction, too.
It's a scrappy and explosive beginning here on Lotus. Hopefully seeing signs that it is a bit more back and forth.
Right here.
Rather than the blowouts that we've seen on the first 2 maps. Missing the turret. That's still here. 𝒮𝒩 going to refresh that one way, but he's got to respect now the Prowler in his face.
EDG have posted Shishu up over towards Rubble. So even with Team Heretics taking this portion of the map, EDG still have very good information around. 𝒮𝒩's got his ult online, though. That one's pretty huge. When you're playing it against a team that's running a Raze on the other side, usually the Raze on defense will try to rotate C, deny the lockdown. But with this comp, they don't really have anything to stop the lockdown from coming through.
Yeah, it's not an option.
I'd expect to see 𝒮𝒩 try to make use of it in the round, but he's playing really passively over towards B right now.
KangKang, wall in his face. That's 𝒮𝒩 taking the timing straight through the smoke. The kill lighting up the feed. That's all the acknowledgement they need. KangKang.
I think you've got to give up an A here. Just group B or C and use the lockdown.
They've got no way to really remove it.
30 seconds left.
That option might be just being forced into their hands. Simon, slight jiggle again, grabs the information. Damage is being done. Stray shots are fired in through B. This feels a little bit hectic on the side of Heretics. Boo! He goes down to the aftershock, none the wiser. The plant denied. 𝒮𝒩 from behind. God, he's not slowing down. 7 seconds. 𝒮𝒩 forced to give it up.
The final player scuttles away. Still with that lockdown in the back of his pocket. EDG string 2 together for the first time on Lotus.
Strange one.
Yeah, and they've also broken the economy of Heretics. I know that we've seen the Thrifties do work, but you can't rely on them forever. What is going on here, though, as well? Boo just missing the sound cues because of the Nightfall.
It's not even sound cues, you can see it on your screen.
I know he can see it, but that's the only explanation I can think of.
In the chaos of that, I think when time's running low, decision-making just going to miss.
Okay,
So Heretics drop down. BenjiFishy have to be the point man. With that Guardian disrespecting, at least pushing back over towards C. Speaking of disrespect, EDG have a lot of bodies behind this.
Yeah, this is one of their kind of substandard, but they still run it. Defensive looks where 4 players stack over towards A really early on. Get somebody posted there. You've got options. It could be Kangkang and nobody, and you can run forwards with the Prowler, or you can just post Shishu up over towards Rubble. And it's tough, because if Heretics try to gamble that EDG have got 4A at the start of the round and fast hit towards B or C, it might not be this defensive setup.
Lineups are here, mass pings on the mini-map at least. Heretics looking to make the mark. Over towards C. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮 will seek to deny.
They're going into a C's and a medal. There is a chance that Heretics get melted.
Could eviscerate them. Gets the connection and the reveal. But it goes on either side here. Fully revealed up. Miniboo cleaning up onto the corner.
Okay.
Cuts it up from 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮. Trying to get his team right back into this one here. He does have the angle, but he is
Okay,
at
ult
TP and he's
incoming.
anticipating it in a different direction. And ult. Locked down. It's dropped down. This is trying Heretics now to pave their way through. It's not going to really break that one. I mean, Simon is going to place the aftershock to see if he can delay and deny the plan from going down, but tucked into the corner. Rians will get an extension of time into the round now. EDG up onto the flank with the flash. And through waterfall. Overdrive into the hands of Kangkang. Rians just can't hold a candle to that. Movement too good. 𝒮𝒫𝐸 defusing, but sprayed down. Beam down. Wood holding it down. Nobody can cross the line in the barrier, and Simon, his desperation just tucked to the side. Josh, you said you can't rely on the Thrifties, but listen, MasterCard are getting their money's worth.
This is ridiculous. Our third that we've seen so far on Lotus. And we finally got the lockdown invested as well, and you can see now, I think, why Benji didn't want to use it so much in those prior rounds. They don't want to use it as a tool to get in onto sites. They want to use it as a tool to ensure they can get plants on sites. And there is a subtle difference there. Normally, when you use it as a tool to initiate, you have to exec as it's about 4 seconds left on the clock. That's not enough time to plant. The defenders are already going to be in, trying to deny. As EDG are trying to deny Rubble currently.
Big reveal, big coverage, Miniboo. Straight up and over, BenjiFishy looking to contain. Plugging up the holes, but he is alone. Isolated 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮. Bite of the apple, tap with a rifle. Resets it. The draw this core. Oh, the play's being made all across the board. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮. You didn't have to do it to him, not like that. Embarrasses Heretics in 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮.
He is the immovable object of EDG.
And could we have it any other way? And that's an ace if I've ever seen one.
He's been superb at this tournament. He really has. His win rates in these opening fights, immaculate. But guess who's there supporting him on that entry too? Simon from the back. The fault line comes through, stuns onto Woot, and frees him up to go for the rest of the kills. Kangkang, he can't even believe it behind him.
Disbelief.
He's like, mate,
this guy.
Where are the rest of my kills? You're going to ruin my stats here, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮. 𝒮𝒫𝐸, 12-4. He started off on Sunset 10-0. Now, he did slow down after that, but his opening to the map drove a spear firmly into Team Heretics. It's amazing how much 𝒮𝒫𝐸's doing actually for them overall in this tournament. He's winning about 70% of his opening fights. That is ludicrous.
That's insane, man. He
That's
really is.
Absolutely bonkers numbers, and you're also seeing the value that he has across the board.
Yeah.
On Haven, he couldn't quite get working today, but on previous times, he's been so good with the lurks. Intelligent player. And fairly calm under pressure too. He's one of those players alongside Kong you can expect to perform in every game.
He's been so clutch this entire tournament. I haven't pulled the numbers. I haven't gone for the deep dive. I'm just going off the eye test. But I know when I see a player who's performing like this is the tournament of his life. And listen, the form has not slipped. You've seen it on the first map, maybe initially, but he's returned the fire, and forced the timeout out of Heretics, forcing them to adjust and adapt. Again towards a rubble. All's going to be going down here. Heretics are giving up that space. It's conceded by EDG.
And I like that EDG don't fight over it. One of the big advantages that Team Heretics comp has is that it should be able to win rubble fights. Kong's always going to be a bit of a wild card in those rubble fights because the Neon can get into really unexpected situations, but generally speaking, Heretics should be able to own that part of the map. EDG, though, seem to have anticipated that this is heading B. Nobody's looking to get info, and Prowler's trade.
Spot, yeah. He's hyper-committed here. It's a showstopper in the back pocket, a mini boot. It's punishable.
Heretics don't like the look of this. Potentially coming back to Riens. It looks a little indecisive here. Riens is looking for that info that would just inform Boo what the correct decision is. Boo's had his team go towards B, towards C, and now coming back to A without really putting pressure anywhere. They're not pulling defensive rotates.
They're not at all. The jiggle to try and get that info. Riens is calling, wait guys, they've potentially given this all the way up.
They need to rely on ults.
What is that? Wide face, 5 players to receive and face him. Simon steps up, takes the challenge and takes the fight. But now the squeeze, Paranoia is perfect. And an ult to supplement. It's the cherry on top, nobody. Denied. Can't step past the blue room.
10 seconds
𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 just wondering where it all went wrong.
He's the player that's been lone defending C these past couple rounds. Usually this is his map. He's averaging a kill per round when he plays Clove on Lotus. But this would be something different.
Yeah, he'd have to pump up those numbers heavily. Jumping through, it's mini boot. Shuts him down, bullet to the brain.
I think you're dead on the money there. Where did it all go wrong? Because EDG had the setup. They knew that Team Heretics were looking to end over towards A, or at least they had a read on it. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒯𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 Mound confirms all of the macro is in favor of EDG. And yet the peaks, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒯𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒻 just, after he'd already confirmed it wasn't C, maybe looking for a bit of info that he perhaps didn't need. He was punished for it.
Heretics back into it. Around down for now. For now being the key words. Kang! He's handed, offered an opportunity, and snappy reaction times are on display. Damage and bullets exchange. Wu from behind delivers that dagger, at least stolen from him. It's Riens who lights up the feed.
So much damage been done. The players from Heretics are leaving bruised and battered. They haven't forced out the Rolling Thunder either. If they could have put enough pressure on Simon, maybe he would have cracked, but such composure to keep that ult. And if 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒯𝒄𝐼 gets one, suddenly they're not dead yet online.
Yeah, it will be a nuisance.
And this is the kind of spot where you can try to play cheeky angles like this.
One and done. The ult online has a TP into the back. Woo, hard commits that. Now you're putting the squeeze onto 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒯𝒄𝐼. He
Love this.
is in the danger. There's no retreat here. There's no retreat at all. And once more, Heretics show that discipline on display. Kang! Accounted for. It's only one before he's dropped. An open sight here for Heretics.
30 seconds left.
I love that snake bite, trying to deny any space over towards Waterfall. So Riens gets a safe plant off. And decision-making time for Simon. With a pit in a 2v3, you probably do not want to be using Rolling Thunder. But if they can get a spam kill, which EDG are normally so good at, maybe it becomes worthwhile.
Chances. Need a kill, though, to make it happen. To get the ball rolling.
They have Haunt.
Haunt, any sort of reveals, not quite.
Right there.
It's util expended. No luck at a draw from the bullets flying forwards. Heretics have wrapped this one up.
Finally, we've got a map where both teams have turned up to it.
Yeah, a bit of parity.
I definitely agree with Potter when she was talking about the nerves being present on Haven for EDG. I think EDG just came out with a phenomenal read on Sunset that made Heretics just look like they weren't even home. Now we're getting to that even territory.
He's just going like this, and we have to expect those plays, okay?
I think Miniboo's probably talking there about the way that Kang slid into them. They have to be ready for that kind of stuff because he's right. Kang will go for those plays.
There.
He's the kind of player that will sacrifice his own life sometimes to try to make the winning spot for his team.
Have to remain vigilant. Enough util use, yet Ță𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮 straight back onto the line. And Miniboo is taken out. He's got to watch now the rest of his team to see if they can piece together this round when they're a player down.
Bring them down.
Even more so onto these angles. The contact play is called and around Paranoia. Not even a connection. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮 is working this map like it's his playground right now, especially onto the side, but he needs some backup and he needs to bail out. Heretics finding it, dashing away, cancel the movement. Kang dropped down with a decay damage, can't stand against it. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮 also being pushed back, pushed it away, and the nano swarm. Benji, they knew he was there. The right util at the right time to punish 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮, trying to cleave the way through. One kill found, and he's still got a not dead yet, but he might not even need it. On for the ace, damage done to Boo. Round and round we go, onto the side, taking it away. He's got the speed Boo buff intact. There's no plant online. There's pressure still on the shoulders of Boo.
How long does Boo hold for? 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮's reading into this, thinking that he's gone for the rotate.
Oh my. It's a possibility. There was enough time for it. Boo could have walked all the way and just ran when he was out of range, but now back over towards C.
Boo can die to spam here as he plants. But I'm not even sure that 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮 has enough bullets in his gun.
He hasn't gone for the reload. He was scared of a player being close, and now creeping, crawling up close. 1v1 still down to the timings. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮 can't do it with pistol in hand. It's Boo who stands tall. It was up to him to be that veteran presence to make sure that the round did not go amiss.
What a clutch from Boo. Desperately needed for Heretics, I think. I'm not a fan of how 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮 played around these situations, though, with his ult. I think you look at that round from 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮 without an ult online, he played it immaculately. He conserved his life, backed off, played off his team's paranoias. I actually think, though, that when he has the Clovolt online, he can afford to be way more aggressive. I actually think he conserved his life, backed off, played off his team's paranoias. I actually think, though, that when he has the Clovolt online, I'd like to see him try to take that impact earlier on.
I love you.
I hard agree with that. He's pulled this time out initially from EDG. 3 rounds in a row for Heretics.
And they've been abusing the site anchors, essentially, right? They've been trying to find spots where there isn't a seize or a stun to stop them, and Heretics can burst through. And they'll call some cancels. There'll be a couple waves in the exec. It's not anything super simple. But EDG need to get a read on where these are coming. Odin being bought here for Boo as well. Looking to try to do early spam over towards A, perhaps.
Yeah, the players are drifting over. EDG, still some bite left into the round with the weapons that they scramble together here. Rifles in the hands of 4 of them.
There.
Ults online too, so could be willing to scrap here.
That's
right on
big
target.
damage.
Yeah, nobody chunked down. Sets up for the TP. Nobody is committed here. The door's not even, okay, breaks it, backs away. Evacuation is called for.
Missed the haunt as well. It was broken, of course, but he was aiming for on top of rubble there, so they would have scanned the back towards where Woot was. They've lost info over towards A. That Odin purchase ended up coming through very clutch for that opening fight.
Those are the extra elements we've come to expect, I think, from a team like Heretics. A little spice to throw into a round, making sure that it is that much more winnable here. Going for the potential B pivot. The door was already opened wide here. Benji, footsteps rumbling towards them. And now there's Simon. Time to strike. Time to see if he can collect to corral these kills. Up and around, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒯𝐼𝒪�𝒮 back and around, obtains the upgrade. The 3 versus 3 is where we stand.
Heretics with time to cancel. EDG thought it was actually a B pivot going on there. You could see it in the way that 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪�𝒮 threw his paranoia.
Yeah.
And yet they still held tall. Now nobody has to do it all.
Sees the shoulder. Tried to play patiently. And 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 drifting into the fight, into the fray, not watched for, anticipating that re-swing. Opts into the ult now, not dead yet. Spam follows through. He needs the kill, he needs the assist, but Heretics are the ones under that pressure! And 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 collects.
I wasn't expecting the round to end like that. I was looking over towards 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮.
No way.
He had limited time to be able to get value out of his ultimate, and it looked like he was playing passively, but they ran away from the Clove, trying to deny them value, and straight into the waiting arms of 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮. That's tragic for Heretics.
To collect. Beautiful transfer as well. We missed that one, but still got to admire it. He's sitting at 15-7.
And again, the team with the weaker economy, though it wasn't a full thrifty, comes out with the goods. 5-5.
In a strange map.
𝒮𝒩 has it online again. His ult.
Once more, Odin spam. TP across, TP up top. And Wooder's going to be traded. Just the one for his efforts. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮 still here. Guess what? Peeking off of the util. There's more where that came from. Boo. See if he can cleave away in a path right through, but they realize that A is futile. Time to make the great retreat.
Yeah, I think they actually saw both pieces of utility coming from 𝒮𝒫𝒸𝒩 and Simon. So they've got a pretty good read here that C is empty. And they're going to confirm it with lockdown.
𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮's ult, he can go for the instant reposition as well. They can shore this one up. Know that the site's cleared out. Heretics.
Good plant position too.
Yeah. Trying to think ahead here. Into the round, a bit of spam from Boo.
I like this.
Forces util. Forces EDG to be diligent with the clearing.
They actually,
see it.
yeah, they didn't even use utility though. They saved the util and just barreled forward with 2 or 3 players looking to try to trade out. So now they have that utility to clear the side, but Boo.
Oh, listen, if you're going to try and opt in, exactly, brute force. It's the domain where Heretics will seek to punish, yet still smokes propped up and heads being pried straight off the bodies. Left down to 𝒮𝒩. Planted for him, up onto Mound. Nana swarms up and over, just about catching, but Simon's got the half, and that's a potential wink on. Drop down time is of the essence, ticking away from them. TP up and around.
He might not think he's
claimed. No way, Simon! No way! Dropped dead in his tracks. And it's all 𝒮𝒩.
I thought there was such a chance there that EDG were going to sneak that one away. When 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒮 teleports up and 𝒮𝒩 catches him, it's so likely that 𝒮𝒩 waits for another tap. Heretics take the lead, 6-5 off the back of 𝒮𝒩 winning the Red Bull clutch. Another huge clutch going the way of Team Heretics. If they hadn't had those two, EDG might have been running away with this half, but as it is, Chinese squad knocked down to lower economy. And trying to control Rubble. They've kind of missed out on the control of this part of the map the whole game. Their comp doesn't really favor it, but now they're driving Heretics into B.
Fast plays all around the map. Trying to go for that reaction. Overdrive, it's here! 𝒮𝒩 collects, it's augmented! And the bush is stunted! In the blink of an eye, 6-6.
This map truly different to the prior two in ways that are supremely satisfying, both of them. Taking chunks out of each other, going back blow for blow. EDG's attack side is super potent as well. Team Heretics may not have done enough with only 6.
That's the question. We're going to get it answered on the other side of this as well, but for now, he's sending it down to the floor momentarily as well, just to get a bit of insight from a former champion himself.
Hey guys, here with 쿰, of course. 쿰 선수 만나보겠습니다. 쿰 선수 어제 경기 끝나고 나서 눈물을 흘릴 때 좀 리엔즈 선수가 위로해주는 모습을 보면서 콤 선수와 또 콤 선수 아버지가 이제 넘버원 리엔즈 팬이다 평생이라고 얘기를 했거든요. 그렇기 때문에 이렇게 또 힘든 순간에 적으로 만났지만 또 위로의 손을 내밀어줄 수 있는 선수가 그리고 이런 커뮤니티가 있다는 것에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 여쭤보고 싶습니다. Com, yesterday you and Papa.com expressed the gratitude towards Rians, you know, being able to showcase sportsmanship, especially when you are at a vulnerable moments like yesterday. So what's it like to have an opponent that's willing to kind of comfort you through your hard times?
I think it shows a lot of vulnerability and emotional intelligence, as my dad said. It means a lot to me for sure, because I feel like I'm a very emotional person. And yeah, I mean, it means the world to me that someone, even if they were an enemy for me like 10 minutes ago, they've become my friend right after.
확실히 얼마나 이 발로란트 커뮤니티 자체가 EQ가 높고 서로에게 공감할 수 있는지를 잘 보여주는 부분이라고 얘기를 했고요. 그리고 또 콤 선수 같은 경우에도 뭐 눈물이 많은 이런 좀 감수성이 깊은 확실한 F이기 때문에 좀 그런 선수가 이렇게 위로를 해준다는 것 자체가 의미가 굉장히 많았고 또 굉장히 감사하다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 오늘 아무래도 리엔즈 선수를 응원하러 왔나 싶은데 또 보내고 싶은 메시지가 있는지도 물어보도록 할게요. So I'm guessing you're here to root for Rians and Team Heretics. Anything you would like to say to him?
Keep fighting. No matter what happens in this grand finals, have fun and enjoy the moment, no matter what.
어떤 일이 벌어지든 지금 이 순간을 즐기기를 바란다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 콤 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Com. And 하나 더.
사랑해, Korea.
Thank you, Com.
Just beaten him, still had thought for his opponent. It shows you, I mean, there's no space for mercy, but there's still room for compassion with the way that they play.
Oh, of course.
I do really appreciate that. All of their thoughts here are going to be on getting that victory, but every time you win, you see the other side of that coin, and there's going to be both sides of it here today in the grand finals. No matter who ends up winning, there is going to be one bitterly disappointed loser up on stage, and that's going to be tough for either team to deal with.
Change of the weaponry here, EDG looking to again increase that tempo, but stopped in their tracks as the nano swarms laid down prior.
They've inserted 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝐯 pretty deep on B right now. And what I love about watching 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝐯 on these rounds is that he has Frenzy and Pick Me Up, which I think is just such a deadly duo.
Yeah, speed buff if he gets that online.
And the overheal too, or the over armor. It's just, it's so tough to deal with.
The menace on the pistols.
He's often in spots where he trades people out. So seeing him isolated here is a little unusual. You see nobody going trying to do his IGL duties, creating pressure on the other side of the map, indicating that this is going to be a C repop. Hard for Heretics to read into that though. What is this?
Kakang! He's trying to find it. Needs to be disciplined. And just evacuate to get out, but Wood is still there into the back of the side! Unaccounted for! Will make them rue a day that they decided to ignore that position. Two dropped. There's the third. It's all on Woot, and this guy is undeniable. The form factor, an ace denied, but 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝐼's got much more to do on the backside of that. And enough of the road is paid for Miniboo to close it out.
Shades of Woot at Shanghai there, where he took down all of the Chinese squads and made the grand finals. It's been a quiet tournament from him. It's been very different. Seen him in that supportive role, looking to try to trade and help other people, help the team. Good to see him have his moment here in the pistol though, and what an important pistol that might end up being. Gives Team Heretics the lead, assuming no more of those thrifties, those pesky thrifties that we've seen today.
An abundance of them. Pause called after the initial pistol round. Doesn't feel like it's, I mean, a timeout to me.
You think attack timeout after the pistol? I think it would be the first one I've ever seen.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. The one downside of Woot getting all of those kills on the pistol is that no one else is anywhere near an ultimate. And usually the attacking teams on Lotus are going to want to be putting those into Miniboo, BenG, something like that. So we've got another tape pause here.
Yeah.
suspicion was correct. I love that we put the entire arena in lockdown. It's the tech pause, you know, the light and shift. And
nobody move.
Exactly. Trying to take a gander over at the stage as well, see who might be the player we're watching for, who's having some issues. And hopefully we'll be able to get this solved as well. No more stops in the momentum. It's going to be a quick one, I've just heard. So we will be back into the action soon enough.
You want time for a fun stat?
Sure.
You know that Team Heretics and PaperX are the only teams to play in a grand finals but not lift a trophy.
That's brutal for PaperX.
Everybody else that's been in a VCT global grand finals has found one, you know, before, after, in a different moment.
And so if Heretics win here today, they'll pass the torch to EDG.
Yep, they'll pass that over and force EDG to be the recipient of that sad stat.
That's brutal. That's a hard one. A lot of damage. Players getting chunked down on EDG's side of things here. The stun not enough to dissuade and push back Boo. He's going for a few more. Smokes dissipating. Rians creeping up onto the angles, trying to cut them up where they stand. Paranoia sweeps through, but no connection. And the TB has to be used to back himself away. Still a 4 versus 4. Simon! Oh, he was hoping for that kill. Dropped down there. The spikes in a lapse of Woot. And Heretics have a handle on it.
Nobody left as the final player. The spike could not be further away. He would have to make such a difficult journey.
Yeah.
The hero's quest to try to retrieve the unretrievable.
Woot does it again. It's a 3-piece off the back of that pistol. The Wonder Boy in action. Like you said, glimpses of Shanghai, and he's making EDG feel it.
Again, though, what kind of bonus round strategy can you really concoct with an Omen ultimate? It's just not as useful. So it is great that we're seeing this from Woot, but you would like to see the ult points been invested into other people for Team Heretics to start some real threats on the defense side. This is cool, though. Getting a high-low setup from Heretics.
It's an interesting idea.
Looking to try to punish Kong Kong, I would say, here.
Flash 2, up and over here. Fault line alongside it.
Simon's utility again.
It's overwhelming, suffocating. That's what this EDG squad and composition at least does well.
I mean, I think if Team Heretics really invest to these Rebel fights, they can beat them. EDG shouldn't be able to come out on top of too many altercations over there, even with the breach in their comp.
Round 15 though, it's a critical one. And an impasse could potentially be an absolutely stellar beginning for Team Heretics. Onto the second half, or EDG making sure that they stop the bleeding.
Kong Kong looking to get cleared here. But really, Boo not finding much. This info, if anything, is good for EDG to play off.
Okay, here in the footsteps.
Baits Woot forwards.
Yeah, Kong Kong's given that timing. Handed on a platter, Boo. Drifting back into position. They'll have to evade a lot of this util. Reveal, it tags, they know he's there. Sees, delayed. Not delayed enough, I should say. Aftershock now in through the back as well. Gives him a bit of peace of mind. Kang Kang, he's right there, nobody. Make sure that there's no problems occurring just from the backside of Pit. Benji Fishy in position, in place. Flash the peak, but the weapon at hand just not good enough. He was sharp though. We need more than a keen eye in that spot.
Re-ends with it all to do.
Yeah.
And no chances. EDG with a super clean anti-bonus there. And showcasing that their macro calling can work really, really nicely. Kong Kong inserted over towards his ult orbit A. And then as Boo opened door and went for the Prowler, I don't know whether they thought it was completely clear on A, or whether Woot wanted just to check the ult orb spot in that small timing window he had. But either way, they just gave it the first kill incredibly easily. Gonna have to do better than that in terms of getting info.
The Odin at work, Boo. Never go with things. Deep Haunt. As bullets fired straight back, that's the recognition he was looking for, so happy to spray away.
And Shishu does take this timing into rubble early in a ton of rounds. He will sometimes throw in the fake teleport as well. But I think if they went for C's nades, like delayed C's nades over towards Rubble, certainly a chance that they could catch him. And I love this deep alarm bot that you're seeing over towards Mound, because if EDG threatens C, but it's a fake, they're probably not going to break that alarm bot. Here, though, they play just on the outside of it, so Benji will have the minimum amount of time possible to call for rotates. Do they break it? No. They're not going to allow him that time until they hit.
Exactly, waiting for the util to come back up. Regenerative, that it is. Default line through, Benji Fishy.
Is there any play to deny Waterfall here? Because otherwise EDG could get spammed.
Yeah, they certainly can. There's a plan tucked into the corner. No spam at work. No player in position to do such that. It's Heretics, 5 alive versus 5, trying to play this retake now.
Planted for Mountain, but playing on site.
Yeah, controversial. EDG, we'll see if it pays off now. Gonna try and hold this one back. Overdrive, it's already unleashed. Smarky tucks himself up onto the high ground. Perched away. Damage has definitely been done, and a weakened Boo can do naught but scurry. But there's no escape in the sideline of Kang. He's got his mind set on something, he will do it.
Beautiful post-plant play from EDG there. Bait out all of that on-site. Retake util and still hold strong. I thought maybe it was going to be a two-wave post-plant where they force out that utility and are happy to drop back to Mound. They never even had to get back into that second wave. Heretics are going to need better plant denial than they showcased us just there. Only Benji on site. He really needed help from Riens. There's that Seasonade that I was talking about, but Chichu's in, Chichu's out. So really, even that small anti not finding too much value.
No, just snaps the tether.
Who gets the better end of that? I think you could probably say the attackers. Because even though Chichu's burnt both of his teleports and taken a bit of damage, you've used the Season the Nade.
Those are big tools, either to delay or playing, making sure you can deny plant. Horn broken. Doesn't really tell them a whole lot. Could be one player, could be many, but actually they do have the info. Riens, the deep push and control over towards C Mound. They know it's either towards B or A.
Nobody is constantly involved in trying to sell the fake. If you see nobody like this,
doors open.
Look, they re-clear it.
Yeah, Heretics are straight on the money. They know what's up. Kang now trying to lead the charge for the rest of his team. There are smokes though. Drop down in position, Boo! Just lights him up, Kang. Heads potentially rolling, Woot! Beautiful shots, all rattled away. The adjustment by Benji Fishy just not in place.
Riens though with a quick timing, unexpected flank.
It's a tap.
Simon's watching for it, trying to bait it out.
Haven't committed. Riens is giving that now as a chance for the 1v1. What is going on? Shot's going to miss. Position is revealed. Classic in hand. Riens just cannot escape. Nobody quick to hunt him down, but that got messy.
Oh, you see the right smile there. Face palm from Simon.
Oh boy.
That was an outrageous whiff. Almost a full clip of whiffing. From a guy who we have seen, I think, choke a bit under pressure at times here on the big stage in this arena. He's 5 and 12 currently. All the utility still looks perfect from him. But sometimes he just can't quite wrangle the rifle, and you see him here getting pumped up by the rest of the team too. This time it's not a disaster. This time they can smile about it. But their dreams will turn to nightmares if those kind of situations happen in a big round.
For now for EDG, it hasn't hurt them too much. Got back control and lead of the map.
And they actually get ults online earlier as well, Brent. Yeah. They've got this Nightfall, Rolling Thunder, 2 big tools to try to, honestly, I think play in the post plant almost to make sure that you have spike committed, because the way that Team Heretics are playing right now, it's quite passive.
There's a big committal. Side by side, Miniboo's right there as well. I can break this one. Rolling Thunder connects onto both of them. We're trying to get the hell out of there, but he's revealed up. Haunt. My goodness, the counter spam is perfect.
Great coverage.
Reinforcements did arrive in time, and Heretics enough to get that initial player advantage.
And I like the change of it. Heretics really looking like they're fighting over rubble there, forces that Rolling Thunder out. Now they're in a great position where you actually can sit back a little further.
Ult's going to be used. Luke's looking for info. Cleared out, broken. Heretics getting a very good idea that this is going to be ending over towards C.
I don't think they have just yet. They're 4 players stacked on A, expecting the re-hit.
They should have, potentially. Maybe hoping that the Utils enough to delay, but Alarm bot, Nana Swarm going to be broken here. And
Benji's waiting for this plant.
He is. Nobody. Tucked to the corner here, an aftershock just to try and at least buy them that peace of mind. A bit of spam, straight bullets. No kill. Notice sight.
Nobody doesn't plant in the corner. He plants a little off.
Who's going to be offloading the ult of his own? Nightfall scatters and connects. Gets the mark onto 3 of them. No more sound cues for the majority of them. Satchels through and abound as well, but a bullet attack slowing them into their approach. The onslaught is occurring, and Heretics looking to barrel their way through. They take control and even out that scoreline straight to the top of your screens.
That's the kind of decisive retake you need to see from Heretics. They were in position, ready to do it. 2 players outside C as the plant went down. They were lucky to get away with this early skirmish, though.
One enemy remaining.
It's really good call to aim in, bro. I'm really proud of myself.
But yeah, I agree with what he's saying. I think that fight, the like feigning that you're going to fight really heavy over that spot and drawing out the breach ult, super important. Benji's 1 away from getting his ult online. Smoggy too, actually. And Team Heretics expecting that big fight over rubble. They get Wu posted, and now they're looking to reinforce over towards C. Benji can't play the retake this round, at least not as easily, not without his ult. Alambot retracted actually as well, just saving that one.
Yeah, I mean, Benji, he's already got the acknowledgement. He knows it from the bullet spam.
He definitely knows there's a lot of players mount.
EDG looking to try and send it now. Nana Swarm drop down towards the feet. Here's a lot of Util going to be used in kind. Boo! Only with the 1. Firepower straight back at them. EDG decimate the defense.
With 2 being found from Kung Kung as well. Still continuing to carve into these sites.
Woot and Miniboo make anything of this. It's a 2v4. But the ult online for Miniboo, there's chances, but it requires the impetus, a kill to be found at least. But with Woot dropping, chances dwindling, and yeah, return of the fire, a swing from Simon, getting his confidence back.
A lot's been made of the comparison between Kung Kung and Aspas because they played in the upper bracket final. They've played many times before actually too. But when you watch Kung Kung play, what's striking to me is that there's such a massive difference between those 2 duelists. Kung Kung a bit more similar to Miniboo, although with more of a flair for individualism. And it makes me think about what Heretics have recently been saying in a lot of their press conferences. Neil was asked in the aftermath of them beating Leviathan, of course both teams have in this arena, how do you deal with Aspas? And Neil, the coach for Heretics, said, well, actually, when you look at his play, he's quite a calculated duelist player. You can deal with it. To us, to Heretics, we find the more explosive duelists that just run in there and try to take over a site and take their timings. We find those players to be more difficult to play against. Could you think of an example that's better suited than Kung Kung to the archetype of player he just described? Neil used Safe as an example, but when you're talking about the matchup here, you can already see that they're struggling to deal with Kung Kung. He's been dunking on them every map, apart from the first.
And he'll take a mile. He will disrespect you. It's been paying off.
That 1-2 combo of Kung Kung and Chishu have dominated the last couple of maps. And we're really waiting for somebody on Team Heretics to step up and have the same impact.
Right now it is spread, and they're just 1 round down, of course. Big ult still left to play for. He's choosing to at least invest now. He does have a stinger in his hands to make it a bit more winnable, but the defensive setup has adjusted. Miniboo and Woots trying to make their mark known here. That's an early opening with Kang Kang falling.
It's very, very tough to hold on to Mound against EDG. They've got really great protocols for this.
They're going to try and re-clear.
Yeah. You see the way that they're going to tap door?
Yeah. So Paranoia already sent flying as well. You have to give this one up, and it is respected. Heretics.
Really well done there.
Just pull this util out, now holding, defolding, drifting back into the crossfire. ZEB, he just missed it. I think barely a shoulder, potentially poking out. Ult online, no kill. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒯𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 is avoiding. Dancing with death with that one. But dodged most of it and still found an opening. In through main, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒯𝐼's collecting. It's EDG working magic across the map.
What was going on there? Was Boo late on the call to get the Viper wall up? Was Rien's late on the acknowledgement of the comm? What is going on over towards B? EDG have just been granted an excellent route back in.
It's that uncertainty swirling. Heretics players are losing track, but maybe Rien's can answer back. It's 2 found. Instant there with a stun. And a swing once more from Simon, but not dead yet. Need to find some value. I believe 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒯𝒄𝒄 will have to hunt down some kills. TP from 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝒄𝒄 punished, and it leaves it down to 1. The rookie struggling this series, at least in this map as well, with his confidence, and he's got to do it against Miniboo. Benji, swap of the weapons, pass the rifle over to the healthier player, and a lockdown committed. Simon, how do you play this? Forced to press forwards, potentially there. He's overstaying his welcome. Swings potentially. Footsteps down! Simon! You demon in wait! How the hell has he pulled that off?
A look of pure relief on his face. No elation. Just satisfaction that he managed to make that one work. He was completely stuck. Utterly committed to the play. If Heretics had gone in one at a time there, if their spacing hadn't been quite as tight, they had that round. The rest of his team cannot believe it. He's just given them the map.
EDG up to 11. Ult to the back pocket of Simon. And Miniboo, hard committed. A molly to try and clear his way through, but he's straight up in the air. It's Clay Pigeon shooting, and 𝒮𝒏𝒏𝒏𝒏 not to be denied. He's cracked the site wide open.
With rifles in hand, the EDG catapult themselves up to 12. There is nothing that Wu is going to be able to do about this. And Benji used his huge retake ult in the prior, and it ended up working against them. A tragic end to Lotus here for Team Heretics by the look of things. They would need some magic to get this one to overtime.
It's gonna be 12 for EDG. As you said, you need that magic. Heretics have not come up with the answers.
And 𝒮𝒏𝒏𝒏𝒏 continues to tear through them.
It's dominance. It's a 4-piece in that round.
The way that he's supported by utility, there are a lot of teams that have moved away from the idea of setting up one big star player to go in and dominate. Oh. But I think EDG are showcasing that with the right supportive elements, it really can work. Rien's rocked. Has the ult online. Do you go for that committal at the start, or do you wait to see if EDG pressure C?
Can't let the despair settle in now if you are Heretics. Try and dig deep once more. EDG straight over towards B. Overdrive by 𝒮𝒏𝒏𝒏𝒏. He's earned that one well. A bit of random spray straight through the smokes, cleared out most of the avenues. So nobody with the plant down. 𝒮𝒏𝒏𝒏𝒏 holding it down still with that paranoia. The stun disrespected. Miniboo takes the fight straight to him, dropping him down. 𝒮𝒏𝒏𝒏𝒏's there, lying in wait once more. It's all collapsing. Heretics have no more chances in this map. Rien's would have to pick up the pieces. He'd have to pull up a miracle. A double up discipline. EDG have a chokehold onto the site. 13-9. Lotus is theirs.
What a sick finish to this map from EDG. And I think when you look at those final few rounds and how tight it was the entire time on this map, you have to give credit to Simon. That 1v2 and his calmness in that moment has just delivered it for EDG.
And now one map is all that stands between EDG and making history.
EDG தான் என்ன வளர்ந்துட்டு இருக்கானுங்க தலைவனுங்க. போடா.
Hello, I'm Team Heretics player, Minimo. I mean, I'm happy that we won today. I felt really calm today. I felt really comfortable playing on the stage, like in front of a lot of people. I felt like we are in Berlin office, just chilling another day, you know, like it was good. I want to prove people wrong, that I'm better than people think I am. No one believed in me, but I pushed myself through, so I guess like proving people wrong. But when I joined this team, I just wanted to win not only for myself, but for the people I work with.
So singular and focused. Miniboo already sent it away, but Boo stuck around. Punished King, and now, no way! Miniboo double back. He went back to check. Doesn't leave Boo to fight alone, and look at the absolute mess of bodies left over towards Elbow. It's on Aspas and Com to try and find some threat here, try and close the gap, and Miniboo, oh my god, so evasive! Miniboo, you are absolutely brilliant at this!
I saw the boys getting into the grand finals in Shanghai, and I felt a little bit uncomfortable, but I was really happy for them. And going through, I was like also expecting to make grand finals in champions, and here I am now. And I told myself I want that too. And now I'm in champions finals. I'm not ready to call myself the best duelist in the world, but there is still so much to prove. This is just the beginning.
My oh my, we are turning up the heat in this grand finals best of 5. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka. I've got Mimi on my left as well, and one more very, very special guest. Give a warm welcome, guys, to Kaplan, coach of Sentinels. Thank you for being here.
Having me. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. Now, earlier, Zelsus was here, and he was rocking a Sentinel shirt. So, I asked him why he was wearing that. You got an EDG shirt on you.
You know, I made the claim they would win today. I just wanted to say 𝒮𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮, practice my Mandarin. It was a no-brainer for me.
He's back in it. He's back in it. How are you guys feeling after that map?
I mean, I feel like this is such a massive win for EDG. The bounce back was ridiculous on that second map, but here that second half, they were completely in control. The mid-rounding to start off was looking ridiculous.
Yeah, one thing I was really impressed by was you see a lot of these instant A controls on defense on Lotus. It's hard to want to do that against EDG because they have really fast B hits with their comp that normal comps can't do, with the Clove smokes and being able to Omen flash at the same time. They've loved doing little A fakes into B in the past. So, usually you can kind of play further back, go to where they're making noise. They're a very scrappy team, right? They played super confident in China. But I think what separates a good team from a great team is being able to self-ante. Be aware of your own issues, your own things that an opponent's going to look at. And this time around, EDG played way slower rounds early attack half. They would get too inserted on A, they'd go back to mound, they'd wait till 30, 40 seconds left to hit. And EDG last year, I just never would have seen them do that.
Yeah.
And having prepared to play their own Lotus earlier in this tournament, I would not have expected that. So to see them be able to get kind of nerdy, methodical, slow, relax on a grand final stage, I really think it shows how much they've leveled up this year.
And at the end of the day, they're getting the best out of both worlds, right? They've managed to find a midterm between being very aggressive, especially also on the defense. Sometimes they will triple down on being extra aggressive if they know they're going to be countered, and sometimes they're going to do something completely different. So it's on that boundary of just preparing it against yourself.
And we got to address Simon. What was that in the lockdown? What happened?
That clutch was ridiculous. I mean, literally one more second, he's locked down. He guaranteed loses the round, but instead he pulls that one off. And it wasn't just that one impressive moment for Simon. I think while he hasn't had incredible stats this tournament, he's been so consistently impactful with his utility, especially when he's playing Breach and Kong is on that Neon. I think his on-the-fly utility, especially with that Breach stun, is really good to adapt to where Kong is pathing, find that next fight, preempt that with utility, and set Kong up to thrive in these opening kills. He's been involved in already 35 opening fights in the 3 maps this series. That's more than the rest of the team combined by far.
Yeah.
What did you make of him? You impressed by him?
I'm impressed. Look, on Haven Attack, he messed up a plant. He looked nervous. Rookie year, IGL changed. grand final stage, and to go from that to I'm just gonna stand in this lockdown and just be ice cold, like doing that mid-match on that grand final stage, that's no joke. That's not easy.
What a chat.
Yeah.
They got to give him a spray for that, I feel like. Get that in the game. Get that in the game. But it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment, and this was 𝒮𝒫's ace. As the president of the 𝒮𝒫 fan club,
yes, that's me.
What did you make of this?
I think that it was beautiful, unexpected, the way that he just verticals across, getting the boom bot, how he dodges the prowler. He literally gets everything, 3 kills in the matter of a second. He goes up with the last one. I love that we also get the slow-mo to see it again, because you think it is just 𝒮𝒫 on the side defending it. You already know that he's playing on tree, and it doesn't matter. There's 4 people coming for him, because sometimes he shoots back.
Well, here's the thing, though. Can EDG close this out? We're heading to bind. Do you have faith, Captain?
I think they'll do it, but I think they'll do it in 5. Look, you know, like Heretics, they had to come right in after another match. EDG had time to prepare, but what comp are Heretics going to play? Are they going to go back to the Gecko, you know, the Gecko fade? Like, I think so, probably. You know, there's not as much preparation EDG has. It's more of like a team play, brawly fight map. I think that's Heretics' strong suit. I think Heretics can take this one.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that it is a very good point that you're bringing, because that's what happened on Haven. Probably EDG prepare for the previous composition. They were expecting to see the Sage and the Gecko and whatnot. They got something completely different. Even though it's a comp that you would usually see on Haven, they were not prepared for the macro of it. Now with Bind, Heretics has the chance to do the same, and they need to do it if they want to stay alive in this grand final.
I think if there was something to keep them in this for EDG to close out in 4 maps, it would be the performance that Kong is having right now. He's always been so good on this map. I think especially when he is playing that Raze, the way he's pathing into these sites, he does such a great job of isolating those site anchors and providing a ton of value for his team here.
This is the other thing, though. Heretics, they took down Gen G on this map. Would you like to see them do the 𝒮𝒻 Yoru stuff again, or maybe, you know, revert back to what they were doing before?
I think you get away from the Yoru. It was a really nice answer to the Cypher, but they, you know, like, you can play so much faster with other comps, and I'd love to see him speed it up and get a little more scrappy.
Do you think that's what they need to do against EDG, just speed things up and maybe disrupt their tempo a little bit?
Yeah, I think Bind is all about team fights, just less about individual confidence and just team fighting with utility, which I think Heretics are incredible at, so I think if they lean into it, they'll have it.
Yeah, it did surprise me a little bit that I felt like when EDG slowed the game down, they looked actually quite a bit better than Team Heretics when it came down to that mid-round situation. But you're absolutely right that they have been defined by the team fighting for Team Heretics, but that has also been the MO for EDG in the past. But I feel like that's not true to the same extent with this current team. We have seen some of the moments where they're in those team fights, it gets a little bit sloppier. It doesn't feel like the coordination between the players is quite as perfect as Team Heretics just shown this event.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever they have in store, it has to be good, it has to be clean, because right now, 𝒮𝒂, it feels like all the momentum, the confidence are on the side of EDG.
Oh yeah, totally. Like first map, yeah, Heretics started off super strong, but they bounced back in incredible fashion in something that was their home ground. There was some preparation, and Heretics is to keep their composition. We can expect this from EDG again. Also the confidence, so many individual plays, so many 4Ks, aces that we're seeing from their side, makes you feel like every single round is winnable. And against the team, getting that feeling against the teams like with Heretics with so many individual stars makes you a winner.
After losing those 2 maps in a row now, after having a great early lead to the series for Team Heretics, what do you think the conversation is like with their coach right now to bring them back into this final?
I mean, you get to walk away going, look, we lost on their pick. We have time to reset this. Probably throw a little strategy talk of how you can surprise them on Bind a bit. And at this point, I think as a coach, it's nice because you can just call on the players and empower them by saying you've already had experience on these stages, because they have, right? They've been, you know, they played in a grand final in Shanghai, so they ought to know what they're doing here.
But it's really important for them to close out, because if they don't, it's another second place finish. 3 already this year. A heartbreaking way to end it in Shanghai, twice in EMEA. They can't let that be the way their year ends.
Yeah, but if you think about it, the longer the match prolongs, the hardest it becomes from Heretics. It looks like they lose that kind of steam. We can also think about the amount of matches, the amount of rounds that Heretics has played just in this tournament is outrageous. EDG has had an easier way here. It's not that they didn't fight it, but doing it through the upper bracket, getting those breaks, getting the wins against the teams that you already know you're comfortable against, makes a big difference.
Yeah, it does indeed. And of course, this is EDG's first ever global best of 5 as well. We don't have any info when it comes to their stamina, how they're going to handle when things get a little bit later. But as we take a look at the agent select, let's see, Kaplan, if Heretics have changed from the Astra Yoru, and they have.
Yeah, it looks like they went back to their tried and true. I mean, they're so comfortable with Gecko. Like I said, very, very brawly map. You know, I think they you know, they're definitely, they should feel like, oh, we can pilot the meta comp better than the other team. Let's do it.
They absolutely look like they could. It's been great in the past. I think the biggest question is, did EDG see this coming? Were they prepping for the Yoru instead? And does it even matter? Because EDG is a team that once they get that confidence, once these players are standing up, yelling, winning those clutch rounds, they feed off that so well. And it does feel like they're set up here for a chance to win that trophy on Bind.
Well, this could potentially be the last map we see in this grand final. So Kaplan, please do us the honors and toss it over to Bren and Saisho.
All right, Josh, Bren, I just want at least one Jayo each from you this cast. No matter who you're rooting for. A couple Jayos and I'm happy. Take it away.
Listen, that's putting me on the spot with Mandarin. Josh, take it away.
Kaplan, Jayo! There you go.
Yeah.
I'll root for you.
Excellent, excellent.
Now,
listen.
What a potential final map we have here if EDG are able to close it out, and another spot where Heretics have to dig deep to push it further. I love that the desk was bringing up Heretics BO5 win rates this year. They've only won 2 out of 6 best of 5s that they've been in so far. They've lost 3 of them domestically. They've lost 1 of them in the grand finals of Shanghai. Those are learning moments, but they can't let it slip from them again. Not to a team where it's their first ever time in a spot like this.
EDG are on the cusp. They've already made history for China, for themselves, with a minimum finish. They're looking to carve their place in the history books by being champ winners here. benji instantly answers.
One enemy remaining.
The flood defense comes up with the goods. The plant down for Kang to play around, but smoked off. His team was picked apart. Methodical was the nature. And Heretics now can stick this one. Peace of mind here.
Yeah, there's no way.
There's no chance for Kang. Pissed around for Heretics. That's what they need.
Kang's going to save the armor here, actually. A pretty unusual situation for him to be in. But they already got the plant down, so he doesn't get punished in terms of the money. A lovely play there with the Dizzy. That's actually really similar to the way that you're going to see nobody defending when EDG are on the defense side. benji swings through, able to shut things down.
One enemy remaining.
I think Heretics should be feeling comfortable here. This is a map that they can turn it around on. But EDG have got some dangerous looks. Chichu's pretty aggressive in the way that he controls towards A short. And they like pressuring over towards Showers and B long. Tend to fight in those kind of areas with a lot of utility coming through from Simon.
I'll send it flying forwards here, but it's a season and A. The combo works to perfection.
It's just perfect.
Yeah. Age-old that it is. Attempt to shore up. Take a Showers as well. Chichu swings in from the side here. In through the smoke is Smoggy. There's danger lurking, but as long as Boo holds his nerve, should be able to find it. And yes, indeed he does. So
even spotted out the final player there.
Yeah, Chichu low enough as well that the chances have dwindled to almost naught, and now finally there. So crossing over the line once more. Another round for Heretics. It's 2 in a row with 4 players alive. You can keep it healthy heading into the bonus.
This is another map as well, actually, where I'm going to be taking a look at Miniboo. He received so much praise, and I think a lot of the community is starting to change their mind about their perception of how good he is, to giving him that credit. But he has yet to really come online in this grand final. His performance in the group stage was a little dim. Playoffs, he's been playing fantastically. A massive improvement, like 30% better in playoffs, generally speaking. But I'm waiting for him to have that level of impact.
Oh, the punish. Stimmied up, speed boosted onto the line. They knew that Rians was going to be making a play for that when the smoke was in their faces.
Nice idea from EDG.
Yeah. Moves one of the pieces of util, the tools that Dizzy did would otherwise get them that acknowledgement up through B long. Now there's a horn of their own. EDG might be trying to take some space Up and over, still a smoke in their faces. A season and A that's just about dodge, sidestep.
They can go through the teleport here. If benji ends up taking down 𝒮𝐸, expect to see that TP over towards A, and then it really is on Miniboo with 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 and nade.
Yeah, has not been given up.
EDG staying flexible in this spot, but without any showers, you know, control or information, it is a gamble to go through that teleporter. That's why I'm saying I think they'll only do it as a last resort. benji is looking for this fight, though. He is posted really aggressively inside hookah.
Feeling like he needs to step up to it. Side swing, it's traded. The boo's still there. Knock at the front door here. TP immediately. It's going to be cleaning up 𝒮𝐸. Dropped him 20 seconds.
𝒮𝒩 has to leave.
Yeah, that's a TP.
And now these two players are scattered.
KangKang trying to catch that. He does. Rotations. No safety available, not for Boo. Trying to get a run on, trying to see if they can play this timing well, but already plan is down for 𝒮𝒩. Retreats to a bit of safety, backed into showers. KangKang, crossfire, setup is available. All the way up in heaven. Down to the wire, tap already, bullet to the back. Miniboo down, and 𝒮𝒩 left to do it all. Stray bullets running out. Nothing else to work with, but the sidearm, and still finds that one. Still reload, time enough for it. The time is ticking, thoroughly against him. 𝒮𝒩 spraying, spam not on time. I mean, 𝒮𝒩 38, 7 bullets, run down, pistol in hand, 𝒮𝒩.
That's a round that very easily could have gone the way of Heretics, though, and converted the bonus. It took everything from EDG there. Even after getting the opening kill,
30 seconds.
they needed KangKang to be able to win that duel against Boo. If KangKang had not been able to pick that up, I don't think they have a chance. And there's the reaction as KangKang got killed by the ghost. Masticating furiously.
Top of the orb. KangKang's trying to punish. Disrespected. Miniboo, he's grabbed it. He's out of there.
And Boo, the danger man from the previous round, who was anchoring B, has now made his way into lamps. And this is a spot that he's going to have to be cautious as the orb drops, but could backstab.
Oh, EDG contacted all the way. Enough to get a kill there. Bullets flying forwards from Boo. Look at the answer. Testing the defense a little bit. EDG in through A short, spam and spray. An attempt to deny that plan from coming down, but EDG get that extension that they were looking for. Tripled up. Lamps is a hot commodity.
Rian still has full util. 𝒮𝒩 into lamps here would clear that out.
Groombot sees it, spots it. Miniboo just taking the peek anyway. 𝒮𝒩 over the top. Doesn't clear it out. Sliders to bangles to play into, and that window of opportunity is seized. 𝒮𝐸 in through the back. Sidestep again, benji. Meeting them pound for pound. But it's a 2v3. And the hourglass is running dry. It's a tap from 𝒮𝒩. He wants to force them out into the open. No easy access to any of these players. benji wrapping all the way around. He knows the only option is to run.
Heretics fumble that retake a little, in my opinion. The normal 𝒮𝒩 position would cover all of the interior of lamps. The 𝒮𝒩 that was thrown there, it ends up going mostly over towards the kind of entrance to lamps, which doesn't clear out those positions inside thoroughly enough. Heretics now pushed down onto a bad buy. benji's one holdover weapon, really the only thing they have to work around. Are they going to try a sand crunch? Rian's Dizzy lineup would seem to suggest that.
Right there.
King's wrapping around.
Miniboo, I think, is trying to stay flexible. He can commit short or through sand.
They're going to use the thrash here on EDG's side of things. Clears most of the way. Retreat back, get some control over towards B long. Miniboo.
Hello, brother. Wada.
Must have got a tag for him to make a play like that. They want to run them down. Where they stand, Simon.
Thrash is ready.
Going to be scratching his head on that one.
Gopal Sami.
Miniboo was looking to take a timing because he couldn't stay short for that long. But KangKang's taken one of his own. He slipped into this cubby on B site in front of the Viper wall, and now he can play the rest of his team in.
All over the place! Dizzy! Combines their might, augmented with the showstopper. And Heretics There's danger lurking around every corner with his squad. That's beauty.
And I was asking when we might see Minibu have a big play, step up, really feel the tempo of the game. And I think this is the round you point to. He's controlling short with the nade and his Sheriff, takes a timing to go through that TP, and then whips it out of hookah. Cranking his crosshair 90.
Deep breaths.
And Team Heretics are now building up to massive ults as well. There is a potential here for Kankan to get his online, and maybe that is incentivizing EDG to go and take some showers control. It looks like Minibu might want to fight, but normally you'd expect him to be doubled up with somebody if indeed he wanted to really fight aggro. This is
again. No way, he thought the path was clear, Minibu. There's no way you escape. He does not at that.
And then the Thrash comes through to try to showers crunch, but they're not set up for it, and it was too late to bail him out. It's a disaster for Heretics.
No connection, a wasted ult.
Hiding from that boom bot, Brent, just gave EDG the most enormous advantage in the round. And now Heretics forced to take risks. And with the info that plenty of players were showers, they've pushed out B, pushed out Fountain, the fight happening in Cave.
There's a brawl skirmish to take place. Kang just the one and gets out, dropped down to 1 HP, still lucky to be alive. BinksFishy, it's your time to shine. Up and past, but the Prowler latching, has to break it, drops down to Snakebite. He's worried about the fast tempo increase. EDG, though, in a tempered around.
EDG have more players alive right now, but they do not have good info. They have no idea where Riens is. Riens could still be playing in Fountain, he could be tucked in sand somewhere, hookah. EDG are going to have to be meticulous in terms of how they clear out all of these angles, or just group up together and hope they can trade him.
Yeah, Kangang's going to take point on that. He's on 1 HP, you might as well. Go for some wide swings. See if your team can trade you out right behind you. Born for most of the way here. Riens reveals himself. Look down towards it, orbital strike. That's 13 seconds left to plant. That time pressure is applied. EDG have got to make a go of this one. Rebounds to the molly, but it just about missed. Simon's still alive. Here's the Nightfall now. Sends it flying, and Kangan with it. Oh, there's some value. BinksFishy. Drop down. Riens knew where he was from prior. Players are stepping up to the challenge here, but he's going to try and pluck them out of the picture still. EDG troubled up, locking it down, ensuring that Riens cannot step over that line. It's full control. He's hoping for the random shot, but it will not happen in time.
Heretics did what they could to try to salvage that, but really it was lost right from the start. Heretics didn't realize that EDG were going to make a play for the ult orb themselves. And this from Minibu, I think, is terribly greedy. He was not close to an ult. It wouldn't have materially changed the round in any way. He just thought, might as well, because my boombot didn't see anything. EDG punished him massively for that bad information. And they even pull out the orbital strike on the defense side too.
Smoke. Heretics here in signs of life. Howlers dodge, not quite. Benji reveals his hand. It's a judge in play. Simon's going to be hearing that. Making a call to his team. Hookah essentially a no-go. Looks like he might want to make a play for it anyway. There's a seize, rebounds, and it does get the connection, but is there any follow-up? Benji playing in front, and again there's that danger! Ults were committed. If Benji wasn't fried in the process, the bullets at least did the job before it. Boo, up and over.
This is where 𝒮𝒫 loves to take fights, but Rien's on the other side, and 𝒮𝒫's taking the timing.
Tested here, 𝒮𝒫 with that timing. Puts a bullet there, straight to the brain of Boo. 𝒮𝒐gy trying to evacuate, knows that they have to try and retreat, but already the timing, whipping it around. Woot, he's caught all the way behind them. If he kills 𝒮𝒧gy, it's a spike drop down. This timing and angle is absolutely everything. 𝒮𝒧gy, he wins out that fight. 𝒮𝒫, the chokehold onto it, but there's gaps into the play, and the pit just plays them in anyway. Dizzy, not broken in time, gets the reveal. Adjustment by Minibu is immaculate. Eviscerating the opposition, EDG. They can't stand against that.
What a save there from Riens and Minibu. Woot is going to have his heart in his mouth. He had the entire round in the palm of his hand. He could have dropped 𝒮𝒧gy and lost the duel, and the rest of his team bail him out of a difficult situation. Riens continues to just be superbly consistent, but 𝒮𝒮𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮 has really activated.
Sometimes it happens.
Then fair enough. Sometimes it does happen. You're in a spot to win the round and you whiff it.
The mood is good.
Like I said earlier about Simon's play a few maps ago, it doesn't matter if the round ends up getting salvaged. You just can't let it happen in a big moment. Simon redeemed himself massively on Lotus with the 1v2 he pulled off. I'm sure Woot will have his spot.
EDG going to be taking a tumble here with the money. 𝒮𝒮's got a rifle in hand. He's the one who has to do the work if there's any chance in the round.
I'm always drawn to where 𝒮𝒫𝐸 is playing on the map. He's so aggressive with these lurks, and if you give him 1v1s, he's incredibly good. I'm watching him play over towards Shower here, wondering if he's going to look to play off the rest of his team's distraction, because he takes early backstab timings. If his team are pressuring short, he's going to swing almost immediately, and it looks like Woot looking to clear. Yeah. All right, that should at least give them some idea of where the danger is.
Watch the live, but 𝒮𝒮𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮 now. It's going to be under an immense amount of pressure. Woot's going to be covering. Fire over the shoulder. Still trying to lock down that Shower's control as well, but revealed up. There's some danger here still. Sees, connects. They see the tether into the corner. 𝒮𝒫𝐸. It's a nasty one. Pulls it back from the brink, but not before he is toppled. Ramps control. Once again, putting the premium. Simon, what is that, man? Matters into his own hands. This rookie is lighting them up. You're gonna be joking. What is that?
What a round from Simon. Where's he pulled it from? EDG are so good at playing inside smokes and spots like that, but you just don't expect it. First of all, from the Fade player, no matter who it would be.
He's running around like he's playing ranked. The timing as the smoke just doesn't
I think it's pretty fair to say that the pressure seems to be off his shoulders at this point. The difference in what we're seeing from him, from map 1 to recent performances, especially coming out at the back of that 1v2, he's willing to play loosely and make the plays, take the timings. Heretics have the ults, but no weaponry. Time for EDG to take charge. I like that double face.
Yeah, almost with the punish. Almost.
And again, 𝒮𝒫𝐸 looking to try to take space off the back of it. As his team pulls those 3 players to B, it softens up A and maybe allows 𝒮𝒫𝐸 to find his one. Boombot sails past again. That bad information from 𝒮𝒮𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮.
It's costed him rounds. Boo aiming to hold them back. He hears that jump spot. Snaps to the side. No shots on target though from 𝒮𝒫𝐸. And he has revealed his hand here. Here's very deep flank. Woot. Now Lauren hands Boo seeking to retreat. It's an open angle, unaccounted for.
I like this pause though. You've already killed the smokes player. If you wait out the Viper wall, they've got nothing to be able to stop you. Woot's really the only danger player here, I think.
Gets the info.
Then again, this pit is actually going to be a little difficult to get through. I'm surprised Benji invests this. 4v5 with only a Sheriff.
Yeah, Woot's got the info. I think that they're all trying to make their way over towards B, and they're already holding this down, missing the shots. Needed to be towards the dome anyway. And TP's putting the squeeze back onto him. Still, 𝒮𝒮. Maybe a bit of miscom.
𝒮𝒮𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮 has ult. This round should be over.
It's theirs for the taking. Showstopper unleashed. Let loose onto the feet. Nobody did not stand a chance. Blown to smithereens, reveals up and counting. 6 seconds left. There's no plant in sight. You can take your time because the round is in the palm of their hands. Heretics swing bang, release the pendulum. They take control of the map.
Chalk up another 4v5 win for Team Heretics there, but I did not see that one coming. We've seen it all throughout the tournament. They're amazing when they're a man down. But here, they were rifles down as well. No smokes player on defense. The ults ended up closing it out, but really, I think a lot of that is to do with the space that Woot took over towards A, letting them know that it was B. The pit scared EDG. They did not want to fight into the eco weaponry. I can understand why as well. From EDG's perspective, you're thinking, all right, there's a pit down. They probably have a bunch of stingers. Why would we want to go in there?
That's exactly where it thrives, close quarters.
But, I mean, it wasn't. It was a Sheriff. It was Benji with a Sheriff trying to make himself puff up and look big, look scary.
postured him away into the open arms of Miniboo. And he's been decimating. I mean, he's 12-5 right now. He's top of the scoreboard for his team. Talked about it, you know, like as a player, I think, shining a light on him. He's just been thriving and improving as the tournament has gone on.
Absolutely. If you compare the stats when he was playing in groups to when he was playing through playoffs, there's just a world of difference. Like I said, he's like 28, 30% more damage, even higher in terms of his like kill improvements. He's still playing the same way. He's still getting aggressive. He's still going for those entries. He's still taking that tip of the spear job for Heretics, but now he's hit it. And he's woken up in this grand final, perhaps just in time.
Back and forth we go. Point reveals 1-2, at least 3 towards the tail end. Good information. EDG going to be taking this one with a much more cautious approach. Kang went away from the ult. I think there might have been a play towards an orb, but for now, sets his eyes over towards Zuka, clears most of it with the boombot. Broken, they think something's up. Prowler. Bit of a handshake occurring. What's the goal for EDG?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. I feel like they've been slowed down in quite a lot of these bind attack rounds, and they haven't quite had enough options available to them when the time ticks down. Here, they're going to try and hit into a site where they've still got Mosh on the defense side. Benji's still got wall up. There's so much they have to get through. Seas, Nightfall.
Exactly.
It looks so tough.
Everything you could ask for if you are Heretics, just trying to bunker down, bolster the defense. And with 23 seconds left, time running short. It's an ult offloaded. Kang trying to get into the mix, into the action, and a fight to be taken, but traded out anyway. Beam down with a Phantom in hand. It's just that 1-for-1, and the plan from Simon. It's going to go off anyway. There's no pushback occurring. Not from Heretics, not right now, but maybe enough damage has been done. It's a 4 versus 4. Reset into the round. Benji was just watching for any sort of stragglers. Hard committed positions by EDG. It's up to 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 to hold them back from the elbow angle. Pixel angle to work with nade. This is cheeky. Dodges, rebounds, snakebite at hand. Heretics carving out chunks and pieces of the map, but are being met here. At least the firepower. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 cannot spray them down in time. That's methodical by Heretics. That's enough time on the clock as well for them.
That is beautifully done. Beautiful. Snakebite nade to take down anybody that was going to be playing over towards that default position. And then Riens is so damn consistent. Gets that trade kill onto 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮, instantly spray transfers onto nobody as he swings through the Viper wall. He's always there.
Let's keep it up there. Good comms, good.
And he's relaxed as well. Yeah. He just seems like a great asset for the team in terms of keeping them composed in these moments, not letting the energy run away. They're in control on bind right now. EDG would need a big thrifty. And I think they're running out of ideas on the attack side. The macro, it's not looking anywhere near as clean as we've been seeing on Lotus, for example, if you want to compare the past map.
Okay.
There goes 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮.
Strikes him right where it hurts. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮's been a player that's opening up most of these sites like we've been talking about with the lurk timings.
He has been playing in those kind of positions, though, fairly regularly, so it's a good read from Miniboo.
Repositions up and over to heaven, walking their way forwards. I mean, EDG not to be deterred.
No, and Benji is aware that they're giving Lamps control right now, but it does mean that he's got to watch multiple positions.
This position sucks. I mean, Benji in this spot, he's got to try and retreat as well. They don't have showers control. Luckily, nobody's there ready to pounce on him when the damage is done. Simon, another play to be made. The rookie wants to step up straight away. Here's that reload! And Boo just barely ready to wrangle control. Straight back at him. Orbital strike. No damage done, but 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 collecting kills from all across the place. Miniboo seeking to dominate the angle. Make sure the showers is not being recleared into this 3v3. Satchel's overhead have to be broken. The pressure get into them. Satchel breaks it. Dizzy up and over, in through the smoke though. Nobody spamming. And now swarming. Dominating EDG. What a response.
Said they needed a big thrifty, and there it is. They take round 11. After losing the first player as well, Jishu fell. But I think Benji's spot just ended up being completely exposed there. They couldn't deny Wingman. I think that's such a mistake. If Heretics just make sure that they focus on plant denial on A, they're going to put EDG in really difficult spots. Instead, when you let them get the plant down and get into their post-plant positions, you have a much tougher job at things. And EDG come into this, the final round of what could be the first half of the final map.
Orbital strike for the Thrash.
Yeah, massive ults.
Yeah. Who was holding it preemptively just in case the Thrash was used at the beginning of the round. EDG, no signs of them going for that game plan though. Simon's going to try and fake this presence. Is a Nightfall going to be enough though? That's a question. They don't have map control over towards B. Very much an all-in. They don't have map control over towards B.
It looks like they would want to thrash through sand. Does Boo get the call?
Footsteps.
Not even.
That's true and away. The crossfire set up. It's broken apart to pieces. TP. It's not enough. Minibu with just the one, but the orbital strike does at least split them in twine. EDG trying to go for this one now. Smoggy with the plant. Back being held. That's Chichu watching onto the angle. Still with control. Simon is alive and kicking. Making sure that the flank is watched for.
I like the smoke. Allows them to take backside control. But they've got so much more to do here, Team Heretics. Yeah. They've allowed EDG in again. Plant, post-plant positions, all looking very diligent.
Horns up on either side here. Up and over. Will need to be pre-aimed. Boo's on top of it. Clears the way for most of this hookah.
He sees two.
Molly has to be used. Sees up and over. It's dodged, it's missed. Simon with the timing. Softened up, damaged up, but the Molly now rebounds, and it should be good for the cause already. The circle's starting to shrink. Time is starting to run short. Chichu denies any chances. And 6-6. Once more is where we stand. Perfect parity between these teams. They are pushing each other to the brink.
What a gorgeous wide swing there from Chishu, making sure to isolate the player that was trying to stick it. He's been incredible for EDG across this tournament. And now this Chinese squad only needs 7 more rounds to not just make history, they've already done that, but to win their first time of making it to the finals arena at Champs.
It's a very elite group. Champs winners, trophy lifters. And EDG would love to secure that spot for China. But even before that, we're going to send it down to the floor. A nice little interview.
I'm standing here right now with 2 special guests. We have Genus, Trent, and Icy. Now, how are you guys enjoying the match? Icy, I know you really enjoyed that opening ceremony.
I mean, it's incredible. This is my first event as a spectator. But, I'd rather obviously be here playing, but either way, it's insane to be here. The atmosphere is incredible. It's just overall great.
I mean, you can hear it, right? What about you, Trent?
I mean, yeah, the opening ceremony was absolutely crazy. I was upstairs, and I could just feel the whole building shaking. It was insane.
Oh yeah, it's a party here for sure. Now you both played against Team Heretics and EDG in the past. How would you compare and contrast their styles?
I think both teams have insane aimers. This can go either way, I'm not gonna lie. I had EDG going all the way, I had them winning this, but I think Heretics can pull this back and make it in 5 maps.
What about you, Trent?
I thought Heretics was gonna win at the beginning, but now seeing how EDG's playing, I gotta go with them.
Oh, well, that seems to be how this map is going as well, right? So I gotta ask you guys, oh my gosh, listen to the crowd. I gotta ask you guys, who's taking this map?
I think if Heretics win the map, they're winning the series, so I'd say Heretics.
Oh, Trent?
I gotta go against you, I'm going EDG.
Oh, we got both of you on the opposite sides. All right, let's see who has it. We're gonna get back into bind.
Crowd is raring to go. You can see already descent in the G2 camp. The players can't make up their minds.
And I think that's indicative of this entire tournament. Both last year and this year, actually, you came into Champions with a dominant team. Fnatic of 2023, Gen G this time. And Gen G losing in groups just blew the field wide open and laid fertile ground for EDG's growth here. For teams to go on mad runs like this, and it's been difficult to predict any match at any point here at Champs. You still can't tell which way this one's going. I do agree with Icy. I think it's possible that Heretics can still get back in, though obviously EDG are in a better spot to close it out.
All they need is bind. All Heretics need is a kill, potentially to open up this A site. Right for the taking. Nobody with a spray down, spam shots, no connection, no damage done. Inside through the smoke, Rians. Beautiful shot.
Fight on the flank here.
Benj is going to seek to maintain control of this angle. Simon, again, the rookie, asked to do quite a lot in this spot, but diligent. Cool, calm, and collected from almost the entirety of Heretics. It's a pistol round that's in the palm of their hands.
Yeah, major win for them here. EDG did look a little shaky on their attack side macro, which is a wild thing to be saying, considering that they still got 6 rounds out of it. But I would expect Heretics to be extremely drilled in spots like that. This composition offers you so many ways to play. The executes are incredibly difficult to hold against. Kankan cannot afford to be giving up first kills like that. He's been the master of putting first kills on his side over the course of this tournament.
Boys, let's go. Guys, let's take control of this map, okay?
You heard that at the end there.
Yeah.
Let's take control of this map.
That's actually what Miniboo was saying when they played against Lev as well. It's all about controlling the tempo, making the play to your pace, and that's almost the same opening as the pistol. Player going for a jump peek, nearly punished. But maybe a bit of bait there, trying to see if Team Heretics would accelerate, because EDG were stacking with 4 players on B.
Launching smoke. The defense going to get spread up hard a little bit here. No longer a stack, in truth. Heretics happy to slow it down. No point walking into your own demise.
Heretics, 2 players not buying up in this round as well, so they've got some flexibility. They can afford a couple deaths without it knocking the economy.
Yeah.
And I'm looking towards Riens to see if he can get the Thrash online. Wood's happy to go and try and take this space. He's just looking for information. He's not worried about dying because he is one of the players with just a ghost. Spots 1, spots 2.
It's that earlier damage. Knows there's one in lamps. Hold on, twisting, turning, and shots to potentially be found. Smoggy looking to try and push back, dismiss, but still alive for now.
All he needs to do is hold Smoggy here, and the Seas will hold Smoggy very permanently to the spot.
Rooted in place. And for his team to collapse onto it for the reclear.
And now, this is where I'd be asking Riens to throw the weapon away to somebody else. You know, put it onto Benji or Woot and go hunting with the pistol.
Exactly. This is good alongside the nade here. Woot's trying to get himself round to the corner, and luckily, enough wiggle room. Born down and out. Pistols in their face. Close quarters is where they're going to be thriving. Jumping through, doubled up. Players are dropping. Suddenly, there's chances. But Kangkang's lone with the rifle in hand. Steady aim. Still, it's a little bit labored, but it gets the job done.
They saved 2 out of 3 of the rifles. So EDG do a bit of damage, but it's not going to be catastrophic. And they did manage to get the Thrash online. So even though it looks dangerous, Heretics are in a position here where they could start snowballing away on Bind.
One enemy remaining. Gun here.
Miniboo's going to look to pick up a Judge. That normally implies that you're looking for something pacey. The Thrash making space for the Judge double blast back.
Yeah, holding the nade as well, just in case there is that play happening. Season going to be combined using conjunction. Thrash all the way through, clears the way in the path in through showers. Judge in hand. Lamb's control there, but it's a satchel and a pivot. They want to go over towards B. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮, Sole defender, and Miniboo trying to ruin somebody's day.
I'm not sure that was the game plan off the rip, but an audible call by Boo. See how well it works. 3 players from EDG still sticking over towards A, thinking that this might be a re-hit. They're dead wrong.
Yeah, spots a lot there, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮. He's going to find it hard to try and get the hell out of there, but takes the timing and takes it well. Heretics are the ones who are running out of options.
Yeah, it's very tough for Miniboo to play the entry when he's got a Judge. I think it's time maybe to swap that onto somebody else. Without the blast packs, how are you going to gap close?
45 seconds into the round. No control of A.
If they go for a hookah re-clear straight into the Judge, these are the moments that could just lose you the grand finals.
You're going to hear the hearts break of many of these players, or perhaps
Just sing in unison, 𝒮𝒫𝐸 and Kang. That's beautiful work.
It couldn't have gone better for them.
Spectacular.
There's so much danger going for a play like that. And Boo's now has to win a 1v4.
This one part easier, but not the follow-up there. Nobody.
How have they got away with that?
Yeah, quick on the cleanup. That is just insanity. You're brave to be making it clear like that. You are brave.
I mean, especially when the player's got a judge on the other side. But 𝒮𝒫𝐸 is so clean with it. These shots, these two, the deadly duo. A two-headed Hydra, I think EDG has proven to be over the course of this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
With Kang and 𝒮𝒫𝐸 topping the scoreboard in so many of their maps.
Creeping closer to a potential finish. EDG. Top of the scoreboard, in my opinion, are MVP candidates for the grand finals. At least if you're only looking at EDG. For Heretics, it's up to them to see if they can answer back. They need bind.
And their play with the Thrash found no value really in the prior round. They got stopped by that Seas nade. So a good read from EDG as well. And now going exploring again. These are the spots where 𝒮𝒫𝐸 is going to look to try to challenge, but I think Benji tends to play these a little safer. I don't think he'll just walk into Kang. But that also means he's not going to clear Kang.
Prowler spotted. Broken. TP long control.
They have pushed back the defenders on B. But Simon, 𝒮𝒫𝐸, they're yet to call a rotate, so still 3 players. The strong site is A. That's where Boo wants to end.
Oh, they're going to be going straight into the maw.
They have not cleared Kang. In fact, I don't even think they know Kang's here. 𝒬𝒨gy to take contact. A Dizzy over the top.
Molly in the hands of 𝒬𝒨gy, and as that contact caught, players are falling. It's a fiery finish, potentially in the A short avenue. Rians has got to answer back. It does so with that shot. Right on target, 2v3. Boo from the side turns into a 2 versus 2, slightly more winnable. Out wide, but accounting for it, and the Haunt is perfection. Spam from the box just to finish that task, 8-8.
The Heretics were not ready for those final 2 players there. Not whatsoever. Swung out into front sight. Thinking that 𝒮𝒫𝐸 and Simon were going to be in, over towards B. Did not get that. What a setup, though. If someone on Team Heretics had managed to take an earlier lurk timing, if Boo had really tried to limit test and walk his way through showers early on, he would have realized that it was empty.
Yeah.
Only nobody who was trying to juggle around so that he could support short and shut down the showers lurk. But Team Heretics, with all of that structure and all of that discipline, don't take risks like that would have paid off in a moment. But you can't find moments much bigger than these.
Momentum shifts to the other side of things here. It's Heretics, despite the replay showing that pressure seems to be washing off the back of these players. They're in a difficult spot. It's 8-8, your economy's ruined. You have some ults to work with, at least the orbital strike in your back pocket. But Kang's also got that showstopper, and your ideas are getting picked apart. It's not working on the attack so far.
They don't seem to be applying enough pressure early enough to figure out what EDG's setups are. Now I say that, but it's a sample size really of 1, because round 15 was when they had the judge, and I think that in itself caused them the issues. But these are 2 crucial back-to-back round wins for EDG, because it's probably going to give them a 3rd.
It's time for the course correction, excuse me. You're right. EDG primed and ready to take the lead in this map.
I think the goal for EDG in this round, not just to win, but to try to do it cleanly. If you can save Showstopper, you're probably going to get up to almost all of your other big ultimates. And then you're in a great spot for the next rifle round. And this is how games slip away from you. Heretics had their chance to snowball in that bonus. Are EDG going for a re-clear of Octagon right now? Close range against the eco weapons?
No way.
Just the Prowler.
Stinger confirms it. You do not want to be opted into that fight. EDG smoked off. This
disrupts this high loader they were going for.
We've seen EDG rely on their individual fragging to bail them out of some contact reclears that looked really dangerous. Here's another spot that looks pretty dangerous, to be honest.
This against the half-buy, but the information gathered.
You've got 3 spots that you can be swung from, including the teleporter.
boo's got his util out. Oh my goodness, almost adjusting still. Kang with the one double satchels, committed to try and stay alive. Nobody. Eyes set onto the target. Mosh pit up and over. Now with the nade and the TP's core. Benji! Can't get the third, but already he's done the damage and now doubled up. Kills collected. It's a swarm and an overwhelming presence from Heretics in through the side into the back of his showstopper. This is where it should thrive. Up and over. But a shot returned. Bullet to the brain. Nobody with a hell of a task. Gargantuan in nature and a wide swing from Rians. Trades it all in place.
What a round for Heretics. They needed that. They maintained the lead somehow against all odds, with scraps and odds and ends to work with. Not even a smile there for the family. They can't bring themselves to believe.
And I can't blame them.
Well, a small moment that I want to point out in that round as well. What a clutch nature for Riens to stick the plant. For the MasterCard Thrifty, they needed that plant to go down, but Boo pressured early.
Triple swing. EDG might be on that lower weaponry, but there's still that danger lurking every corner. And Heretics are making sure that they collect these kills.
Fast flank.
No oversight. It is a fast flank. Prowler's going to be dodged for now as well, but Heretics know that they've got open access.
Really nice from Boo, making sure to monitor as the spike was coming in this direction.
Holding onto it. Wait, they've missed the timing. Boo's still holding. Wait, he's down. Hold on, Woot. Forced to pick up the pieces. Can you forge a path to victory, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 with that rifle? But he's just one man now, dropped down to 5 health. Nade online for Mini Boo. Mosh still available. It's unwinnable.
Yeah, the snake bite too. Every piece of post-plant utility that Heretics could possibly want in a crossfire setup. Yeah. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮's going to try and valiantly give his life for it, I'm sure.
There it is.
Benji shoots him in the back.
2-round lead for Heretics. Not giving up hope yet.
What a difference that Thrifty has made. What a huge difference it's made. Instead of being in a rifle round where EDG were 9-8 up, we now find the next rifle round where Heretics themselves are 10-8 up.
Nice, boys. Let's go. Nice dealing with the aggression, Wood. Well played.
I do love the way that Miniboo gives very specific praise to his teammates. Yeah. You know, he's always got a single focus of something he thinks that they did really well, either as a team, together, really making sure that they keep that at the forefront of their mind. This next round is about to be explosive.
It certainly is.
There are 8 ults online, and almost all of them with these bind compositions are round winning. Yeah. You don't really get any that are throwaways.
EDG going to be thinking themselves. I mean, it's them that press the panic button almost. Timeout taken. They do have a lot of ults of themselves, but the trouble is you can overthink it so easily. Heretics could very well just send this full throttle in for the A rush. You have a showstopper to work with. You have an orbital strike. You can clear through most of the map, cleave your way through.
Do you think that's the kind of team Heretics are, though? I think coming out of rounds like this, they tend to be more measured, more cautious.
Waiting for the idea, seeing if EDG have cooked something up.
I think generally speaking, yeah. I think that EDG are more likely to be the team that takes the risk. 10-8 down, even though they're on tournament map here. EDG convert on bind. Things they wouldn't have dared to dream only a few months ago would be realized.
CDG squad, I mean, not only have they broken past their prior limits, at this point, they're dreaming for the whole bloody thing. I mean, this is the culminating moment of the year. Champions 2024, it's the crowning jewel for VCT.
Simon pushed out. So good work maintaining showers control at the start of the round. That might be useful, might be important later on if they group up over towards B and need to take the teleport. Simon's going to look to try to re-clear that at the same time as Nobody and 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 go exploring sand. Both of those areas, though, have no Team Heretics players defaulting. Instead, it's B long, it's short. It looks like it's going to be a fake B exec here. that's supposed to go then into a real A execute, relying on that previous control of showers. The thing is, there's no way that EDG are going to buy that this is really B, in my opinion, because look at the positioning of Nobody and 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮. They're just full looking at it.
They are. Simon, though, he's playing floating position. He was in spawn, waiting for the sound cues. 𝒮𝒮𝐿 re-exploring. He is isolated, he is alone, but it's only Woot to deal with. He hears the Dizzy, clears his way through. Nightfall is used very preemptively. You can sidestep that one with ease if you're Heretics, but 30 seconds. Time is running short.
The fast flank.
And here it is. All emphasis placed onto this. miniboot. It's a showstopper in his hands. One right decision, one correct guess could completely change the tide of this fight. Woot just misses the Dizzy with ease once more. Nightfall's dropped, cracking down on his orbital strike, trying to spray them down. Players are dropped on every single angle. miniboot wins the fight out, and time is barely there to spare. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮, no long for this world. Up to 11 for Heretics, and now they're in the driving seat.
What a game, what a map for miniboot to come online. 20 kills across 19 rounds. And not just the kill factor, but the manner in which he's doing it. And the kills that he's getting are so important. He gets the kill there to deny 𝒮𝒮𝐿 as he's trying to put Spike down. Tries to put the Spike down again, swings, kills 𝒮𝒩𝒀. If he doesn't kill 𝒮𝒩𝒀, there's 5 seconds left. The round would probably have been over. What a time for miniboot to wake up in the grand finals.
Now fast tempo play. Slimmy to evacuate, but we'll be able to escape already. That space is given up. Simon, stray shot, finds a mark. You see this smoke, puts the fear of God into you, I think. If you are, Heretics still going to be going for the plant now. Simon trying to get potentially inside that smoke, but no, the plant is not denied.
Team Heretics, they just control no areas on the map.
Yeah. The crowds, and they're going to be pushed into this corner with this flank online, and now they have that knowledge, but it's a 𝒮𝒺sh committed, one of their own. Sprayed down. Nobody's trying to at least turn some heads over towards him, try and play his team into the fight, into the fray once more. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮 striking where it hurts, but yet shut down in a moment. Right when it matters most now, Simon, he's got to do it all. Sheriff in hand, upgrade in front of them. Yoinks it, but it's not enough. Up to 12 for Heretics.
This team has dug so deep. It was even at the half. It looked like you couldn't separate them on this map. Heretics have stormed off into the lead. A 4-round advantage now for a team that's been in these spots before. And actually, as the series got deeper and deeper, their play ended up trickling off. They couldn't match the pressure of the moment at Shanghai.
This is a different Heretics. They've learned from prior experience.
What on earth am I looking at with that Viper ult?
I mean, this is spilling out in all sorts of directions.
That's great. If you don't go and clear that, you're worried they're retaking sand control at all times. 𝒮𝒮𝐿.
benji! Oh boy.
You do not expect benji to be picking up an AWP in the final round. 𝒮𝒮𝐿.
Peak. Couldn't tell if 𝒮𝒮𝐿 had one of his own or if it was just a rifle in play, but you're not favored there when benji can just lock it down.
He's so much further away from the corner as well. He's always going to see you first, but 𝒮𝒮𝐿 relying on his skill to take him over the line. This pit, though, continues to be a bit of a bother. Heretics, by the look of it, want to kind of commit to the B site and then just leave hookah.
Plays in front of him, goes for the no-scope, spam down, hello, ults online, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮, an attempt to deny the plant. Online, but at least collects the kill before the trade is online. Up to 12 and that plant goes off without a hitch. Heretics can feel it.
They know the benji is market.
He's going to be holding it. Still with that operator. You can't really get active into this moment, but oh, hearing the footsteps. Double back. Simon lights him up. Heads will roll, and it's EDG to just, I mean, trying to stay alive into this map at this point. It's all stacked against them. Avenues accounted for. Positions watched, but luck at a draw there. Util out into the hands. Spamming, praying away down to the 1v1. Simon has got to do it all. A tap and a shot landed. It's not over yet for EDG.
Once again, the newest player comes up clutch. The addition of Simon has added so much to their team environment overall, the way in which Kangkang's supported. But today, and in the group stage of the tournament too, we've seen Simon be immaculate in high-pressure clutch spots.
It's almost unfair to ask it of him. It's a rookie to the team, his first international event ever in the grand finals of Champs.
Come on, please.
But his composure and his aim look clean at the moment. Kangkang does pick up the operator. It was saved. Got no armor to go along with it though.
Potential tool that they could use. Slower play by Heretics, and still they are in the driving seat. Nobody tucks himself close, a bit of stray spam, but nobody finding a mark. He's weaving around them, dancing around them. Eventually found and dropped. Passing online, but none the wiser. And an alternate hand to Kangkang. Spotting the retreating players, at least hearing it. A pre-fire towards the corner to no avail. Nade, rebounds, damage, connects, it cancels. Rians, he's out of it. Simon's defusing. What a body block! Simon, he's got it all away. Absolutely spectacular.
What an outrageous play. What a phenomenal protocol for EDG. The nade up and over the top, cancelling the thrash, and then the body block. Get yourself a job in the Premier League as a keeper. Just rattled off his shins. Also, what on earth is nobody doing inside this smoke? Why did it take him 15 seconds to die?
Just absurd. The clearance is going to be haunting Heretics. Timeout called for them. I said they were in the driving seat, but they are losing grip of the map. And with it, the series, the finals. Still 2 rounds is what they've got to work with. All they need is one.
Look at what it's doing to the fans down there, and imagine how that's echoed in the players. The fans have the freedom to sit there and allow it to affect them. The players have to shrug it off and move on instantly, not allow it. Not allow themselves to dwell on it for even a second. Neil looks stressed though. If they lose a couple rounds, it's going to be overtime with EDG having 4 rounds in a row. Heretics have got to close it out in the next 2, otherwise it could be curtains. And that trophy that they can see between the 2 teams, almost a touching distance away, it would be at least a year. Perhaps you may never have an opportunity like this.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, it's just a brutal moment for it.
Brutal doesn't begin to describe it. You're putting everything into these next 2 rounds. And now even more time to stew, to simmer.
A PC issue. And all of the players forced silence coming out of talking to their coaches. Time to sit and simmer on the words, and also just take a look over to the trophy. And honestly, try not to think about what it means to them.
Absolutely.
What we've heard from both of these teams in the press conference, but Heretics especially, is that they cannot allow matches like this to have meaning. The more you attach meaning to it, the more difficult it becomes to just allow yourself to be in the moment and treat it like any other match. You see Benji there, eyes closed, meditating, trying to keep himself in the zone.
Focused, locked in.
Have you ever tried to stay focused on a task with 10,000 screaming people around you?
It's very, very difficult. Tell you that for free.
And the rounds that they're going into, truly ridiculous. Listen, no matter which way this slices, we've got an incredible finish here to Champions Seoul. A different region winning every single one of our trophies throughout the year. That's incredible. First time seeing EMEA in a Champs final since 2021 as well.
I know, sorely missed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Out of it for a while, but this is a Heretics team, honed and polished. over the course of the year as well, which, listen, remind you, the expectations of this squad were just absolutely at the bottom. People would not expect them to do as well as they did. They got to Madrid, people were describing their performances, potentially that flash in the pan, but not really amounting to too much, but respectable for rookies, respectable that they made a good go of it. Shanghai, the drive and finish to the finals, but just within touching distance of that trophy there. Not that one in particular, but at least another one much like it.
And remember that this is the first global tournament where they've had their full team. You're talking about Madrid, Shanghai. They played both of those with 𝒮𝒮𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮, who I'm not sure exactly where he is right now in the crowd, in the audience. I assume he's at the VIP seats, only about 20 meters away from the players. He was once up there, twice up there in fact, on stage, but once in the grand finals with them. He'll be willing them on with all of his heart to close things out here on Bind. While most of the other fans in the audience are hoping EDG can bring it back, win cleanly 4 in a row, and hoist that Champions Trophy.
That's what they're all playing for.
God, take a look at this once more. What a timing for a play like that. We had a body block play on something similar in the group stage, where someone was able to headbutt it out the way. This one clacking off the shins.
The crew player, I think.
We're seeing such great protocols, if we go on to Abyss, if that's the next map we're looking at. We've seen DRX earlier on in the tournament have that denial of the Astropol post-plant setups.
It's been a lovely tournament for it, just individuals stepping up in intelligent little ways. Hasn't just been how to take fights, the gunplay, the util. We've seen players
small details.
Shine. Yeah, the small details, minutia. And we're right back into it here. Heretics hoping to make this round a turning point.
And this could be everything. If Heretics lose, Benji is not going to have enough money. Woot barely with enough. Depending on plant money as well. Heretics need this round to go their way, otherwise we could be looking at overtime.
Big Oats online on the Heretics side. Lots of tools to work with just to get it over the line.
It looks like they're trying to disguise Kangkang here. So they're playing him with the Viper Orb. You're not going to expect this.
No Heretics might have taken it. Hook, line, sinker. It's 4 players. Creeping closer, waiting for re-exploration. Orb in their face. Kangkang will have to respect this to some degree. Doesn't know if they've crossed up. Boombot not broken. Orb once more. Renewed. Refreshed. Snakebite to answer, hard committed onto the corner, showstopper right from behind, but Kangkang skewers them in place, up and over with a Saogyu's cut, EDG making a go of things. 35 seconds, the plant is down, Nade and Molly down at the feet, dropping Boo in place. And Woot can do naught but watch on in horror as another round is lost beneath them.
3rd in a row for EDG. They're on the EDG train. Heretics might have just lost control of Bind. What a skewering from Kangkang.
It's being made, man, all over the place.
We've talked so much about how Kangkang's actually dropped the operator in this run here. He's picked it back up a little bit. Against Leviathan, he pulled it out 20% of rounds instead of his usual 11, 10. You're seeing him pull it out again here. When the pressure's on, he's got a skill that few others in the world can match.
No one's really possessing it. Ice cold. Heretics relegated down to essentially a bargain bin buy. Don't get me wrong, there's still that danger, but it's all on the line and they're all grouped up. This is very much looking like an all-in play and approach. Horns is not broken, Nade and spam right through the box. An opening kill onto 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮, Pit in place. Nobody seeking to answer back.
This is where Kangkang should be looking to pick up the rifle. He does. They have Thrash to try to clear the pit. There's still many chances for EDG to take it to overtime.
Flank control watched for, and like you said, the Thrash is going to be clearing and cleaving the way through. Path potentially. Here, lying in wait, Thrash is there alongside 𝒮𝒐. His players need to be defended. Woot steps up to the challenge, but dropped inside Kangkang.
Overtime in sight. And EDG are hungry for it, trying to will it forward. Defuse the nade, but the shot's online. They don't have it. Time. It's not online, man. Heartbreak for EDG. The tiniest of differences. And Heretics, they will it forward. We are going to Abyss.
What an incredible contrast that is to the previous time where 𝒮𝒫 was able to body block the molly. This time, Boo makes all the difference. Fires it from the same spot. It wasn't blocked. And Simon tries to do what he can, but melts away, incinerated, immolated. And the Red Bull clutch carries Heretics forwards.
All smiles, feeling good, thoughts and prayers across the board, but we are going to map 5. We would not have it any other way.
Crusty like 𝒮𝒐 pen. Oh, hasn't been a week already, but I feel a weekend dizzy. I've been grinding for too many day and nights. I forgot already, gotta stay alive. But my music still bustin', I may die, but the song will never die, never die. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Stay alive, yeah, they may shoot, but we fine. Say goodbye, our records play till we die. Bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof, yeah. On the roof, yeah. We going up, yeah, we going up, baby. Bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof, yeah. On the roof, yeah. We going up, yeah, we going up, baby. Say an oath to my mirror, I won't slow it till I'm bigger. Broke till I'm thinner, so my flow will never simmer. Gazing at the stars, cause I'm born to make art, though they never know I'm far. My mentor, stating judgmental, shady, no mentor, only role models that I'm making, don't cuddle. I can take it, bulletproof, how I make it. My music never dies, stay alive. Stay alive, yeah, they may shoot, but we fine. Oh, say goodbye, our records play till we die. Bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof, yeah. On the roof, yeah. We going up, yeah, we going up, baby. Bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof, yeah. On the roof, yeah. We going up, yeah, we going up, baby. You ready? Take the L sometimes. I swear I might lose my mind. Brains all good and fried up. Anxious fool going higher. Over the weight, I'm tired, but still construct an empire. Achieve that glory in the magazine. Write, repeat, this my story. Bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof, yeah. On the roof, yeah. We going up, yeah, we going up, baby. Bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof, yeah. On the roof.
We are going to map 5, baby. Heretics, they pulled it back. I'm your host, Insaan, and I'm here once again with Steel, Kakuka, and Mimi. What an incredible bind that was.
It was insane. That last round to close things out. A Kung ace, but not in time past the Molly. And that felt like the story of that game to me. It was so many of these scrappy rounds from Team Heretics, winning eco after eco just to stay alive in this finals.
Yeah, time after time, we see, as you're saying, Heretics really trying to cling on everything that they have, winning those very important rounds. The timeouts are coming in the most important times, but we have to highlight 𝒮𝒻𝒨 just having the best utility that you can as a duelist when it comes to this ecos. On the other side, EDG also got a lot of rounds that they were not supposed to, but my biggest point of concern is those retakes that we were seeing at the end of it. EDG was not really able to win them.
I mean, speaking of retakes, though, I saw also at the start of the game, Team Heretics wasn't doing their fair share of that as well. One of the first attempts at A through lamps was abysmal. Like, you don't even have to go in there, and I know that Sideshow pointing out on the cast about the placement of the mosh pit, but I have to agree with 𝒮𝒨 about how that last round was a big story about how the entire game went. It was sloppy, it was back and forth, you couldn't predict it until the very end, just because it's just individuals shining at specific moments.
Yeah, and speaking of individuals, 𝒮𝒨, though, what a time for him to come alive. We heard it from his coach, Neil. It's not just the frags. He brings so much to this team.
Yeah, and we also heard it in the PMI. He wants to feel like he can be the best duelist out there. There's so many conversations about other players up there, especially in his own team, right? But he wants to be part of the conversation. He wants to get this trophy to prove it to himself.
He absolutely does. And I mean, facing Kung on the other side, I think he has to. We hadn't seen as many of those star moments from 𝒮𝒨 this tournament. I think a lot of it has come down to being very much a system player, getting traded out in a lot of these rounds. Yep. But the games where he is still playing that hyper-aggressive style, setting his team up for success, but also winning a lot of those opening duels and having those individual impact rounds as well. When the game is getting sloppy, like you were talking about in this match, Steel, it is really important to have him playing like this.
I was going to say, when you get into these really sloppy fights, I noticed from the side of Team Heretics, they would be fumbling around with their abilities. Like, some people would be taking out ability, like Dizzy coming out or Molly's coming out from Boo, and the only person that's really on point with how they're able to handle that chaos when situations get really messy, 𝒮𝒨 does shine on top because he's so quick, he has to be as raised.
I mean, as we head on to Abyss, though, I am worried for EDG. That is not the way you want to lose on Bind, and you saw it on the faces of those players. They were annoyed, they were angry. Of course you would be in that situation.
It's heartbreaking because you can tell that the pressure is getting to both of the teams. Both of them losing the advantages, losing the ecos, not being able to think through. They already knew that they have a very strong post plan, that they have to deny those positions and they have to do it faster. And moving on to Abyss, it becomes even a bigger concern.
Well, to tack onto that point, it's all about that resilience. It's about, as we talked about, the ecos happening earlier. If you lose a bad round because a Molly gets blocked or because you get ecoed by sheriffs, being able to bounce back and get that next round right after and mentally reset is so important. And we're seeing that from both teams throughout, and we're going into map 5. That's good to have.
No player on that stage has made it to one of these stages before. None of them have made it to the top 4 of an international event in Valorant until they made it here. Sure, there were the earlier moments for Team Heretics when they were playing in Shanghai, when they were losing in that final. But now it's champions, it's another level, and they have to be thinking back to those second place finishes, using that as motivation to come back and really lock in for this final map here.
You can use it as motivation, but again, is the ghost on your back thinking, I already made it to that map number 5. I was here in this position, and the pressure took the best out of me. We're saying they do not want to come second again, but they're clinging to the situation right now. They should be very comfortable about Abyss. I think that the loss that they had against Leviathan yesterday has to do also with the composition and how we're trying to deal with it. But it is not something that we're going to see from EDG.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like deja vu almost. It was Heretics that was on the receiving end of it. They looked boomed on that last map in Shanghai, and also in the previous grand finals they were in as well this year. But EDG, they've never even played a best of 5 on the global stage. I just want to make sure that they're not going to be boomed going to this map.
Well, boomed is definitely not what you want. When I look at these teams, though, and I look at how the games have been progressing so far throughout, starting from that Haven, even especially in that Lotus, how these big team brawls happen. Pound for pound, these guys are toe-to-toe with each other, and it's difficult to predict how things go, and it does come down to these clutch moments. So what I look for in this next map is that endurance race is about how they're able to stay collected and which team is able to build momentum, a string of 4 or 5 rounds in a row instead of just back-to-back or 2 rounds at a time, switching it off.
I mean, we've questioned the stamina of Team Heretics as we take a look at the agent select. Mimi, we know what this comp does. EDG surely will have some answers as well.
Absolutely. I mean, both these comps play a very similar style. For me, a lot of this is going to come down to the mid control. I feel like both these teams, when we saw them play, especially against Leviathan, struggled with how that Harbor comp was taking space in that area of the map. I think providing pressure there is so important to winning on your mid rounds on Abyss.
Yeah, and when we talk about the pressure, we acknowledge Benji's playing on the Cypher, but EDG does not have that Sentinel. We need to see the value coming out, because I think that for EDG, this double controller suits them so well. They're trying to replicate a little bit of what they do on Lotus.
When they can slice up the map like this and force the fights, which they have been really good at, that's when things get worrying for Team Heretics, especially at that B defense getting split on from middle. That's what I look for Team Heretics.
Well, this is it. No more room for mistakes. It all comes down to one final map, and the winner will be our 2024 champions. Give it up one last time. Show some love. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Excited to get into this one. It's the crowning moment for one of these teams, but on the other side, it will be bitter disappointment.
And if you think about their stories, EDG getting crucified by their fans earlier this year, failing to live up to expectations, they rebuilt, kicked the door open here at Champs for Chinese teams at international events. They've shown, they've proved that China can compete for trophies, earned that respect on par with any other region. But Heretics, they are the China Slayers. We saw that at Shanghai, defeating all oncomers from that region. And they've learned so much from the grand finals at Shanghai. You can see it in the way they play, in their tenacity, rather than the manner in which they fell over in that prior grand final.
So, I mean, there's a certain resilience now about this Heretics team. They know that they are capable of lifting a trophy. It's all about learning from those moments, and they appear to have done just that, bringing us here to Abyss, a defining map in our grand finals.
Look at how EDG takes space on this map. It's all about the smokes. They smoked over towards B and A main, normally where you would see defenders put the smokes, just so that they could take control. And that recon dart also gives them priority onto angles.
Priority almost paying off. Minibu has to activate the dash. Drop down to 1 HP.
Benji gonna get challenged here.
He's holding the slightest of off angles here with a knife. Activates the cage. He's going to be hiding in this one. Here's that timing and strikes right where it hurts. Kang removed. Chewing up these players as well, but he's just got to try and survive with the flash in his face through the backside control. He can lay claim and lay waste, but 𝒮𝒫𝐸 is doing exactly that on the other side of things. A cracked wide open. Rotations are forced, and damage still yet to be done. Nobody. He's creeping, crawling forwards, finally reveals his hand. He's using the dart to try and get ahead of the timing, but he's dropped instead.
That's way too aggressive for nobody. He's just giving away the advantage, but Smoggy's there.
Minibu! The return of the fire, the return of the shot to 2v2. Anyone's game here for the pistol round.
Nobody's distraction, though, has given these players so much space to go and play with. 𝒮𝒫𝐸's post-plant position is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And somehow Minibu and Benji are reading into it. They're slowly clearing this.
Slowly clearing, but damage needs to be done. Benji Fishy doesn't account for Simon. Once more, this rookies of the team closes out a round, a necessary one.
It's a bit messy for EDG, but you can see the game plan working fairly well. Oh, what a time into a court inside.
30 seconds left.
Astral plane there. Boo completely caught off guard. That's the same kind of timing that Boo himself likes to take on the lurks. Surprised he got caught by that one. Look at that, smokes being thrown. Astra smoke on B main, Omen smoke on A main. Makes it very, very difficult for Team Heretics to contest these lines early on. And then when they hit the sites, they can still use the Astra stars as util, like stuns in certain areas. You can stun nade, stun shock. You'll still have enough smokes. The weakness of the composition, of course, is that they don't really have that flank watch, and it's something that they had to adapt to over the course of the last time they played Abyss.
Well, Benji makes a good go of things. 𝒮𝒫𝐸 saved by the concrete.
Take flight.
Nobody going for that reclear out through mid. See if they can take some space. Who himself looking to potentially take that timing, but no. Instead the stack over towards A, which the gamble will be incorrect.
EDG looking like they're going to get a fairly easy opening here on Abyss the first couple rounds. Dodging those thrifties that were nightmarish on Lotus and Bind, actually.
Yeah, it's going
both
back and
teams
forth all the time, right?
Yeah.
Weapons dropped off. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 doesn't want to risk going down here. Hands it off over towards Simon, goes for the plant as well. He's going to be close. Big ult there. Cosmic Divide. One away now. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 can go hunting.
The Cosmic Divide is massively impactful on this site as well. Actually, on both sides. Throwing it down to be able to get cheap.
Last player standing.
They realize it. Saunity was one away. Yeah. Make the percentage play.
They want to make sure that they deny that ult. I think it is the right play in that moment, actually. Yeah, you don't deny any situations, deny any like shields or anything like that, but the likelihood of you actually being able to do a lot of damage when you've already given EDG full site control, pretty unfortunate.
Last player
Kind of callous, though, to send Dizzy in there as well. No need for that, in my opinion.
Dizzy doesn't do to deserve that. No retrieving that here, bottom of the pit.
Yeah, the real game begins now, though.
Yeah, mini-boot, rifle in hand. Alongside Woot. It's a double up, I believe. High-low setup, and they're going to try and catch this corner with a recall star. Shot that too alongside that flash. This is a little bit precarious as well. These players are going to be trying to meet their match. Hold him for the side there. Kang seeking to dash into play, but already dealt with. Dart into one of the players. Woot is tucked. It's at the tipping point here, but he's able to escape in kind.
Yeah, well escaped, actually. He was under a huge amount of util pressure there. I like the idea from Heretics. They doubled up on the ult orb, thinking that 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 was going to play around for it.
Right there.
Uncertainty though, but Orb's going to be picked up. Knife is broken. Mini-boot is low enough still. Trying to at least remove one of the heads of these players. EDG do not like what they've seen. Still, they don't have control of the map anywhere else. They're grouped up here for very much an all-in over towards B.
I think Mini-boot's got to be hitting those. If people are walking into his crosshair, you have to be good for it. This is the final map of the grand finals of champs. You cannot let free kills escape.
Boo. Great timing on the swing. A little bit labor with the follow-up. Able to achieve second kill that he was hoping for. Stars rejuvenated. Mini-boot. Talk about heating up. And he will turn up.
Back with a vengeance.
I have the spike.
An impossible task for 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮. We're seeing quite a bit of EDG trying to sneak through along this back pillar route.
10 seconds left.
The more damage he does, the better it is. But he's not going to be able to get even the plant down. Well, I mean, he'll go for it for the money, of course,
Yeah,
but not to extend the round.
Into the tail end. Not the worst scenario.
Yeah, it means though that he has to keep the Guardian. Oh, no, he gets the upgrade at the end as well. Not bad. Yeah, this is what I was pointing out, though. Kang looking to try to jump into B along that cliffside is a little unusual. Great shots from mini-boot. He needs to be playing well. He was fantastic on Bind. Really stepped up for them. One of the biggest reasons why Team Heretics were able to deny EDG the trophy, at least for one more map. Team Heretics, though, had a huge defensive anti-strat to try to deny 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 the ult orb. Well, now he has it. Now he has the Cosmic Divide. What is Team Heretics' game plan around it? We're seeing teams try to put smokes down so that they can walk through the Cosmic Divide. That's normally what teams try to run.
EDG trying to ensure that map control is still potentially theirs, or through, just in case there's somebody getting cheeky. Shock dart gets rid of the cam, so it's exactly the intent. Remove the question marks, or at least create them on the side of Heretics. Make them re-explore.
And this area of the mid is so important if the attackers are able to take it. It cuts off those defensive rotates.
Tag onto the one. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮's ahead of most of this. Primes him ready. Good pounce, being double held, and Wilder Dizzy gets that acknowledgement, connecting. Shots here for 𝒮𝒩. Realizes his back is open. The paranoia has to be let loose. Unleashed. Dad up and over top. Spam potential might be there. 𝒮𝒩 will just lock that one down. Crouched up, finds the angle, but an open B side as a result of it. It's all about whether EDG can find that spacing, and already in through the back of the site. Unexpected 𝒮𝒩. It's not get punished though. Flash up and over towards the top. It's gone 1-for-1 with the kills, and Simon, goodness me, benji, able to respond. Flatlines him, brings it to that 1v2 to 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮. They'd love to win. Nobody offers up the kill anyway. 7 bullets remaining. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 knows to play his life.
And as he backs up, this is going to be a tough situation for benji.
Definitely is. On top of it, tap to force out the first round of this. Position to be played. Cam catches it! And 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 catches a bullet straight to the dome. benji pulls off the almost impossible.
2 years ago, this guy was here as an influencer. He was invited to come and attend Champs to kind of introduce his Fortnite following to the game that he'd started to play. Did he rely?
So good. You're very good. You're a very good player. I'm proud to play with you.
Did he rely on his following and his clout to get him into a big team? Did he surround himself with stars in Valorant? No. He grinded tier 2. He got himself onto a rookie squad. He wanted to prove himself, same as anybody else. My God, he has been.
Yeah, hard work has followed this Heretic squad all throughout this year. Polishing their play, honing it. It's a deadly edge to this Heretic squad. You can feel it now with all the experience that they have got themselves in. Shox close to cleared away once more, but it's Trip. Lay it down at the feet. Cosmic Divide will ensure that they don't get spammed down. That's precarious. Kang drifting off to the edge there, but the plant should go down without any problem. Simon lays it down onto the floor. 5v5 still, and the flank is being watched ever so slightly. Still, there's that uncertainty. You can see heads on a swivel. maybe scared of the punish.
Yeah, the star not being laid down here on the spike, actually.
No
Whoa,
they
did not expect Kang.
Kang's laying claim towards the back of the side, nowhere clearing. 𝒮𝒩 has to strike, spraying down. Survival is necessary.
𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮.
Enough for the fire from behind. Rian's now sticking, pull is late, half already, and up onto the flank. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 has brought him an opportunity, and no one can stand against that.
The two smokes players pinching from either side, shutting things down, showing you the power of this composition that EDG has brought out on Abyss. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒻 was so far away, properly baiting his team, but in a way to play for that post-plant clutch factor. I think EDG needed that one after what benji had done to them previously. It's also knocked the economy, though, of Heretics. Even though benji won the prior round, he was the only player that stayed alive. EDG's economy looking good. Null command available too.
Plenty of action up through mid. 𝒮𝒩 might be unaccounted. Bladestorm in his hands, flash in his face.
They've definitely seen him in this spot, though. The question is just how you deal with it. I'm not sure that you really can. You can obviously stun this position. If it was only 𝒮𝒩 on his own, you could easily deal with it. But you're worried about other people swinging off his contact.
𝒮𝒩 ult to get himself out and to play this one a full 5-player hit. Dart up and over. Peace of mind towards the back of the site. The plan. Nothing to deny it here from Heretics, but up onto the flank, 𝒮𝒩 has to be the playmaker. Smoke's fading. Kang hard committed. No one to play off of him. Looking to take these angles. It is risky. Play like this, forcing them out into the open, updraft dash and away, but somehow missed the mark in the timing. EDG, they contain the flank, but the flood is now through. Heretics, out through the back now. Smokes and Stars, placed down, trying to divide and conquer in through the map, but 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒻 again. It's a 3-piece into the round, and Simon to end. 4 rounds now for EDG.
It's looking even better than the last time we saw them on Abyss, in my opinion. EDG had already demonstrated that with this new composition of theirs, they've got a lot of nice execute ideas. They've got good post-plant ideas too. But what they're adding in here is the macro concept of that little pressure towards mid that we've seen on other rounds, the post-plant flank, the awareness. And it's scary if a team like EDG is getting better on a map as the tournament goes on. Oh yeah. When it's the decider. And Heretics, they have struggled a little bit here, but I think a lot of that they put down to playing against the Harbor that Leviathan had brought out. The thing is, Lev were using the Harbor to go and take mid control, and that's kind of what EDG are looking to do in some of these situations as well. How do Heretics respond?
Absolutely. EDG themselves as well had to adapt over the course of a series on this map. On this, they came up with the right answers. Ruger has an ult in the back pocket. This is Team Heretics with the timeout. They have to stop the bleeding in its tracks. It's the last map of the Grand Finals, the last map of your year.
Incredible that you've even managed to stretch the year to this length, though. These are our last two teams remaining. And you might have been able to see it coming a little, based on Team Heretics' upsurge at the start of the year and their Shanghai performances. EDG have come out of the blue. You know them from previous years, but this one would be a surprise.
I think even for the most die-harder fans, nobody was expecting this. EDG not missing a beat. It's so, just that here.
It's so tough to deny this space from them. They're just ready to execute in any round because you can't take away a main.
Yeah, no pushback. Damage done. Stray bullets. Rians really needs to be careful here.
Playing in Benji.
Flashes out and through. Benji in through the back once more. Shock darts. Laying down the damage. Laying down the bullets, but it's just a bit delayed. Rians can't quite deny that one. And now the Thrash. Trying to play them back in. It's still sprayed down off to the side. Collecting these kills. Dissecting the map. Heretics are trying to flood their way back in once more, but Stars are laying down. Darts revealing all. Post-plan util for days on EDG's side. It comes down to the shots being hit. Wu with the defuse. Once more to pull in sight. No half obtained. And drop down to the wire. Hunter's Fury will close with no issues at all. Wu is left to scramble. And EDG holds strong.
Heretics have not come up with the answer here. They can't figure out what to do against EDG. It's so difficult to anchor onto the site. Everybody's coming in immediately after Kangkang. Kangkang's being supported by recon darts, flashes, stuns from the Astra as well. And if you can't anchor, well, can you try to retake against this? It's very difficult. The post-plant power is super good from EDG's composition.
Flood defending, good luck. Map is ginormous. The economy is booming for EDG. It's a 3-round lead. Looking to keep it going, looking to maintain it all the way through.
I think this is a nice adjustment from Boo, this smoke that he's put down over towards B. Because it tries to keep EDG back a little bit. They've been aiming to take that space themselves. But if they're worried about somebody pushing forwards and playing inside the smoke, it will stall them out a little. But I don't think that's going to be the key difference to Heretics winning the map. It's just a small piece of the puzzle.
Got to come up with answers outside of a round like this where the money is knocked.
And I think they need a fundamental change, because otherwise EDG looks super comfortable.
Just going to give them B main, A main control the whole time, as you were already talking about.
And mid as well, though.
Yeah, you're letting them just explore every single option.
Yeah. Here they smoke off mid. Now, whether or not they're going there, or whether that's just to pull people towards the center of the map for the defenders, remains to be seen. But you see that Heretics, they are just sat back pretty passively. And okay, this one's an eco, but it's reminiscent of how they've played the majority of their defense half so far. I need to see them getting aggressive on defense here, I think.
Nice pushback, Dash is active. In through, there's the slightest of timings, but Rian, the shot just missing. Defense in ordered here. Simon just pushing back the invaders onto the site. It is theirs. Rian's ult just popped off. It's a winnable scenario, and the kill is collected. Spike needs to go down. 4 seconds, nobody. Will he be able to stick it? Denied! From the brink, Heretics found their answer.
There's no way again! Reminiscent of Haven, the EDG are losing these rounds to the clock.
Monday
Heretics throwing
bomb.
that utility in perfectly, but even seeing that as a win condition, as an opportunity,
that takes
to me is ludicrously good. I didn't think there was much they could do there to stop that from going down. But with such little time, Rien's found that denial. And the mosh was within, what, 0.3 of a second?
So close.
What a MasterCard thrifty.
Heretics are right back at it. It's an off in the hands of Miniboo. Not the adjustment that we were perhaps looking for, but they have changed the defensive setup, but mid is open as a result of it. Just the one trip to watch, it's still a weak point.
The trip is desperately important here. Do they see it? Yes, and before they run into it too.
Broken. Mid compromised, pings are already out. EDG looking to maybe set their sights over towards A.
You have to pull people back from the site to monitor these connectors now. And you probably have to go for a re-clear, but that's difficult with Miniboo opping.
How do you clear through the fog of war? Smokes at their back, Benji Fishy. Here's the dash. Knows his time is now. That's a mosh pit that he just kicks right into their face, and they weren't perhaps expecting that. Still, Spike dropped down to the feet. The side opened up overboards, at least B main. 3 versus 3 though. This is rapid by Heretics, looking to shore this one up. Potential for the flood, but an off retake, as you mentioned, is never ideal. Whips it around him, but he dropped. 2v2.
Here.
Not willing to give up that operator just yet, Kang. Down into the bridge, almost takes the timing straight past the Dizzy. He's causing all sorts of problems, mischief right now, and he just needs to buy time for Simon. Striking right where it hurts, dropping these players in their tracks. EDG still here to play and still here to win a trophy.
They're not creeping closer, they're galloping towards it at the moment. They've knocked Heretics down onto another eco round. This one, that mid-pressure once more, the macro, it's looking lovely. Nobody's calling is excellent here on the attack side. Even with Miniboo hitting the quick scope, EDG still get themselves into a spot where they're able to convert. Perhaps if they're in that round, if Boo had been able to win his fight as a site anchor, maybe it could have been doable, but he's 1 and 8 right now. The IGL struggling to get a grasp on the game and a grasp on his gun.
Just not seeing it. Tag up 2. Trip's gonna be broken. Boo under all that pressure. The heat is turned up. Boo can only do so much. It's 1 kill before the fire is returned.
And this time the adjustment from Heretics was that double push. I said I wanted to see them get aggressive on defense. The problem is the map is so big.
Yeah.
It just takes so long for Miniboo and Woot to pull off this flank.
By the time they get into this fight, time, as you said, already ticks off. Could be missing the mark on some of this one here. Smuggy's got a lot to watch for here, but same could be said for Heretics. Dizzy though, wants it out still. He's expecting it and lay claims to their life. 7-3. At this point, EDG are not being stopped by anything at all.
Heretics need a game plan adjustment. They've got to figure out a solution here if they want any hope. If bind is to mean anything, they need to figure an answer, because EDG's composition, which is pretty unique, we do not see other teams running this kind of comp. It's just been unstoppable on their attack side.
Force the issue for Heretics here. As you said, they have to come up with the right answers. It's the second timeout burnt. Final map here of our grand finals. It's all on the line and more. It's your entire year culminating. As I said prior, I have a bitter disappointment where you can revel in the glory of a trophy lift that you've only dreamed of up to now.
Heretics have been dreaming about it since that loss in Shanghai. Hoping to take it on the second go around, and it looks like it's slipping further and further away from them. I promise you that trophy, it's equidistant from both teams on the stage, but every time we look, it's inching towards EDG. Willing it in their direction, the fans, the players, the plays they're making. I think this round is everything here. It's the difference between a 9-3 or possibly a 7-5 recovery for Heretics. The ults favor them.
Exactly so. You have the ults to work with, but there's trials and tribulations all across the map.
I was watching EDG the last time they played Abyss. Smoggy actually ulted onto B rafters as part of their exec. So don't put it beyond EDG to do something absolutely nuts here with it all on the line.
Bit of presence from EDG. I think they're worried about the re-clear. Woot has the thrash. Leaving Simon spike in hand.
They've seen this trip before up in mid. I'm surprised they're not sending a shock to try to clear it.
That's easy enough over the top. Don't have to open up your body to it.
Setting up for the A split, which we've not seen very much of. Nobody in mid, nobody to try to punish.
It's a fake, I think. Potentially trying to pull these players for Simon to capitalize, but no, the call is cancelled anyway. They want to take this one in the direction of A. Bodies are still lining up. Reinforcements arriving here in the footsteps. It's a rumble and a scattered fight indeed. Skirmish to be taken. EDG are striking right where it hurts. Nobody's detained. But honestly, again, the scaling that's required. Touch to the side and the weapons right out. Ready to strike. Boo is dropped in place. And Mini Boo left with it all to do. It's just not possible. Woot the Wonder Boy. He'll make a good go, but that is just... It's impossible to get past at this point. The team is firing on all cylinders.
No resistance from Heretics. When two players went to go and re-explore, I don't think they were expected to see 4 of EDG there. They thought that was setting up for an A split. They thought they caught the timing and were starting to rotate. They don't have enough information around the map. They're not playing aggressively enough on the defense side, and they're allowing EDG to run over them.
It scraps with the bye. Final round of the first half of our final map of Champs 2024.
And this drone is going to spot an open site. No defenders, no anchors. Nobody to even break the drone and threaten like there could be anybody there.
Key's been left in the door. Spike exchanges of the hands. You hear these footsteps and have a tap as well, seeing what the reaction is, and maybe counter spam. Push back posture. Boo can't stand against it. Cosmic Divide, though, is ready. Lying in wait.
The protocols are so good from EDG to get the plant down. They're not getting caught by this.
Benji, though, up onto the cross. That was up through mid. Kang was trying to be that delayed pressure, presence, potential. It's all going to be removed now, and you can try and flood these players right back in. G2, spammable angle, finally removed. Front of the site is theirs, and here is the ult. Cosmic Divide has to be used, Simon. What is that? Hunter's Fury, off and around. Where's the next layer to all of this here? Wingman onto the defuse, Miniboo sticking already. Hold the line, cross fires, in order, in action. Heretics are granted that final lease on life. A 4th round potentially theirs. It is theirs indeed. First half of Abyss. Is it enough?
They had to fight tooth and nail just to be able to get that final round. It is desperately difficult for them out there. EDG fully in control, within touching distance.
Potentially looking at one of the most important pistol rounds of these players' careers. 10 of them on the stage, one trophy to work towards in the middle of the stage. And listen, doesn't get harder than this for Heretics.
And backs are up against the wall. They've been in tough spots before. They've been in losing positions in grand finals before. But they need to find it within them to dig deep. Because otherwise, Kang is literally going to be that close to the trophy. Kang is also only 3 kills away from breaking the global kill record in BO5s. Which, if you remember back, we've had players within touching distance. I think I'm right in saying Zekken even matched it, actually, at Madrid. But it seems like they might be breaking history in every single way, EDG, on this tournament run.
Pushing past their own limits. They weren't content with just sitting at that 3rd place, 2nd place. This is a team that know that that trophy is in striking distance. The first trophy lift for China. In their sights, Kang taking that contact, taking point. Backs himself down now. Nerves need to be settled here. Risky venture from Kang as well, taking that peek.
I got the spike.
EDG looking for information in A and B main, throwing that recon dart out. Nobody, not looking to save it in case there's some kind of exec on his site. Heretics also looking to explore mid. Both teams realizing that this part of the map super important. Simon's going to be asked a lot of.
Yeah, with the jiggle. Gets the info though, and he's going to be backing away. Pings it out, concedes the space, puts the warning sign onto the minimap.
I like this though. Team Heretics, they're pushing back those players, and they're also denying that mid connector. Now if Simon wants to rotate, he's got to go all the way through spawn, and same could be said for Kang and 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮. That puts...
Hold on.
Nobody and Chishu on an island, but nobody... What are you doing? Giving away your position here.
Yeah, I mean, firing the dart.
He gets away with it.
Knew that the play was being made here, and they've lost control of mid into the process. Oh my God! Nobody!
Spike down A.
Oh, goodness me!
He's come up with the pistol round that might have sealed the deal for China, for EDG, for the team that he just took over IGLing for. In the captain's seat, pushing out onto assistant coach. And he's just made one hell of a play here in round 13.
This year, it's been a year of firsts for VCT. We saw Pacific lift the trophy in the hometown territory of EDG themselves. But they are well on course to make history for themselves, carving out a place amongst the elites.
Chishu could get overwhelmed here.
Definitely could. Plenty of bodies here. Tap goes the Guardian. Well, bullet spread. Falling prey to it still. Nobody seeking to redeem. Chance of that. Reinforcements arriving, but his head peeking out. Shock darts. Delay. Hopefully allow him that retreat, which he does. So, 3v4, plant is down. Heretics have that extra money to work with, but they'd love the round even more. Flash, dodged. Now the drone. Broken, cleared. Kang's through. Has that Marshall in play. Benji has to make one of himself. The peaks of perfection from EDG. And we are reaching the apex.
EDG get up to double digits. 3 rounds away. They were 3 rounds away on Bind from being able to win this tournament. But at that point, they were not in the driver's seat. It would have taken 3 cleanly to get to overtime and then to win. Here, Heretics are 6 away from even tying the game up.
The energy in the Inspire Arena is reaching a crescendo. The crowd can feel it. It's up to Heretics to put a stop to it. Full investment with the buy. Heretics have the rifles to play around with.
Taking A main control, looking for information over towards B. On this map, Booz lurks, often super important, but he's a player that hasn't particularly been able to get online in this final map. on the defense side, brutalized. Currently 3 and 13. As many assists as he has kills. Horrible way to end. But Heretics are going to hope that they can revive on attack. This a fake. Boo calls Rien's over. Looking to apply some pressure, keep these players rooted to the spot. Maybe weaken A just a little. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 already thought it was a fake, actually. He started rotating away when it was only the drone.
Yeah, I think he was dodging out the sideline as well when he was tagged by the drone. He didn't want to get spammed from that spot, but you're right, it could have been a bait and switch to fake out.
And I mean, look at the way that Simon's pathing too. They're reading into this.
Oh, yeah.
It's so similar to what Nobody himself does to fake.
30 seconds
The Util is primed and ready. Into the hands of these players on either side here to pull, to meet that one with the Dizzy. Pound for pound, bodies are going to drop and fall, but Atari is perfect once more. Nobody and Simon, they combine their might. They drop these Heretics players dead. Time against them once more. Boo needs to get this kill and will do just that. Defending, punched up, Rien's rounded about, kill gang!
Unbelievable! Kankan goes and does it. Not only clutching the round, getting EDG up to 11. Those kills also break the kill record in a BO5 at a global event.
He knows he's the protagonist. He knows that this is his story to write. We are 2 rounds away from a brand new region. 2 years late to Valorant, in case you missed the memo. And to them lifting a trophy.
Heretics are going to go for the Cosmic Divide play, looking for the plant, looking to try to play the post.
It's fast and loose, but it's what they require in a moment like this. Up and over, 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 needs to stay alive in this time, but already being swarmed, Dizzy up and around in his face. And kills are collected at least. With 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 dropped, there's a chance. Plan already down by Heretics. What the ults are good for here. But up through heaven as well, plenty more bodies left to meet them. Spamming away, Mini Boo! Sheriff in hand. He's done enough surely for them. No rifle picked up, but the damage done with those 2 players dropped. He's got to be feeling good about it. Players retreat, EDG realizing, let's give this one up. Let's play for it at a future round.
Every round is going to feel like a mountain to climb for Heretics. They need so many of them. This one, hugely important, but they're not going to have an ultimate like that to work with every day of the week. It's another MasterCard Thrifty. We've seen so many of them. So many of them in this Grand Finals. But you can't rely on them. You cannot have that be the only kind of situation in which you're winning. Cast caution to the wind. Go for it when you have rifles online as well.
Round by round, but okay, focus.
Focus is called for by Mini Boo.
God, this is a wild setup. Going for the flash.
Hold up.
For Kankan to peek immediately by the look of things. Now, are they doing enough contact instead? Waiting.
Timing.
Yeah, waiting to see if there's a Dizzy, a recon.
That gives them precisely the right timing. So Paranoia probably to accompany this, and yes it is. Keeps its way through the dart though. Responds, and Heretics push back. The offensive play of EDG.
Yeah, Kankan there as well, rattling out either information or commands.
With Heretics winning their Thrifty, pendulum does swing in terms of that momentum. The economy as well on the side now of Heretics. Have money to work with, but the issue is the buffer in terms of rounds is not exactly theirs. It's a high-low from EDG. And a big test here for 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 and Nobody. Rotating around though, they've given up the positions that they were once holding. Smoke activated, nobody's inside it. Trying to get ahead of the curve and ahead of most of these players as well, but barrels out, instant trade. Woot is good for it. Star up and over. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 trying to stun, trying to stay alive, but against that, it's an onslaught. And it's overwhelming. Simon back in the fray in the fight, but dropped at a moment's notice like that. This is Heretics again with an open answer to this B site.
That Mosh lineup is really good for being able to deal with the way that 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 wants to anchor the site. He only had a Sheriff in hand. We've seen Nobody go for plays like that where he tucks inside a smoke, and to be honest, even on the pistol round most recently, it did actually pay off for him. He got out, got 3. This time, 1-for-1, and that trading from Heretics that they rely on comes through. They actually need those weapons. Kills like that, really important. Look at 𝒮𝒫𝐸's credits. Got nothing to work with. He, at the very least, needed to save a gun. And 𝒮𝒮 backs off.
Bit of wandering, bit of wading into the side towards the tail end. They do collect that kill. Keep it as a consolation prize. The benefit for Heretics here is they're generating these ults. Perpetual motion machine. You can definitely keep it rolling.
You can to some degree, yeah. They've got Hunter's Fury online for the next one. Yeah. Nobody also has that to respond with. And the other big thing to keep in the back of your head here is that 𝒮𝒫𝐸 actually has a Cosmic Divide for retake.
This could be the day I die for you.
Who needs an opening ceremony? Get these guys out here next time.
And if that's, if that doesn't speak volumes of the state of mind of these Heretics players, that's the difference for them. Heretics now, once more with a tempo. They might have been looking to strike that. Dart lands up towards heaven.
This is all a fake. You see the spike going in the opposite direction here.
Yeah, sails over. And
it's a really convincing fake, though.
Of course, it's got 3 players behind it. 𝒮𝒮 activates the dash to no avail. He's not going to be getting any action anytime soon.
One of the problems with this round. Hello, the spike's coming back over to this side of the map.
What is the call?
What is going on here? 𝒮𝒄's changing his mind, perhaps. One of the weird things is that Heretics like to play offside post plants. They love them. You can't really do that this round. You're just going to end up locked away. That Cosmic Divide up in your face is going to be very difficult to play around. So on-site aggressive post plants have to be called here for Heretics. And it worries me that 𝒮𝒄 is so far away.
The reveal. What a mistake. Stack of players now coming. Dart. It's going to be Cloudburst. Cannot defend. 𝒮𝒮 away from that angle. Still heaven untouched. And 𝒮𝒫𝐸 around the back as well. Good with the aim, but still damage not enough done. Hunter's Fury, if nobody is let loose, it's ripped out into place, and the kill is collected but used in kind by Rians. It's not an ult that they're going to have here. And EDG, they can pounce on this. They can claim that 12.
They can back off site. 𝒮𝒫𝐸 fell in the midst of all of this. No Cosmic Divide available.
But still potentially overzealous. Past their own trips into the backside controller. Paranoia sweeps his way through and cuts out those angles. Dart up and over. Swing from 𝒮𝒻. 𝒮𝒄 provides the finishing cover. And the firing line is there. Simon can only do so much. The position like this, it is to no avail once more. 7 rounds for Heretics. If you're going to make this happen, if you're going to try and deny history being made, it has to be on that basis, 1 round at a time.
A jump scare there for nobody, I think, as he expected everybody on Heretics, I'm sure, to be playing offside post plants. 𝒮𝒻 and 𝒮𝒄 spring out of smoke. 𝒮𝒄 living up to his name. EDG are taking attack time out here to talk about things.
I was trying to drop you the bomb for so long, and I kept dropping my gun.
Well, I mean, I guess that'll happen when the nerves are coming out.
10,000 screaming fans surrounding you.
And these players can't afford to think about how big the match is, but we get the pleasure of doing so. I did want to touch on 𝒮𝒮 again, because you were talking about him as being the main character of this arc. When he first started playing Valorant, he was just a boy with a dream. He really was so young. And throughout his meteoric rise in China, to his explosive entry onto the global stage, and then these scarring defeats earlier this year, I feel like he's been adapting, persevering. He's also grown into the one man who could actually fulfill that young boy's dream. There's only one 𝒮𝒮. You see it in the fact that he's set the record here in this match, performing in every single map.
Oh, yeah. It's poetic, I think. This matchup here, Heretics, they got brothers in arm, quite literally brothers in arm. 𝒮𝒻 and 𝒮𝒄 aiming for that trophy, trying to take a stab at it. And 𝒮𝒮 himself has been carrying the namesake of his brother this entire time. All for that trophy lift that both of these teams are going to be hoping, praying for. A play made, dash forwards, 𝒮𝒮. It's lighter weaponry to work with. benjiFishy has to hold back the line. Overwhelmed and swarmed. Too many bodies. The Blade Storm is unleashed. 𝒮𝒮 trying to make the most of this. Right there behind them, they've lost control of the flank. Heretics have to keep a watchful eye onto this one, but options available if they want to flip the map.
Concealment.
Low enough. One bullet will do him in. Kang aims to do the most, and an open sightline head is found. Out for the side once more, Boo. Swings, perfect timing, but leaps into the fray and wasn't expecting that. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒯𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮 fully aware. Rians potentially accounted for, maybe heard the footsteps, maybe not, I'm not too sure. Still gets the job done. Time is ticking, Woot to do it all. Thrash in hand, you can see to deny, you can see to delay, up and over the TP, Woot! Has he got it done?
That's so close!
The circle shrinking.
I don't think he's got it!
It's milliseconds! 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒯𝒄𝒄! Oh my!
Bro! Whoa!
120 milliseconds away from taking EDG to tournament point.
Yeah, இவ்ளோ close up ஒரு match,
gets
bro.
the job done and denies that round.
I'm speechless. Woot's no stranger to coming down to the wire.
Do you think he was confident about the internal
map? Oh, so close, so fucking close.
It's a nail biter.
Reminiscent of that final round of Bind.
Fucking
4 rounds in a row now for Heretics, and the Red Bull clutch. They can't even believe it.
Let's go. Hello, Ariada. Hey, Yarani.
Control is shifting.
Sama close up was match. What are you doing? Oh, very good.
Is that a tech pause?
Ganda finals.
Another quick one by the sounds of it, is what I'm being told. But my God, we were talking earlier about how some of these pauses in the action had come at spots where it was an imbalanced situation anyway. Oh yeah. Can't even remember what map it was. I think it was Sunset. One team vastly in control. That was EDG at the time. Now here, cut the tension with a knife. The people in the arena don't know whether to start cheers or to chew the ends of their fingers off.
Oh yeah.
Because it's so real, the possibility of this comeback. EDG were fully in control, and now they're having to avoid letting it all go away from them. We're back in.
Timer is ticking. Kang hyping the back up, keeping the morale and players on their feet. Like you said, the comeback is very much on. It's very much real. You cannot let moments like this define you. To let your chances slip away. Mini-Boo. It's a rapid play from Heretics. He's going to be leading the charge once more. Blade Storm, dash to the side. Evacuation, caught on either side. Up and over though. Danger zone. Dizzy up and over the top. Heretics are dropping them all in their place.
Decider,
it's Rians.
5 match.
Watchful eye onto all the angles. Dominates them onto the side. Simon to respond, but it's only the one. Ult is available in the back pocket. Do you choose to use it? Do you choose to commit? It's available, ready to be popped. But it's all Rians and Woot, side by side. He slapped them down.
The Turkish brothers in arms. Playing next to the Lithuanian brothers in blood. Heretics.
Let's go, 9-11.
They've just come out with another blinder, and they've taken the final kill, denying a crucial gun away from EDG. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒮 has no money to play with. They could try to scrap together a buy, but it would be an ugly looking thing. 5 in a row.
5 in a row. And I was so ready to tell you the story of heartbreak for Heretics. A squad that has got so close in the past with rookies on this team. Honed and polished over the course of the year. And it was looking like they were going to be denied that chance at a trophy. But fate wrangled, twisted out of the hands of these EDG players. The pressure shifted onto them, and Kang forced to step up to the moment.
Oh, bro.
And shots are fired. Kang, he's monstrous when he gets going, and he does it almost single-handedly.
Oh,
the angel of death has descended on Heretics. What did we just watch with Guardian in hand?
There's no way. Snaps it up.
On Lotus, they ended it on a thrifty. Here, Kang once more breaks another record with that pop-off. He's now got the most kills in any BO5 in competitive Valorant in VCT. Globals, regionals, anything. This guy's farming.
He's the main character. He's got the aura to back it up. It's the impetus now. And the tension just breaks with that four-piece.
You were all ready to tell the story of heartbreak for Heretics. I hope you didn't throw away the pages of the book.
Oh no, it's still there. Come so close to the finish line once more. Closer than ever before to the finish line. Touching distance of the trophy. EDG steal it right back. Kang in hand, the signature weapon of this man right here. Been highlighting him, been gassing him. He's going to be under that pressure, but still delivers. One shot found. And a chisel slowly etching away the potential for EDG to make history for China. A trophy lift in sight. Rians with the plan. Cosmic Divide providing that safety. But it fades away. And a reset called for. Player disadvantage still here. Plenty of targets. Open and shut. Simon with the ult. Paranoia sweeps. This is it. An attempt to deny. Quick scope in blaze. EDG. It's up to Boo to push them back and away. TP's up and over. No kill to be found. It's one man. What can he do against the bite of EDG? Absolutely squat.
After 4 years of hard work, of blood and sweat, today, might finally see that time for the tears that Kang's been holding back. He said he wouldn't cry until he'd won a championship. He didn't just win today. He sealed, signed, and delivered the game for them at the end there on Abyss. His tears on the other side as two back-to-back grand finals fall away from Heretics. Heartbreaking fashion. But the bitter taste of defeat in Shanghai swept away, cleansed from the palate. One sweet sip of success from that Champs Trophy will make all the pain worthwhile for EDG.
Tale of heartbreak is open on the faces of the Heretics players. They walk away from another finals, knowing, realizing that they came so close to that glory. Right, literally that touching distance. Today, fortunately for them, not to be their day. Instead, it's EDG, a trophy lying in wait.
It's theirs. China has the hunger. Viewership records are nothing compared to the appetite for trophies, I can tell you that. And it can never be sated, that appetite. The high that they're feeling now, I'm sure is just going to drive EDG back to the climb, ever chasing. And this is a squad that knows what it is to chase. But what a year they've had. This team is mostly rookies. To make 2 grand finals, other teams would kill to be in spots that they have found themselves in this year.
Bitter for them to swallow. They'll be thinking about this moment for quite some time. Respect shown between these two teams. EDG, though, are the stars of our show.
세상이 알립니다. 2024년 발로란트 챔피언
It's vindicating, it's validating. But Kang and the rest of his squad have finally lifted the trophy. Not just for EDG, for the region as a whole. And as I said prior,
2 years late to the party of VCT. They were playing catch-up. People thought it might never arrive. But I'll tell you right now, EDG have arrived and they are here to stay.
Gankag was talking about holding back tears at previous events, but there's no sign of that on his face today. 𝒮𝒫𝐸𝒞𝐼𝒞𝒯𝐼𝒪𝒩𝒮, overwhelmed in the moment, as you'd expect. But this squad, they look like, for the most part, they are relishing the moment.
Oh yeah, it's got to be cathartic.
Surrounded by fans, travel from far and wide to see history made. It was history for EDG to even get here to play in this arena. They've never made top 4 before.
Okay guys, இதோட